Chapter 251 Domination. Rudra completely focused on his sense of hearing. It seemed as if there was movement in a neighbor house. The sound of wood creaking under someone's feet could be heard. Rudra looked at the map to understand the location of his squad. The others were nearby, hardly 20 meters away. Hence he had cover if things went south. Rudra said over the comms. Enemy footsteps in the neighboring house. Going in for the kill. Neatwit immediately stopped looting and made way towards Rudra's location to provide backup if needed. Yum just replied, Best of luck, Amidba, and continued looting. Weapons were useless for him. Hence, he only looted armor and supplies. The enemy was on the second floor of the house. When Rudra entered the first, the damn floors were so noisy that it creaked when he stepped on it. The enemy was instantly alerted, as Rudra could hear him saying, Enemy on me! Enemy on me! Rudra rushed in for the kill. He would very much like to decide this before backup arrives. He climbed up the stairs to see that the enemy was camping just beside the stairs waiting to attack Rudra. Rudra ducked as an axe strike narrowly missed his hair by a breath. Before the enemy could launch a second strike, Rudra used a strike of his own to force the enemy to retreat to avoid being hit. The enemy retreated. He then looked at Rudra and said, Oh ho! Shakuni himself! Die! In spite of the bold words, the guy clearly was not an axe wielder, as his technique was incredibly sloppy. He was probably a swordsman who did not find a sword for loot. Rudra had the upper hand in every exchange, as within 5 moves Rudra killed the guy without a single of his HP deducted. Rudra then heard the sounds of metal clashing somewhere. When he looked outside the window, Neatwit was fighting 3 other guild mates of the dead guy. Rudra jumped from the first floor window and joined the fight. Together the two made short work of the enemy squad. It was a wipe. Rudra and Neatwit then looted the corpses, but were shocked to see that undead were roaming the streets of Settlement P. Apparently Nero had started his magic, and while Rudra and Neatwit were wiping their squad, he was single-handedly wiping 2 in the safety of his house. Undead scoured house after house, and upon finding a target swarmed in masses to kill it. Within the second zone shrink, the squad had managed to kill 16 opponents so far, and completely wiped Settlement P. They were still inside the safe zone, and relatively in the center. Hence they took time to leisurely loot the area and arm themselves to the teeth. Rudra got 2 gold grade swords and full body armor. Neatwit got 1 dark gold grade sword and full body armor, while Nero got a staff and full body armor. Yum was the medic carrying all the supplies for the team. Weaponless, he was looking funny with his bald head and weird orange sprayed armor. Nero had noticed that Yum was a special case. His ability was unheard of. Even though he did not have any combat skills, his presence was enough to turn any tide of any battle. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that Yum was a better fit for 10-man team and capture the flag than here. That the AI had made a mistake. However, he did not voice these thoughts. Rudra would have a different opinion, as he knew the true potential behind Yum. Although Yum's passive was amazing, and it would indeed help a 10-man team more with the buffs and enemy debuffs. However, if one considered him to be a weak fighter, they would be in for a big surprise when fighting the peaceful monk. The generals watching the event were very pleased with the top team's performance. Although it could not be considered to be a cohesive unit, it was a devastatingly strong unit. In the team, Neatwit was the assaulter, and Nero was the crowd control and scout, while Yum was the medic and support. Rudra was the IGL and the chief damage dealer. Together the team was a strong unit. They needed to work on teamwork. But the generals believed that with the practice time between the selections and the event, the team could be molded into a cohesive unit. What mattered right now was the potential, and even a blind man could see the potential in the squad. While the analysis of the generals was along this line, Rudra's analysis of himself was a lot different. Rudra felt as a swordsman, he truly lacked true sword skills. His sword skills generated from his sword, and not himself. Without the Elven Sword and Excalibur, he was at least 30% nerfed as a player. Darkness Blast, Thunder Blast, Earthquake, Blink were all good skills, undoubtedly, but they were not what a world-class player should have in his arsenal. He needed more attack-based sword skills compatible with any sword. He would improve miles that way. A similar realization dawned on Neatwit as well. He had become too reliant on his sword. It was like driving a Ferrari all his life, then suddenly being forced to drive a Honda Civic. Although Honda Civic was not bad, but it dipped his overall performance by a lot. He realized his shortcoming there, and decided to work on it before the World Games. He also felt that he needed more movement techniques. When he was facing the enemy 1-on-3, he needed to retreat, facing too much heat. However, he had no skills to do so. Thankfully Rudra arrived and things went smooth and on. However, at the world stage all players would be incredibly more skilled than the nationals. And Rudra would not always be there to save the day. He needed to become more self-sufficient. Both Rudra and Neetwit matured a lot through these events. And saw evolution as players. Chapter 252 Naomi. After the third circle was over, the safe zone was made about 3 kilometers from Rudra's location. The squad needed to move inside the zone. There were no transportation vehicles. Hence one needed to move on foot to cover the distance. Rudra opened the map and thought about the geographically safest route into the zone. The team picked a light jogging speed as they moved towards the safe zone. The area was comparatively safe. However, there was a stretch of 200 meters where there was tall grass that they had to cross. Rudra hated such tall grassy areas. Anyone could be mounting an ambush in such areas. And he hated such cowardly tactics. Slowing down, the team moved at a 5-meter distance from each other. Rudra heard rustling of grass. And he immediately paused and raised his hand to caution everyone behind him. It was a tense moment in the game, as no more rustling of grass could be heard. Rudra stayed vigilant nonetheless, as he slowed his movement, moving very carefully. Then suddenly he jumped as high as he could, to get an aerial view of the opponents. As he expected, 2 campers were lying there flat on their bellies in the tall grass, with swords in hand, just waiting to ambush the enemy players. Rudra immediately launched a thunder blast. It hit one of the players squarely. As the high damage move, one shot him to be killed. Rudra immediately unsheathed both his swords as he closed in on the second one's location. He parried one of the enemy's sword strikes with one sword of his own, while twisted his hand to stab the second one right down his neck. The enemy stared wide-eyed into Rudra's cold eyes. As Rudra said, "I hate snakes." Using the other hand he slashed the opponent's neck for a clean kill. The opponent died. Making short work of the opponents, Rudra calmly sheathed his swords. As the team kept moving forward, when Rudra glanced towards Neetwit, Neetwit simply said, "Orochimaru?" Rudra smirked, and Neetwit bursted laughing. Yum and Nero did not understand the inside joke and felt like they were missing out. The kill count of the team went up to 18. As Rudra, they entered top 50 survivors. Reaching the zone in time, Rudra decided to camp at the zone's edge for the time, and keep moving zone to zone with each subsequent shrink. The zone shrinks from the 4th onwards were relatively closer to reach with only 200 meters to cover. However, slowly, but surely the play zone was shortening. Only one settlement remained in the safe zone. Settlement A. Rudra made way to the outmost boundary house of Settlement A, where upon entering, he heard footsteps from the floor above him. The team of 4 were on the ground floor, and Rudra suspected that a squad was camping right above them. Nero used his undead to storm the stairs, as a bombardment of spells ensued on the undead. With this exchange, Rudra understood one thing. There were powerful mages camping above him, and rushing blindly would spell doom for him. Meanwhile, Naomi's POV. Purple Haze City. The 10-man capture the flag event was scheduled for tomorrow. Hence Karna was at the guild, strategizing about the coming event. When Naomi walked up to him, Karna looked surprised as he had never really talked to the girl before. Only a few pleasantries had been exchanged. Karna said, "Yes. Do you need something?" Naomi was hesitant. She wanted to say a lot, however did not know from where to start, or how to approach the topic. She often tried to muster the words, but could not utter them finally. After 20 seconds, her face was red in embarrassment. Weird thoughts came in Karna's mind. He was worried that the girl may have a crush on him, or something, and that this would be a confession. However, his guess was only half right as it was a sort of confession. But now to him, Naomi said, I like Guild Master Rudra." Karna was silent after that statement, his mind processing the information, his rational telling him, "Okay, Sue, why are you here? What do you want with me?" However, he said, "Okay," Naomi continued, "I like him, and want to earn his fancy. I cannot ask about his likes and dislikes from my brother, because it will be awkward for me. Also, I don't want him to know that I like Guild Leader at this point. You also seem very close to him. Sue, please give me some advice." Karna's eyes brightened up. Everything made sense now. She was here to know Rudra's likes and dislikes, and learn about how to gain his fancy. Karna thought for a bit. Then he answered with a smile. "Rudra is a very simple guy. He does admire the natural beauty of women, in which department you do not lack at all. But for him, his role as guild master is the top priority. What I have observed is, whether it is SMG, or Sir Johnny English, or even the newcomers, Rudra develops relationship with everyone that contributes greatly to the guild. For you to get close, become an indispensable part of the guild. Become strong, Become valuable. Although this place is for the elites, and you are not a shabby player. But we both know that you are here because your brother is Nitwit. If you took a recruitment test, you would most probably not be elite today. But that's not a problem. I myself have been scouted by Ridra. No recruitment tests. But my performance and contribution to the guild is what really solidified my position in the guild. And hence with Ridra. For that, man, you only need to be very open and honest while diligently working towards the guild's development, and he will spend half his time with you. Hence my greatest advice for you will be, become an elder in the guild through natural contribution, and you will also win over Ridra in the process. Naomi stood there silently soaking in every word that Karna was telling her. Although it stung and hurt to be blatantly told that her place in the guild was earned through nepotism and not skill. She knew it was the truth, and that Karna meant no offense. She was very thankful as what Karna told her was invaluable. She had never played the game very seriously up till this point. However, if the game was the way to Rudra's heart, then even if not for Rudra, she would become a better player for herself. Become worthy of being called an elite. And maybe, just maybe, get closer to Rudra in the process. Determination shined in her eyes. She said, "Thank you, Vice Guild Master." She resolved to become the best healer in the elites. That she would become so indispensable. That Rudra would not go on a single mission without her in the party. Karna smiled at this. He liked the expression on Naomi's face. He did not wish to tell her about Rudra and Ruby. At first, his help was only superficial. However, seeing the expression on her face, he felt like this was a really good girl, who was really into Rudra. Hence he said, "Rudra has a weakness towards cuteness and good food." Naomi said, "Huh? I don't get it." Karna just waved it off, however, saying, "Figure it out." With that, he had helped Naomi as much as he could. He himself was not a Team Ruby guy or Team Naomi guy. He was only a Team Rudra guy, and wanted the best for his buddy. Then whoever Rudra chose, he would always be happy for him. Naomi looked at the fleeting figure of Vice Guild Master, and started making a strategy in her mind. To get stronger, her first goal was to level up. Not wasting a single second, she immediately went towards the woods, to start with the process of her evolution as a player. Meanwhile, in a secure bunker in Japan, the generals watching Rudra's team's performance so far were very satisfied with the progress of the game. However, everyone frowned when they saw the tricky house that the team entered. The house had 2 tanks and 2 wizards camping on the 2nd floor, and it was the ultimate combo of attack and defense. It was not easy to take down. However, while others worried, Ethan Gray laid back in his chair enjoying the show. As unlike the generals in the room, his trust on Rudra was not superficial. Being a reincarnator himself, he understood the terrifying might have won. With Rudra being so experienced in the game, playing it for multiple years, there was no way he could not think for a counter for this setup. Ethan was confident that Rudra would wrap things up within 2 minutes. And indeed, that's what happened. Rudra thought of an ingenious counter for the trap. // Sorry guys. Only 1 chapter today. Tomorrow the new privilege settings would apply. And 5 new chapters will be released // Chapter 253, The Last Circle. The enemies camping on the floor above were wizards. Hence charging head on would only mean being bombarded with a ton of spells. Nero asked Rudra if he should send up a swarm of undead to take the brunt of the damage, while he and Nitwit could charge in later to take the enemy down. However, Rudra did not want to use such means. The mana recovery potions in the national battleground were far and few, and the team only had access to 1 intermediate recovery potion. Summoning the undead would surely drain Nero's mana by a significant margin. Instead, Rudra wanted to try something else. Something creative to handle this problem. He instructed Nitwit to rush in from the stairs. Exactly 3 seconds after he heard the window breaking, while he himself went outside the house with Yum and looked at the 1st floor window. The glass window was about 4 meters from the ground, and with him giving him an upward boost, Rudra thought he would be able to crash in from the window at an angle that the enemies would not be expecting him. Taking a short run up, Rudra made a short jump. Yum, with both his hands tightly bound together, gave Rudra a full jump boost. Rudra launched in the air and crashed him through the window, both swords in hand. Crash! The campers were surprised. They were all aiming towards the stairs, hence, when someone crashed through the window, they were caught off guard. The wizards instantly cast their spells. But, unfortunately for them, the location from where Rudra entered meant that their spells would now also become friendly fire. Rudra dodged a mana bullet, which hit the tank right in the leg and right on time. Nitwit scaled the stairs, and engaged 1 wizard in close range, who was now not aiming at the stairs because of Rudra's crash. The campers cursed as a close-range fight. The wizards were pretty much nerfed once the close-range fighting started, as Rudra and Neatwit targeted them first. Wizards had inherently low defense and HP. Hence, under relentless assault of players like Rudra and Neatwit, they fell quickly. The tanks tried to interfere. However, their skill was clearly inferior, as they were not able to fight back at all. Their high defense and vitality meant that they did indeed last a lot longer than wizards. But that was basically that. No real threat remained, as eventually both fell dead as well. The last tank did try to escape from the window, to try run for his life. However, Rudra's Darkness Blast ensured his death. The squad was a wipe. Little by little, the sound of metal clashing could be heard everywhere. The third last zone was very intense in every game. However, because the safe zone was a small settlement with houses, the fighting only intensified. Rudra did not wish to overly engage anyone. His position at the top of the national battleground was almost a given certain right now. However, he did not want to go out without a 25-point survivor bonus. Rudra had 26 points under his belt with 26 kills, with 12 players alive. The team would logically rank between 3rd to 7th place even if everyone was to die now. Considering the 10 points for being number 7, his team would have 36 points at minimum. It was almost a assured win. However, Rudra wanted to leave nothing to chances. When the second last zone shrink completed, there was only about 5-meter circle that was left to fight in. Small portions of 4 houses were in the zone. What laid ahead was a bloody fight, without any space to retreat. Here the team that attacked first lost, because everyone else would try and take advantage of 2 groups fighting. However, this is where Nero's conserved mana would help the team. Rudra signaled Nero to go all out, with controlling as many undead as he could into the neighboring house. Luckily, it was the house where a duo had been camping, and when the 20 or so undead rushed in the house, they were terrified. A shriek escaped the mouths of the players, as sound of metal clashing and fighting ensued. The other 2 parties took the bait, and rushed into that house to disrupt the fights, only to be dumbfounded by seeing the swarm of undead there. The other 2 teams, now at the same location, also broke out in a fight, as the small ground floor of the apartment had become a congested bloodbath. Rudra outside the house was cracking his knuckles and stretching his neck muscles, as he leisurely entered the room, followed by Neatwit. 20 seconds later, a notification ensued. Number 1 Victory Royale. Winner winner chicken dinner. Booyah! The squad had won the national battleground, with a score of 55 points, to the second place having 21. It was a very convincing victory. The generals all clapped inside the bunker. This was exactly what they expected from the team. They were impressed by everyone's performances, especially Nero's part in the end. Seemed like Necromancer, if used right, was an excellent addition to the squad in National Battleground. What the generals were most happy about was that the victory was so convincing that it seemed like a bunch of ace players had been taking on bronze-level noobs. That meant that in the actual ace lobby, the World Games, this team at least had a shot at victory. Many voiced their concerns that Yum was useless in the squad even after knowing his buffing nature. It was petitioned that the issue be brought up to the team members and let them decide. Ethan remained silent on the matter. Yum was not one of his introduced players. He knew the secret behind his character. However, even he felt that maybe a mage or a tank could be a better fit for the team overall. But still he kept quiet about the issue, as he felt that Rudra was a better judge. If he would have felt that a change was needed, he would probably ask for it himself. Chapter 254. The full dive pods arrive. Rudra logged out of the VR helmet. He took a shower, and the moment he closed his eyes under the water, scenes from the game he played went through his mind. This was the problem with VR technology. The bloodlust of mankind that was laid to rest by modern society. The primal instincts that were gone by living in a cultural society were slowly being brought back after killing beasts and men alike in the VR game day after day. Though the issue not very evident currently in the first year of the game. The crime rate for brutal physical assaults saw a spike in the world this year. Ancient sports like hunting began to gain popularity, and swords and daggers started to be produced in masses again. The rich preferred the actually forged weapons made by very skilled artists, while the poor purchased the factory mass-produced weapons. People wanted to get the satisfying feel of using the blade in the real world, as they felt inside the virtual world. Many self-claimed all-knowing YouTubers made bullshit videos about how to train in real life with the sword to improve in the virtual world. Rudra knew that this was partially true, but more false. The truth was that training in the virtual world was 3 times more effective to learn anything at all, as at that time only your brain would be functioning. It would fully soak every sensation, every movement, and commit it to memory. Learning swordsmanship in the VR world, one could become an actual master. Rudra's physique had improved after playing Omega. Although he rarely exercised, The calorie consumption on his body, by his brain alone, was terrifyingly high. Little by little, his muscles now knew the sensation of kicking someone's shield, while his arms knew how to pierce their hearts when they are thrown off balance. Never used it in a real fight, but every sensation was 100% inside him. And that feeling would only increase after the purchase he would make today at midnight. Cuber Corporation would on its online portal release the full dive VR pods. With 99.9% neural sync rate, it was a massive upgrade from the 95% sync rate helmets. The pods would feel exactly the same as the original body. The difference between real and virtual was only going to blur going forward. Cuber was only going to release 10,000 units today, and Ridra had been prepared to buy them all. In his previous life, they had been silently released without anyone knowing about it. However, they still sold out by 12:30. As Cuber's online site to buy VR helmets saw over 100,000 people traffic every day. When the news about the VR pods was out, it was sold out in 10 minutes. This time around, Rudra would just buy them all within 1 minute of release at 12 a.m. He would just hold the plus sign till it maxed out, and pay the total amount in one fell swoop. The VR pods were to cost about $100,000 for the initial models, and would cut down to $30,000 within 1 year. However, Rudra was prepared to spend the $10 billion price, and buy all the units at once. Ethan Gray was funding him, so this much was to be expected. What was the point of Ethan owning a 30% stake in his guild if he could not even exploit a few expensive items from the man? He knew that Ethan loved his money. However, for things like investing to improve his own business, he was never shy to fork out money. If the investment would improve the elites' gameplay, then it was worth it for Ethan. The Cuber Corporation would only put out 10,000 units once a week for the next 3 months. Hence, a very limited amount of total dive pods would be available till the Olympics. This was because they could not scale the production of parts properly without the price skyrocketing. The materials used inside were insanely expensive. Hence, the limited stock caused the slow release. For normal players, the sync rate difference of 5% did not matter at all. However, for professional players, it was a difference of heaven and earth. If their reflexes became just a little more sharper, if their movements became a little more refined, if their survivability increased only by a fraction, it could potentially turn the outcome of a fight for them. Hence, the investment was worth it. Rudra just smiled as the clock hit 11:59. He thought back to his times in the past life where he could not even have a meal 2 times a day sometimes. And this life, where he was going to potentially make a $10 billion purchase. How had the odds changed? He had dreamed about someday owning a VR pod. However, he did not have $30,000 even after the prices hit the lowest point. His dream would now be complete. When the clock struck 12 a.m., Rudra refreshed the page, ecstatic when the VR pods were indeed listed. Not wasting a single second, with trembling hands Rudra continually pressed on the plus sign. The number of units sign went up by a fast count until it reached 9,999. Rudra cursed. Someone bought 1 unit. Not wasting a single second, Rudra chose to pay for the remaining units. And at 12:01, he completed the transaction. Nearly 10 billion were spent on 9,999 VR pods. And Rudra was beyond ecstatic. He could not wait to see the expression on the faces of the guild members after they all were gifted 1 each. What he longed for so much in his last life. Now not only he, but his entire guild would have. And before the entire world at that. // The psychological effects of playing Omega for a long time have been discussed in this chapter. Personally, I believe that playing the game long time would change how a man views the world. But I'd love to hear what you guys think about the issue // Chapter 255 Capture the Flag. The second day of team event selections, and the last day for Japan selections was today. Many guild members including Karna, SMG, Johnny had their respective events today. SMG was taking part in 5v5 dodgeball, while Karna, Johnny and the rest were taking part in Capture the Flag. Karna was very nervous before the event. He wondered if the others would accept his leadership, whether his leadership would actually allow the team to win, or will the All-Stars team lose before even going to the world stage. Capture the Flag had the teams spawn at their respective bases equidistant from the central white flag. Each team spawned with their own team color flag. Red team spawned with red flag. Blue team with blue and so on. The rules of the event were such that the central flag was worth 5 points. There were 2 flag holes at every base. One where the team flag was placed, and one for the central flag. For every time a team retrieved a central flag, and it was successfully placed in the team's flag area, the team would get 5 points. After which the flag would respawn at the central location. For every enemy team flag stolen and brought back to base and placed in the flag area for 10 seconds, the team would get 1 point, while the team whose flag was stolen would get 2 points. Hence the battle, though named Capture the Flag, was much more than just capturing the flag. One needed to do both offense and defense and display excellent strategy to win the event. Which team to pick on? Which flag to go after? The forever mounting pressure to either get the top spot or hanging onto the top spot. It was a challenge of nerves. After every death, a player would not respawn. Hence dwindling numbers could potentially destroy a team's winning chances. A loss of 3 players would essentially cripple a team's offensive capabilities, while a loss of 6 members would force a team into dire defense. It was not far-fetched to say that this was the hardest event of all the events in VR Olympics, probably only equal to winning the 1v1 battle. The pressure could render a perfectly capable general useless. And this is where the true mental fortitude was tested. Karna was feeling it in his nerves. The pressure to perform. His hands trembling as he waited for the event to be started. However, his eyes were full of vigor as he looked forward to the challenge. This was his strength of character. With his back against a wall, he was the person who would fight back the hardest and never resign till the last moment. The invite did come for the event, and Karna accepted it. Inside the lobby, the preformed team banded together. Karna stood with Johnny English, Mediv and Kola. The elites banded together, and the duo Patch and Jean Mori stood together, while the Akatsuki Pain and Itachi stood together. King Spy and Mad Titan stood solo in the group. With a short discussion, it was decided that Karna would be the leader of the event. He was a top 10 player, and overall the elites had the maximum representation in the event. Hence, it was only natural that Karna was appointed. Noon seemed dissatisfied about this arrangement as of now, and hence Karna sighed in relief. His chance was here. Now the pressure was on. And it was game time. Meanwhile, SMG was participating in the dodgeball event. The description of dodgeball only mentioned that it would be the traditional ball throwing event, with a VR twist. Not much information was provided. However, nobody expected that the description was so misleading. There was nothing traditional about the dodgeball event, as it was dodgeball only in concept and everything else was different. There were no 2 courts to fight in a versus format. Instead, there was only one large court, where both teams had been spawned. In front of the counter were 15 giant cannons, as the AI explained the rules of the event. In the white court, anyone who would step even marginally outside the painted lines would be eliminated. No skills were allowed inside the white area. Only physical attacks without any weapons involved were allowed. Blocking an incoming ball with both fists and feet was allowed, while contact to any other body part spelled elimination. The 10 players would play in the same court and would be barraged randomly by dodgeballs from the machine. If you failed to dodge, you were eliminated, while you could also sabotage your enemies dodging by pushing them into harm's way. The contest lasted till one team lost all members. This group event was also in a 1v1 team format, hence would have multiple rounds. SMG needed to win a lot of matches to qualify for nationals, with so many variables introduced such as sabotaging enemies, and multiple cannons randomly shooting dodgeballs. The difficulty of the event was sky high. This would be a tough challenge for a skilled player with good reflexes like SMG, as even the slightest slip up would spell death. This game was made for those who had the utmost concentration and overall environmental awareness. It was a game made for naturally talented players with extremely agile classes. Dives, assassins and rangers were the only one who could possibly compete in the event, as their inherent build was based on agility stat. In the very first game, SMG understood that the game was much more difficult than it appeared on the surface. The 15 cannons had no rhythm to how the dodgeballs were coming. He felt as if the cannonballs randomly target players instead of launching random shots. Sometimes a player would have 3 or more dodgeballs targeted at their location, while sometimes you went about 20 seconds without a single ball coming your way. Trying to sabotage your opponents was also harder than it seemed, as trying to do so unsuccessfully lead to being eliminated themselves. Overall, it was a much more difficult event than it seemed in theory to play. Chapter 256 Conclusion. Rounds after rounds of dodging ensued. SMG and his team won them all. Sometimes it would be a breeze, and sometimes it would be a pinch. However, little by little the team's performance improved in the event, as strategies were starting to be made, and enemies were sabotaged. SMG himself started to do better. He was nimble on his feet, and started to get into the rhythm of dodging, although the use of palms and feet to defend was allowed. SMG did not want to use the privilege. Some games, he would be eliminated because he did not dodge fast enough, while in some a ball would just barely nick a body part, and he would be eliminated. However, game after game, the improvement was visible, after proper training and technique that made use of hands and feet. SMG would perform much better. This was just the kind of growth Ridra wanted in his guild members from the VR Olympics. SMG would come out of the event as a complete dodging beast. No sword would be able to catch his movement. SMG and his seeded squad finally qualified as national representatives. Meanwhile, in the Capture the Flag event, Karna had gone for the big central flag first. His strategy was to secure the 5 big points first, and then just broaden the lead right from the get-go. The team was divided into assault and defense. Patch and Jean Mori and Kola were defense, guarding the base and the flag, while everyone except Johnny English and Mediv was assault squad. Johnny and Mediv were the special force unit that was tasked to join either attack or defense as required, while their main job was that of a scout. The center was a bloodbath. However, Karna and the group was able to secure the central flag for the first exchange. While the team retreated, the swarms of attackers were held back by the Septual units. Johnny and Mediv. Mediv casted a earth spell and made a mud wall regularly in the path of retreat, while Johnny sprinkled spikes laced with poison on the ground. The duo made the life of the pursuers a lot harder, and gave enough time for the assault squad to safely retreat to base and draw battle formation. Now the 10-man squad at its full glory were ready to defend the flag until respawn. Although many parties were present, none of them recklessly engaged, as sooner or later the flag would respawn. However, the death of members could never be compensated. Hence most leaders chose to retreat and wait to fight it out again in the central area. However, there were always some brainless idiots who would choose to fight nonetheless. These idiots were slaughtered by Karna's team. The white flag disappeared, and plus 5 points was displayed at their base's display board. They were top of the leaderboard. With these 5 points secured, Karna knew that fighting for the white flag again at this specific moment was stupidity. All 10 members of his team were back near the base, whereas many squads were already at the central area where the flag had spawned. Hence, he chose to instead raid the nearest flag base of Yellow Team. In a similar attack formation, the 5 assaulters followed in a short distance by Johnny and Mediv, swarmed the 3 men guarding Yellow Base. The 3 were no match for Karna and other top 10 players, as they were cut through like knife and butter. Yellow Team's flag was then taken and given to Johnny and Mediv to take back to base. The assault squad was planning to go on to Purple Squad's base and steal their flag too before retreating. Johnny took the flag, and he and Mediv retreated. When Mediv noticed that they had pursuers on his tail, using communication magic, the defenders at the base were informed of this development. This is where Patch Mori showed his class as a zombie-mancer, summoning over 50 zombies. An entire unit stood guard in protecting the base. When the enemy closed in, they were terrified to see 50 zombies guarding the area, clad in armor and standing in formation. One could tell that they were not mindless monsters at all. Patch Mori showed precise control as the zombies surrounded and killed the pursuers very methodically. Johnny placed the flag in the base area, and after a while a +1 mark showed in the base tally. Overall, the Capture the Flag event was running smoothly, as Karna also came back with Purple Team flag. The team then stuck to raiding these 2 bases time and time again, till after their 3rd attack all the members of the base died. Unexpectedly, upon destroying a base, they found out that +2 points were awarded. They took back the white flag 2 more times, and solidified their overall lead at 25 points above number 2 position with only 10 minutes remaining. With all 10 members alive, it was a decent performance overall. However, it was far from perfect. A lot of mistakes were made, and the overall battle plan was not 100% efficient. Karna had a lot of learning to do. Unsurprisingly, at the end with a lead of 22 points, the team took the number 1 spot, and hence earned their right to become Japanese representatives. With this, the selections came to an end. All the event's representatives for Japan had been completed, and from the next day onwards only training would ensue. The final list of participants was published, and a training schedule where one would train at least 3 hours a day inside the training camp was mandatorily imposed for the entire month of November. Ridra was looking forward to this period. The government support towards development of each player would be at the highest in this month. Good skills, good sparring partners, good armor. Anything and everything would be given, as long as he needed it. Ridra had to only place a demand, and the country would do its best to procure it for him. Such was the importance of the gold medal for the nation. A total of 23 elites were selected in a total of 29 events. It was a number that made Ridra proud. His guild had a high representatives number. With the world watching, it was sure to leave an impression in the minds of all players. As a result of the announcement of the VR Olympics, the prices of commodities such as potions and blacksmithing items like armor and swords had skyrocketed. Epic and above-rated items were selling at the prices of real-world islands. as countries were paying insane amounts of money to procure anything that could be helpful to the players. Some items were forced off from low-level players, while some items were stolen from others. But as long as it helped the players, the country would sully their hands and make sure that they got it for the players. Mithun Ambani spent a fortune on acquiring good equipment for his people. He spent billions of dollars this time around, and only chose from the best of the best. However, contrary to his situation, the elite's lifestyle guild was bathing in money. The potion-selling business had seen them selling a single advanced mana potion for 500 coins, and still the stock would sell out every day. The guild was making more money than it ever imagined as profit margins for products stopped making sense after a while. 500% margin, 600% margin. Yet they would sell out the moment they were put for sale. Being a 30% owner of the guild, Ethan Gray was actually making money every day, contrary to Mithun losing every day, even though Ethan was literally spending more money on the elites. The $10 billion equipment, the VR pods, had just been delivered to the upside, and as Rudra was still inside the game, one unit was carefully installed in his room and one in his office. As they awaited further instructions, it seemed like the gears were turning at a faster speed than ever. Real-world crime saw a spike as the knowledge that some friend posses a rare item worth big money motivated people to commit crime to extort money. The governments of various countries were aware of this development. However, with the Cuber Corporation being in charge of the future VR Olympics event, no country wanted to take action just 1 month prior to the event. The hype within the general public was insane about the VR Olympics. The growing popularity of Omega saw many viewers following Omega News daily. With the Olympics drawing closer, it was a world attraction now, as analysis about the various events and various participants was made daily. Although not every country made their list of participants public, as that would be a very dumb move, to let the world know your opposition ahead of time and let them prepare for it. Some big names did personally reveal their participation in certain events. Some just wanted the attention, while some were bluffing about their involvement. Either way, the media tried to interview all potential participants. Only 1 month remained till the start of VR Olympics. All teams were made, and training had started for them all. After this single month, at the VR Olympics, the fate of each country would be at the hands of a certain few players. // First of all, congratulations to us for getting 8th in golden tickets last month, and hence getting the honor. I would like to announce a little change to the writing structure of my chapters. I have decided to change my 1,000 words chapters into 1,400 1,600 word chapters this month forward. // Chapter 257, The Grind. Rudra set a very tight schedule for himself for the next 1 month. Ethan Gray had built a mega university inside the Upside, the Elite Academy, within 3 weeks' time. He had spent a fortune to speed up the project, and the facility was 90% functional. The Academy had state-of-the-art training grounds that could possibly be used to train MI6 agents. When Rudra was reported about the matter, he was overjoyed as he told Ethan that he was right on time with the project completion. Rudra had made a very tight training regime that everyone participating in the VR Olympics had to mandatorily follow, while to other elites it was optional. Should they choose to join the training, they could. The regime would be a harder version of what Rudra was planning to give to Academy students that would enroll after the VR Olympics. The training time for VR Olympics for Japan was between 4-7 p.m. daily. Hence Rudra first assigned the 4-9 slot for VR training. Even after the mandatory 3-hour training was over, Rudra wanted to personally oversee the training of the other members, check their growth, and guide them at what areas they could improve on. The members who were participating in the VR Olympics were all the core strength of the guild. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the guild was a house, they were the pillars on whom the guild was built. The sturdier these pillars were, the taller the building would rise. Rudra's regime started 7 a.m. in the morning. The first session was physical training. Everyone was to gather at the Elite Tower at 7 a.m. sharp every morning, and from there the 4 kilometers jogging would start towards the university. The purpose of the jog was to warm the body up before the coming exercise, as well as develop cardiovascular strength. During the jog, Rudra asked them to run behind him in files of 3 and follow his lead in stretching exercises while jogging. Rudra expected a 20-minute jog to reach the university. After a small water break, the real hellish training would start. Everything ranging from weight training to conditioning to isometric exercises would be compulsory for all members, with personal coaches supervising every member. This would last for 1 hour until 8:25 a.m., following which the members would alternatively do reflex training/weapons training. Sword wielders would be made to train with swords. Heavy sword wielders would be made to learn heavy sword fighting. Archers would be made to do bow training, etc. A professional coach would train the members about the basics and foundation of each of the weapons they chose to wield, but would make sure not to change the overall style they fought with in-game. The purpose of the training was just to broaden the horizons about the actual use of the weapon. This training session would last 1.5 hours till 11 a.m., while the last session of the day would be martial arts training. Everyone irrespective of the class would be made to train in very basic hand-to-hand martial arts and internal energy flow techniques. Rudra did not expect anyone to become martial arts prodigies. However, he knew for a fact that the martial arts would help the players in more than one difficult situation. This session would last 1 hour till 12. Then a short lunch break session at the university would be made daily where diet by expert nutritionists would be served tailor-made for each member. The food would be rich in protein and other essential vitamins and minerals. That would ensure that the training's effects on the body would be maximum. This would last up till 12:30 exact. Rudra was happy with this arrangement. At 12:30 the team would then enter the virtual world and go together on dungeon runs and leveling sprees. Rudra would only go for dungeons that he was sure to clear under 3 hours, as the 4 p.m. training was of paramount importance. In the next month Rudra wanted each player to increase their strength as much as possible. He would personally oversee their training and help them with the stat distribution after each level up, depending on what event they were participating in and what skill they lacked. Rudra wanted to help them accordingly. Rudra's goal was to level up once every 3 days, hence gain a total of 10 levels before the Olympics start. While for those that would take the tier promotion test, Rudra reserved 1 free day in his month-long calendar. For the tier promotion exam, Rudra did not want a single elite to go into the Olympics as a tier 1 player. And although he was the only tier 2 player in the guild as of now, he would change that in the coming month. Rudra sat down and wrote at least 20 quests that he remembered that would give decent equipment as reward, and posted it on the task board. For the first time since the guild's establishment, the guild task board was full of missions. While the government would do their best to support every player's equipment needs, Rudra liked to depend on himself first. He knew that a very brutal month was ahead of the elites. The next 4 weeks would be hell for them. However, he had a strong belief that only through this could the guild truly stand strong at the world stage. Rudra, in an extremely sly move, then decided to call a guild meeting the very day inside the guild hall of the elite's tower in the real world. The guild meetings were only held at important occasions, hence it was always a full attendance event. Rudra took the stage and looked across at the cheery room. Then Rudra gave the audience a very kind smile. Those who did not know Rudra too well thought that the guild leader's heart was warm seeing all the guild members, and that he was happy. However, Fatty Kailash and Karna had chills down their spine. They knew that this was the smile Rudra gave to his enemies on the battlefield when something disastrous was about to happen to them. They had a bad premonition about today's meeting. They gulped their saliva and prayed that their intuition was wrong. Rudra said, "Guild members, today I have a gift for all of you." Cheers broke out in the entire room. It was gifting season. Rudra continued, "I know most of you are religious followers of the news about Omega. Hence it is not a secret to you guys. Cuber Corporation released the VR pods with a sync rate of 99.99%. A full 4.99% better than the helmets we use." Poison Toad Gamakichi said, "Yes, the pods can also help you play Omega for much longer. It is said that with the nutritional bottles filled to the brim, it can give you 1 week of full dive without the need to log out. Unfortunately, it got sold out the minute it was launched, and no news have been released about new stock." Murmurs began to spread in the room. Most had heard about the miraculous full dive pods. However, sadly, they had been sold out. Rudra said, "Well, of course they would be sold out. Out of the 10,000 units, I bought 99.99 of them, so yeah." Silence. Utter silence held the room, followed by a deafening cheer. Rudra laughed. He said, "Yes, my gift to you all is the VR pods. Every single elite gets one." The cheering went on and on. Things like, "You are the best guild leader ever. Thank you, Guild Master. We love you, Guild Master. Joining the elites was the best decision of my life. I will follow him to death," could be heard spoken from the crowd. Karna raised an eyebrow. This was indeed good news. Perhaps his intuition was wrong. Maybe Rudra did only have joy to share today. He was very pumped about the VR pods. He knew he would improve a lot with it. SMG was over the moon. The 5% extra sync rate would change heaven and earth for the guy in the dodgeball event. The dodging was already too close. If his reflexes improved even a little more, it would be a huge help. Fatty Kailash, however, remained unconvinced. He knew Rudra for the longest time, until he knew his friend. This was his typical honey trap. He remained skeptical of Rudra's true intentions, and his intuition was indeed correct, as Rudra was a devil waiting to bare his fangs. Chapter 258: The Grind. Rudra said, well, this is what I love about the guild. The energy, the passion, the drive to improve. The guild supports that ambitions for each member. And each member supports the ambition of the guild. Nods and shouts of approval could be heard from throughout the crowd. They agreed with Rudra's words. Fatty's bad feeling intensified. This was turning out to be worse than he expected. Rudra was in Shikuni mode right now. He was manipulating the crowd. Rudra continued, the biggest stage of them all awaits us all, guys. It's no secret at this point, you all. Many guild members have made it to the world stage. The VR Olympics awaits. Cheers were heard throughout the crowd, as glances were being slided towards all selected members, who felt all warm in their stomachs from the attention. Some rubbed their noses, as boys usually do when they are embarrassed, while some tried to set their hair. Rudra continued, to those who have the opportunity to represent the guild in Japan at the world stage. I want to ask you, do you want to win? Silly me. Of course, every elite wants to win. That's a stupid question to ask. However, the next question is serious. Do you think your current strength is enough? Silence spread through the crowd, as everyone contemplated that question. Then a slow, no, was heard. Rudra smiled and said, good. Step 1 is clear. Nobody here is delusional. So the question is, do the elites have the spirit to improve? Sir, yes, sir. A shout could be heard from the crowd. Rudra said, good, good. That's what I expect from my members. Well, to be honest, even me myself am not strong enough to win in all the events I'm taking part in. However, I will be spending the next 1 month training like a madman, and be the best I can be before the event. Low murmurs could be heard everywhere. The members were all low-key bragging outside that their guild master was the undisputed #1 player in Japan. And here, he was unsure about his own medal chances. Everyone had seen him fight, and nobody had doubts that the guild master was a freak amongst the freak guild true elites. If he said he needed training, then they all needed it more than him. Rudra said, I have heard that training collectively will be more helpful than training solo. Hence, I would like to ask the Olympics participants, will you train with me? The VR Olympics participants replied in a heartbeat. Yes. All except Fatty Kalash, who was sweating buckets by now. He knew what training with Rudra meant. When they were in high school, Rudra was mostly a laid-back person who was least interested in studies. However, once a guy in 8th grade provoked Rudra that his science project was dumb. That time Rudra and Fatty Kalash were science partners, and under Rudra's madness, they spent 20 hours daily for the next 7 days on making a fire protection drone. They won the gold medal in science fair that year. It was the event that brought the duo as best friends. However, Rudra's madness was still embedded in Fatty's mind. Those continuous hours of work still have him nightmares. He had never studied so much even for his university exams, as much as Rudra had forced him to work in those days. And now Rudra was giving him that same maniacal vibe. The one where he would mostly make everyone present train like hell. And the innocent guild members would not even notice that they had been dragged into the hellish regime until it was too late. Rudra continued. Good. Good. Training starts tomorrow morning sharp at 7 a.m. We assemble below the guild tower. Come in jogging shorts and running shoes and overall workout gear. The training is compulsory for all Olympics participants. The guild members were in high spirits. The VR members solemnly swore to be sharp on time tomorrow. Rudra then continued. For those members who did not make it to the Olympics, I think you should realize by now that you need to develop more than those who did qualify. This statement is not to cause a divide or to say that some of us are better than other. No. All of us are equals in the guild. But it is undeniable fact that some of us got selected but some of us did not. For you all, I think the training is a good regime to shorten the gap. Don't you think so? Everyone had fire in their eyes now. Compared to normal players. Yes, they were better. But when everyone in the guild was too talented, one needed to put extra effort to stand out. Someone said, I will join the training guild master. Then a second one said it. Then a third, and soon everyone was roaring to join the training. Rudra smiled heavily. He had made everyone here voluntarily accept the training. Now was the time to strike the hammer while the iron was hot. Rudra said, the training will be very harsh. It's not for the weak of will. This just insulted the elite's members, who burned with even more passion. Who does guild leader think they were? They had wills as strong as Mount Tai. Their resolves unshakable. Fatty Kalash's eye twitched. Only he understood what awaited the mass. The training would most likely be more brutal than a man could handle. And these innocent guild members were fooled into going into it with passion. He meekly asked Rudra, can I not do it? Rudra looked at Fatty and gave him an evil smile. You are taking part in the VR Olympics, no? It's compulsory for you. Rudra then gave him a cold glare. Goosebumps. Fatty was scared. His friend was too terrifying at times. Seems like his fate was sealed. Of everyone present, the most determined person was Naomi. She had the most drive to improve, and she made a resolve that she would make most of the training camp to improve, and to finally become someone capable of becoming an elder in the guild. Maybe then Ridra would finally notice her. Her passion burned the brightest, as she vowed to not quit training midway, no matter how tough the training would get. The overall atmosphere was such. Ridra had expertly manipulated the crowd. Most won't be feeling this way by tomorrow night. However, by then it would be too late. Nobody could afford to be quitters. Through sheer peer pressure, they would be forced to endure the hell daily. The trap had been set up expertly, and there was no escaping now. The real fun would begin 7 a.m. tomorrow. Amongst all the clamor, Karna finally asked Ridra, after walking up to him, that what exactly was the training regime going to be? And why is training in real life a part of it? Ridra looked at Karna and said, "Patience, buddy. You will find out tomorrow morning, no? I have a surprise for you guys. I'm sure you will all enjoy." Karna raised an eyebrow, but eventually nodded. The next morning was hardly a few hours away. He would find out soon enough anyway. Giving a light bump on Ridra's shoulders, Karna took his leave. He wanted to sleep early to make sure he had enough energy tomorrow. Ridra commended this action of his, as yes, he would need every single ounce of that energy tomorrow. Chapter 259 Training. At 7 a.m. sharp the next morning, about 1,500 people had gathered under the elite tower. It was a sight to behold. 1,500 people in their jogging clothes shivering in the morning cold. Ridra was also sharp on time at 7 a.m. as he wore black sports jacket and matching tracks with neon orange strap. As he spoke, the air coming out of his mouth turned into vapor because of the moisture. He said, "Good to see you all. We will now jog in files of 10 people. I will lead. Follow my lead to the training grounds. Make way if any car needs to pass. Though I doubt it will be the case so early in Upside." The crowd quickly arranged themselves into files of 10. 150 neat files were made. Ridra started a light jog and said, "The jog is very light. I control the pace. I want Noon to fall out of the file, or quit midway. Is that clear?" A loud "Yes, sir," was heard from the crowd. Ridra slowly but surely increased the pace. 70% of the crowd was out of breath after the 5-minute jog. Their breathing now ragged as they were pretty much completely drained of stamina. This was pathetic considering they were literally one of the strongest players in Hazel Grove Kingdom. Ever since the start of the digital age, after about early 2000s, men stopped doing physical activity like before. Machines and robots made lives simpler, and hence the overall fitness of humans saw a significant degrade. So much so that as of 2080, compulsory physical education was introduced in curriculum all across the world, where physical training had to be mandated on students. Even so, it was undeniable that this generation was very unfit compared to the ancestors who plowed the fields and used handheld tools to do manual labor. The ones who were unaffected were SMG and his 300 assassin colleagues. They were trained in physical activities since a very young age, and hence had excellent cardiovascular strength. For them, this training was a walk in the park. Karna was also faring relatively well, as he was someone who regularly hit the gym. However, even he was more of a weight training guy than a cardio guy, hence his breathing rhythm had become unsteady. Skyla, Bo and Johnny were also faring well. They were also trained mercenaries, and physical conditioning of their bodies was excellent. What shocked Ridra, however, was Neatwit. Neatwit was half dead at this point, making grunting noises as he ran. Looking at his lean body, Ridra assumed he would be fit. However, that was not the case at all. However, the one who fared the worst was Fatty Kalash. He could not walk steady in a file any longer as he bumped into everyone. He had no motor coordination, and no balance anymore. He was way past his limit. Any moment now, he would just curl up his fat body into a ball and start rolling instead of running. Ridra had no sympathy for his fat friend though. His psychology had changed ever since his mother died to disease in his past life. He now knew that body was man's greatest asset, and it should be worshipped. He hoped to get Fatty Kalash into shape in this next month. The fatty did not take care of his body, and later in life his overweight would cause him severe health problems. Hence, it was better that Ridra showed no mercy now, for him to have a better future later. Ridra dropped in the first file for a moment, leaving the lead, as he wrapped his arm around Fatty Kalash. He gave his friend a momentary balance and support through his ragged breathing. Fatty said, "I can't." Ridra patted him on the back and said, "Drop out, and your training will be 5 times harder. I'd personally see you to hell. Only 5 more minutes to jog. If you complete it, you get a 10-minute rest. If you drop out now, you suffer for the next 1 month. Saying so, Rudra went back to his lead position. Fatty cursed in his mind all sorts of insults. Even some extremely creative ones came in his mind as he thought about Rudra's words. Finally snapping, he said, F******** you demon. You're no friend of mine. Rudra tilted his head back and gave Fatty a very cold glance, his eyes full of fury. Fatty gulped a bit of saliva. His fatigue had suddenly disappeared. Rudra's gaze gave him chills. His body pumped out adrenaline like crazy as all sorts of enzymes were released to make Fatty forget about his pain and keep running. His body had activated the fight or flight response to extreme situations. When Rudra gave Fatty the cold gaze, Fatty knew that he'd better complete the course or he will really wish he was dead compared to the training Rudra would put him through. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he continued to run regardless. He felt his heart beating out of his chest, like it would explode. He kept cursing Rudra that if he died then it would be on him. However, within that cursing process, somehow, he did reach the training ground. As soon as Rudra stopped, close to 800 people dropped dead on the ground, while many had their hands on their knees, vomiting and coughing, gasping for air. Only 1,200 people made it to the training ground as a part of the group. Many were slowly walking towards the training ground. These were the ones that dropped out because they could not run anymore. Rudra expected that the training would be hard on the guild members, but he never expected that the majority could not even handle simple running. This was too terrifying. The guild desperately needed to improve on their fitness. Rudra had not even did the stretching exercises today in consideration that it was the first day. Looking at the situation, he gave them all a 10-minute water break. It seemed to Rudra that the training camp would prove to be much more difficult than expected for the guild members. After everyone had settled down, Rudra spoke. Ethan Gray has built this university. It is called the Elite Academy. It is where after the VR Olympics, we will run 6-month courses for high school and college graduates to make a career in esports. It is made with state-of-the-art technology, and the graduates of each batch would be guaranteed spots inside the main guild, with a good salary. This academy will be the majority of how we will recruit new members in the future. And the training regime we do today is a tougher version of what the students will be expected to do. Naturally, I want that in this academy the teachers will be from you all, the existing elite members. And I know that you all will not want to shame yourself in training against juniors. Hence, please give your best in these coming time to become a worthy example and teacher for the juniors. Rudra's words lit a fire under the crowd. They were in awe of the Elite Academy. They did not want the juniors to think lowly of them. They wanted to be a figure juniors would look up to. The spirits of the crowd returned to their body, as it seemed as if they were ready for the next round of training. Rudra gave them a dose of motivation, and just hoped that it would prove to be enough to go through the day. He said, "Alright. Also again a big thanks to Ethan Gray. He has flown in world-class gym trainers here and physiotherapists here, who will be individually monitoring each of your next training." About 2,000 men stood waiting in the massive academy grounds, who one by one walked up to individual members. This was the perk of having a trillionaire as your backer. The back end of running operations like these became so easy. Rudra only had to ask for things and they would happen. How will it happen? How much will it cost? Whom to hire? How to fly them in? All that boring stuff was handled by the Gray International. Rudra wanted to take full advantage of this. As the next phase of training started. Chapter 260, Training Like Hell. The second phase of training was weight and conditioning training. The personal trainers assessed each individual and their playing styles and chosen classes and made them work on the corresponding body part. If one was a thief and hence agility-based player, then they would be given lower body and flexibility conditioning exercises for agility and explosive power. The guild members would be given specific exercises based on their body type. If someone's hamstring was tight, then they would be pushed to stretch the hamstring under the supervision of the physiotherapists and the trainer. Then given exercises like lunges and squats to do. The weak muscles would be given strength first to give overall balance to the untrained body. Just like gym, this training will leave the body in severe pain and cramp for the first few days. So much so that even walking would be difficult. One would generally do it slowly and take their time to build strength. But that approach would take a lot of time. About 3-6 months. To complete it in 1 month, one needed to go hard and bear with the strain on the body. Rudra did plan to supplement it with excellent nutritional fluids and food and give a complimentary spa and massage service at night to all tired players to recuperate. But he would not announce it right now. Rudra would do everything that was needed to be done from his side. But he would ask 100% from the member side too. The strength training was not as hard as running for the members. As on the first day, with high spirits, they did tackle the exercises they were given. Each member had a personal trainer. Hence, there would be no mistakes done in technique execution and counting of sets. A member has to complete the sets as the trainer would be counting. They could not count skip even if they wanted to. The physical training was followed by professional training. The basics of every weapon were taught by professionals, and the guild members were made to practice these basics. The archer classes in the game who would shoot a rabbit from 200 meters away could not even hit the whole circular practice target from 20 meters away. Everything was wrong. From the posture, to the aiming to the power behind the string. While the swordsmen without their flashy skills lacked substance in training. Their sharp swords could not even cut through a bamboo plant clean as the technique was so poor. The members were taught from the very basics of how to hold a sword to how to swing it. The trainers trained the members in the very basics about how to draw a sword out correctly. However, due to time constraints, they had to keep it simple till the members got a basic feel for it at least. The last training was the martial arts training and the development of internal energy. The Chinese in the 15th century developed a very terrifying technique to draw out the innate force of human body to its maximum. That technique used a force called internal force to more than quadruple the power behind one's attacks. It was rumored that the most powerful and profound internal force masters could land a hit as powerful as 20 times the normal force. The concept behind internal force was that, during fight or flight situations, the human body showed extreme power far beyond what they could usually. If it was purely adrenaline, then it was not possible. But the reason must be a mixture of various enzymes and the actual untapped potential of the muscles. The internal force was a way to activate those enzymes without a fight or flight response, to strengthen the muscles and draw that hidden power. It was a very profound technique that Taoists spent their lives trying to achieve. It was believed that there were 5 levels in this journey of internal masters. The first was layman, someone who just knew how to feel internal energy and manipulate it to increase strength by a factor of 2. The second was a journeyman, someone who could manipulate it by a factor of 4. The third was an expert, someone who could manipulate it times 8. Fourth was a master, someone who could manipulate it with a factor of 8. And the last was a grandmaster, someone who could manipulate it with a factor of 16 or more. Up till now, the peak of this technique was achieved by a Taoist in the 18th century, who had said to achieve a factor of 20, which was an unprecedented level till date. The world currently had 3 known masters, and while some rumors about internal energy grandmasters existed, none were confirmed. One such internal energy master was Aaron Rothschild, the late father of Edge, who was an absolute prodigy. Edge himself has trained in internal force, and was a layman at age 16, after which no public news about his advancements were released. Rudra assumed him to be an internal energy journeyman by now. Jung was an expert in internal energy manipulation. As a monk, he had trained in the force for over 2 decades and had great advancements in the field. Jung was actually even better than the instructors teaching here, and hence personally gave pointers to Rudra, Karna and Neatwit, who were directly learning under the man. Rudra did not expect to become a layman by the end of the month. However, he knew that he wanted to become one in the long run. If one was incredibly talented, he could ideally break through to layman stage after a month of training. However, Rudra never put himself in the slot of geniuses. He started the training with 0 expectations and full diligence. The various Buddhist mudras and the ancient battle styles broadened his horizons. The modern man no longer used swords and shields and bows and javelins to fight. Every worthwhile technique was made in the 15th to 18th century, and every one of them was a priceless treasure to have. At the end of the training, the guild members were so dead tired that they no longer had the energy to even move. They were glad that it was lunchtime, as without that they would have probably died of hunger. The food tasted heavenly, as they were too hungry. They did not care that everyone had gotten different meals depending on what the nutritionists felt was right for them. They were just glad that they had food. Period. Rudra chatted casually with the members, who were stuffing food in their faces, as he offered consolation that yes, all physical exercises were done for the day. He also told them about the spa and massage and sauna and jacuzzi services that would be available for all participants after training for the day ends. The jester was much welcomed with a thunderous applause, as everyone wanted to feel the heavenly relief of the massage and hot water after this hell of a training. However, training for the day was not completely over yet, as they log into Omega soon. The leveling spree awaits them. Chapter 261. Time flies. After the lunch, Rudra took the crew out for leveling. Surprisingly, everyone liked this event, and were extremely enthusiastic about it. Rudra divided the leveling grounds between groups of 10 people, and gave them the target to clear that area of all monsters by 4 p.m. For those who were not participating in the VR Olympics training, They had until 6 p.m. for leveling, after which their training day would officially end. Rudra and Karna banded together in a 2-man duo to go for leveling, while Neetwit went in solo. The rest banded in 10-man groups as Rudra instructed, and went in their own assigned slots. Leveling together, Rudra barely increased his EXP by 20%. However, Karna had leveled up. He finally reached level 60, and the threshold for challenging the tier promotion quest. Rudra grinned at his friend. After him, he was the backbone of the guild, and his strength increase was paramount. Rudra took Karna out for leveling because he wanted to understand the mindset that Karna had currently, whether he was healthy and okay mentally or not. He understood the will and determination behind Karna as they went on a monster kill spree, and felt Karna's passion to prove himself in the VR Olympics. Rudra was relieved. Seems like his decision to let Karna lead a group match that did not include him paid off. The Capture the Flag event was one of the hardest events in the VR Olympics, and Karna was challenging it head-on. After leveling for a while, those who were in the national team got a summon to the training ground sharp at 4 p.m., and they accepted to get teleported inside the training arena. Now only the best of the best players were left. The moment Rudra entered that place, he went from guild leader mode to arrogant #1 player mode, giving a cold and unapproachable vibe as he went on with his personal training. Rudra needed no guidance. His plan was simple. Learn new skills and challenge the Beat the Clock challenge tower again and again, to assess his fighting style. Occasionally he would do PvP, where the goal was not to win, but to make mistakes and learn. However, never did he go all out. Never did he show half his cards. Even so, never did he lose a PvP matchup. Rudra requested for good sword skills, and was immediately offered an array of the best sword skills the government could procure. He chose the skills. Illusion Sword gives the opponent the illusion of a sword strike laced with killing intent. It is a feint that can help a fighter go right through an enemy's guard with a real attack. Suppression Art, a 5-combo move that is aimed to basically disarm an opponent of his base weapon. The first 3 strikes throws them off balance. The 4th makes the defender lose the grip on their weapon, and the 5th disarms the opponent. 3-point Stab, a deadly 3-point sword skill that gives 3 armor-piercing stabs to opponent in a very short duration. It is a good technique to deal with tanks, as the 3 strikes hit the lungs, heart, and neck. Any one part, if left exposed, would cause damage. Twin Blade Hurricane, a dual-wielder skill, can be used to attack or defend. A very fast and intricate movement of 2 swords that can destroy opponent's defense, or help create a 360-degree strong defense of the attacker. Restriction, dual wielding only. Twin Blade Cross Slash, a dual-wielder skill, can deal a devastating critical strike to the torso of the opponent. The strike deals 2 deep blows. It can be defended against with a shield. However, without a proper defense, this move can finish off an opponent. These were the skills that the government procured for Rudra. Each one of them was versatile that could be used in a variety of situations, and each gave Rudra a wide variety of moves at his disposal in a tricky battle. Apart from these skills, Ethan Gray paid top dollar to procure 2 skills that Rudra really wanted. Rudra knew these skills from his past life. One was a rare skill that he played with all his past life, the one that had gotten him through countless tough situations. His ace in the hole, Claymore, a devastating sword skill made to reverse the flow of a losing battle. Launch a flurry of sword moves with 200% normal power for a short while. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. And the second one was a skill used by one of the top players in his past life. Overhead Slash, a 3-combo move that ends with an overhead slash made to split one's skull, guaranteed to cause critical damage if the hit connects. It is a skill made to finish opponent. Effects, high chance to cause stun. Although there were a plethora of sword skills available in Omega, most were reserved for the swordsman class. Other classes could not get skills as good as the actual swordsman class. Rudra wanted one more sword skill badly, which was Flaming Sword skill. However, both Ethan and the government could not procure that skill. He had issued a guild notice for it. However, the chances of someone procuring it were slim. However, compared to before, Rudra had a lot of new skills at his disposal. And if he played his cards right, then this was a very versatile skill set that was perfect for a player like him. Now all he had to do was to thoroughly ingrain these skills into his fighting style and learn how to bring out the best of them. Hence, the Beat the Clock Monster Tower became his practice ground. He made a lot of mistakes, got killed often. However, his goal was to understand every move and their weaknesses. His mind worked in a way that he first thought about how to beat his opponent, then thought from the mindset of the opponent and think about how to beat that very technique. Then he switched back to his own POV and think about how to outthink the enemy in his own game. He was 2 steps ahead of every enemy in every fight. He was in control of every move. He was manipulating his opponent's every action without them knowing it. He was the mastermind. He was Shikuni. Chapter 262. After a month. The first day of training was hard. The second day was even harder. The muscle fatigue had finally reached the members, and they felt soreness all over their body. Many groaned and complained about why did they have to do things like physical training for a game like Omega. That had made no sense. However, when you see that others, even though complaining, are doing the same thing, you start doing it under sheer peer pressure. The elites were competitive by nature. Hence, when they saw that 5 of their colleagues decided to fight through the pain and go for training day 2, they did not have the mental capacity to drop the training and stay home. To them, quitting was akin to admitting that they were inferior. If the others could do it, then so could they. Hence 5 motivated 50, and 50 motivated 500, who brought everyone to attend training day 2. Day 3 was the hardest, where the limits of one's mental and physical strength was tested. However, 90% weathered day 3, and it only got smoother from there. Day 4 turned to day 7 in a blink of an eye, and the once hellish training started to feel routine now. By day 8, everyone started making it to through the first 20-minute jog properly, and Ridra started introducing the light stretches in the jog. By day 15, they now ran in disciplined files. Like military, a group of passerby would mistake them for an army group running with discipline. They were that much in sync, while their basic grasps over every weapon and fundamental of hand-to-hand combat saw massive improvement. The strength and conditioning training gave passive benefits to the members, as they supplemented their strength to do every other training. The overall physical condition of everyone started to improve. Ridra had everyone drink high-grade nutritional foods and drinks, and they showed their magic, as the innate constitution of players started to improve. Fatty Kalash lost 5 kilos in weight over the last 15 days, and was now able to handle the jogging with ease, even though he still continually cursed at Ridra. Inside the VR world, the leveling had gotten intense as everyone earned 2-3 levels in the last few days. Karna, Neetwit, Mediv, Johnny, and every other Olympics participant had undertaken the tier promotion exam within the week and were now tier 2. The overall strength of the guild was rapidly improving. Neetwit became a beast after reaching tier 2, even outperforming Ridra's initial selection record of reaching level 51. By reaching 52, it was a monstrous feat considering the stats disparity between the two. Ridra realized this fact too. Neetwit was a damn natural when it came to farming mobs. It was like he was made for this. Ridra spent 1 hour daily with his national battleground team, working on teamwork and tactics, and it was not far-fetched to say that they were a much more cohesive and stronger unit. The same went for Karna and his team in Capture the Flag. Many different battle styles were explored, and the team started to finally gel up and get used to each other's playing styles. At day 22, training started becoming fun for the members. They finally started feeling more energetic and healthy. While looking at themselves in the mirror, they could see the difference. They were hooked now, and Ridra need not motivate them any longer for this. The new set of armors and kits rolled in today, as the government got a level 60 Dark Gold warrior set for everyone. The government also gave a wide variety of weapons to choose from, all Dark Gold grade and a few epic ones. Ridra was not interested in weapons, and he was not satisfied with the level 60 sets. It was then that Ethan Gray started pulling strings, and got Ridra a level 75 Dark Gold Knight's full body armor set of 7 pieces. It rumored to cost him $25 billion, but he spent it in a jiffy for Ridra. Ridra was moved by this. He vowed to show its full glory in the coming VR Olympics. At day 29, the last day of training, the group was a beast unit now. Karna was always jacked, but now he looked completely shredded and ripped. His muscles that were once tight now had flexibility and explosive strength. The lean members had gained muscle, while the fat ones had lost weight. Overall, each member looked healthy now, and although they did not know about it yet, their reflexes had improved by miles. The results of this training would be shown in battle. Training never goes to waste, and someday, these beasts would show the effects of this training camp. The training camp was such a huge success that Ridra thought about making it a yearly affair. Ridra was changed too. Surprisingly, he had become a layman in internal force. He could feel the force now. His body had improved by leaps and bounds. It happened while he was training with Yum, while he was absorbed in trying to block his attacks in a sparring match. Within that constant state of concentration, he somehow managed to attain the first step in internal force, manipulating, and became a layman. Yum was very proud of his instructions. Ridra was a natural. He did in a month what took most a year. Even in-game, Ridra's techniques had seen a massive improvement. Now familiar with his new skill set, he was a much more deadly player to face. Everyone in the training camp knew this fact. In that 1 month, in 1v1 sparring matches, Ridra fought 263 battles with the score of 263-0. Wins to losses. Once luck. Twice and you're skilled. 263 times. It becomes undeniable reality. Unknowingly, everyone little by little started to accept him as the leader of the group, the representative of Japan and the #1 player. Even if he was cold and arrogant, they believed in him and rooted for him. He motivated them all to be better. It was as if they were reminded seeing him that the ceiling is so high. Why are you happy being so low? Only 1 day remained till the VR Olympics arrived, and Ridra planned to use it to get into the mindset of the competition. No more training. No more learning new things. Time to consolidate and focus on making the best of where he was. He called for his stat panel. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Class Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 75. Tier 2. Stats. AGI, 800 plus 400 VIT, 800 plus 400. Int, 800 plus 400 STA, 800 plus 400. PHY, 800 plus 400 HP, 110. 000/110. 000. Unassigned stat points shot. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, healthy. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven, Sword, semi-legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusion Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Class Specific Skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Mysterious Egg, Incubating, 178/200. He was satisfied with his stats and his skills. With these, he truly felt prepared for the VR Olympics. He knew the top players from his past life, and he knew how strong they were. Japan was a small country compared to the world stage, and he was by no means a world-class talent. However, he was for sure smart enough to be a world-class player, and had the skill to actually pull off a gold medal. He was nervous about what the future held. However, for the first time ever, the VR Olympics was not an event that threatened his guild. This was not a do-or-die event where if he failed then the elites won't have a future anymore. He had nothing to lose. Hence, he was the most dangerous version of himself. With nothing to lose, he only had the desire to gain everything left. Ethan Gray had literally did the best of what he could offer to him. Unquestionable 100% support. The only thing Ridra wanted was to make that money-loving guy feel that. Yes, he and his guild was worth every penny he invested. He knew the stakes for Ethan and Japan, and knew that if he could somehow contribute in bringing the nation to top 5, it would be huge for Ethan Gray. Even though Ethan initially took him hostage and forced him into giving up stock of his guild. His team. Now that Ridra looks at it, he felt it was worth every penny of stock he exchanged. The rapid expansion of the elites was only possible because of Ethan Gray. If the guild was not based in the upside, if the security was not so good, and the facilities offered not world-class, Ridra would have to face useless troubles daily just to run the guild normally. Scums like Nitin Advani and countless others would probably bully him real life to no end. His guild members probably turned into spies or snitches under blackmail. Day-to-day operations would be a nightmare. For all that Ethan had done, Ridra was truly grateful and wanted to sincerely help him back. And for that to happen, he was ready to pay him back in the VR Olympics. Chapter 263 Naomi. Naomi was the one who improved the most over the last month. Diligently training daily, she made sure to give her 100% effort in every activity she did. Her slender body was more toned now, adding to her allure even more. Her skin glowed and appeared much more healthy than before because of all the nutrition it got. Overall, she looked much more beautiful. However, her more noticeable transformation was about her in-game skills. From level 46, She went to level 58 in the 1 month. Now being at the average guild level, she had learned many mass heal spells, and was a valued member of the 10-man party that she was a member of. Her presence helped the team battle against way stronger monsters. The elites were always reliant on advanced healing potions, and the like on the battlefield. Hence never truly experienced the joy of having a capable healer in the party. But Naomi quickly changed that. They understood the importance of a healer who could help the team take greater risks. The thing with healing potions was, you needed time to drink it, and more time for it to show effects. However, a healer's magic was instant, which allowed an assaulter to just forget about defense and just focus on attacking a monster at the cost of losing HP without fear of dying. Naomi could insta-cast spells like Lesser Heal, Party Heal, and a stats buff spell. God bless us all. Her value was sure to increase 5-fold once she got to the tier 2 level. Rudra also noticed this change in Naomi. He could see her training diligently every single day, and improving as a player in-game. When reports of her brilliance made way to his ears, he was very happy. A capable healer would make an invaluable addition to the squad. Hence one day he gave lots of praise to Naomi. It was around 20th day of training, and Naomi was flush red with all the compliments. Her heart did a backflip as she felt all giddy and happy. She wanted to find Karna and thank him for all the advice. It seemed like being a capable member of the guild was indeed the way to enter Rudra's eyes. After that little incident, her desire to improve flared up even further. She liked being praised and valued by the guild and Rudra, and wanted to keep being that person receiving that praise. Hence, she started to work with even more passion than before. The training camp did wonders for her. Rudra spent November 30th peacefully in his room. He asked his family not to disturb him anymore. Taking a pen, paper, pins and strings, Rudra went old school as he started to make a mind map on the wall. He put every information in his mind on the wall. Every winner of his event, their every fight, their every opponent, and what all could he face. He was the most worried about the 1v1 fighting event. Beat the Clock was based on his solo performance, and his success or failure would depend on how well he paced himself. National Battleground was a team event where the success and failure of the event was dependent on the team, and not a single player to a certain extent. However, 1v1 was where he would stand alone, and in limelight of the world. He put information about the potential enemies, their fights, their hidden cards, the techniques they used to win, and the subsequent fall of those techniques and counters. Not every fight was memorable enough that he had a clear memory about it. However, he roughly had a sheet for the top 16 matches, with the clearest sheet with all tactics and moves being there for the top 4 contenders. For Rudra, who was aiming for the top, they were going to prove to be the biggest challenge to overcome. Hence, he started to mind fight his opponents. Based on the information he had, he tried to think about what moves could they execute, and how to counter them, how he could control the pacing of the fights, and how he could win hassle-free. The entire day, the only thing Rudra did was to mentally prepare himself for each battle. This was his biggest asset, and his advantage over everyone else. He had a plan for every fight. Not just one plan, but a plan A, B, C and even D. He had a plan for most moves they could throw at him, and a general idea about their strengths and weaknesses. He was not the strongest, not the most talented, not the smartest either. However, he was the hungriest for the win. He was a wolf, who wanted to stand tall amongst a battlefield of lions. The coming day was the opening ceremony of the VR Olympics, and Rudra was as ready as he could be. Karna tossed and turned in his bed. The VR Olympics opening ceremony was in 6 hours, and he was having a sleepless night. His mind was in a disarray of thoughts. Somehow his mind had formed a demon. Once was killed by Edge in the Battle of Purple Haze City. He was disgusted by Edge's scheming nature. However, somewhere he respected it in a commander. Maybe it was because Rudra was a scheming man too. When he heard the news that from UK, Edge was the team captain in Capture the Flag event, his fears had resurfaced. He was on a collision course with the man on the grand stage of VR Olympics, and although he was nervous, he was surely coming for redemption. Tomorrow in the ceremonial lighting of the torch, to signify the spirit of the games, as in the traditional Olympics, would be held inside VR Olympics as well, as the teams for each country would march in the opening ceremony. Rudra was the flag bearer for Japan, and Karna was chosen to be right behind as the plaque holder. Only 6 hours till the event started. Chapter 264 Opening Ceremony. Karna was not the only one having a sleepless night. Across the globe, businessmen, politicians, and countless players were undergoing the same emotions. Everyone had their own personal interest in mind, and although the common public did not know the complete picture behind the VR Olympics, they knew that it was a very important event. Moreover, with the popularity of Omega and the overall masses playing the game on day-to-day basis, the hype for the first ever World Games was incredible. The fact was only heightened because both dark and light faction players would be seen under the same banner for the first time ever since the game's origin. And probably for some time as well. Heated debates rose on the forums as speculations, predictions, and betting was rampant. After many pleas by the world media, it was decided that a group of announcers would be allowed in the VR games, for the purpose of commentary and pre- and post-match interviews. For the benefit of the world, the selected personnel were asked to share content globally, and not for the specific channel they worked for. The chosen mode of communication was English, but the AI would translate it to any chosen language. Meanwhile, the camera work was to be done by the AI itself, which would always ensure best angles and high-quality stream, which would be available for free across the globe. For all intents and purposes, this was the biggest event in esports history. A lot of pressure was put on the competitors, who now had the national pride resting on their shoulders. Virtual World. Purple Haze City. The next day, Ridra logged into the game, 1 hour before the opening ceremony summons. As he sat alone in the conference room, he really missed Ruby. He wanted to see her face. He wanted to see her smile, as that was all the good luck he needed. He reminisced about the chat they had in this very room, and smiled at the bittersweet memories. Gradually, the sadness in his eyes was replaced with a flaming determination. He remembered his goals. He remembered his path. To complete those goals, the VR Olympics would take him a long way. Knowing that staying in the room alone for too long would only mess his mind up, he decided to join the guild members in the guild hall. The atmosphere in the guild hall was cheery as usual, with the jokes and comments flying about the coming Olympics and the expected performance of the members. When River came, he was instantly greeted warmly by his colleagues. Not Sue Fatty Kalash anymore gave his buddy a wink, while Karna gave him a big smile. Ever since Fatty started losing weight, he became a much more confident version of himself than he was in the past, and had recently even got a slightly healthy girlfriend. It was a huge change for the man, who was now brimming with self-confidence. The hunger to prove himself in the VR Olympics was strong inside him. He confessed to Ridra that after winning he wanted to say in the interview about how he missed his girlfriend. Ridra supported his buddy 100%. He was happy with his change, but sometimes he missed the old clumsy Fatty a little. Karna looked incredibly sharp today. Ridra gauged that the guy was at his 100%. Ridra was happy with this change. Amongst everyone that needed growth, Karna was the most crucial one for the guild. Karna was the vice guild master, and even though he was respected and an invaluable member of the guild, he was not yet the complete one-man army guild leader that Ridra remembered him to be. Hopefully, the VR Olympics would change that. Ridra chatted for Yum and Neatwit for a while as well. The team events did not start until 7 days later, hence they still had time before their team event. The national battleground was on the very last day of the VR Olympics, and if Ridra's medal calculations were correct, it would come down to that event to decide the top 5. Ridra did not want to think about that event so early, especially when tomorrow, day 1, was the Beat the Clock event, and day 3 was the start of 1v1 fight, which would be concluded on day 4. The team events could wait till after that. Right now his focus was on his individual events first. But before all that, he was firstly the flag bearer for Japan in the VR Olympics, marching at the head of the entourage, with the Japanese flag held high. The opening ceremony was in just a few hours. Ridra was more interested in confirming the rosters of the other countries, as no country revealed their full rosters as of yet. Information was king in this world, and without information on your opponent, you are already one step behind in the fight. For Ridra, accurate information was paramount, and Japan had underwhelmed him in that area. It was not completely their fault. The security around the sensitive information was too tight to obtain. Even Japanese officials only had a single stream ongoing of the selections in an isolated secret bunker. The location was such that it was not connected to any Wi-Fi or internet or anything hackable. It was a safe house with only an input relay. If they were so cautious themselves, it was no wonder that other countries were too. However, Ridra already knew roughly the participants of each event. Now all he wanted was to confirm his speculations by actually seeing the squads. As he was thinking this, a notification suddenly popped in his game screen. It was a gold and black notification that caught the eye instantly, which read, "You have been invited to the VR Olympics opening ceremony. You have 2 minutes to accept the invitation, else you will be forcefully teleported when the timer runs 0. Ridra looked around the guild hall and gave the players that met his eye a nod, then pressed accept invite. He was teleported into the grand, the only, and what will be considered a legendary gathering spot in the future. The ceremonial hall of the VR Olympics. The Virtual Coliseum Arena. Chapter 265, Bonus, the Flag Bearer. Ridra accepted the invite and was transported into the Coliseum. The Coliseum was the stage for the opening ceremony, as well as the battleground for the 1v1 battle. Built like the traditional Roman Colosseum, where the Roman gladiators fought. It was a beautiful marble structure in its peak architectural glory. It housed a total audience of 200,000 strong. As tickets were sold with in-game gold currency. The tickets were sold at 100 gold a ticket, and only about 120,000 were released to general public, while the rest were reserved for various officials of countries. The Arab sheiks, the Korean dictators, the presidents of the republics, and the prime ministers of the democracies, all stood along with their respective government officials in their designated country booths on this monumental occasion. The atmosphere in the crowd was electric. This was the VR Olympics, and the world leaders were present under one roof here, alongside President Shinzo Abe. For the first time ever, Ethan Gray was present inside Omega, as he kept feeling his hands and pinching his skin, feeling shocked at how real it felt. He was impressed at the technology and marveled at what Cuber Corporation was able to achieve. However, his admiration for the game ended there. He was a businessman, and he liked the playground called the stock market. He was not interested in the artificial world. After 2 minutes' time, the large drum started to rhythmically beat. Trumpets were blown in between the beats, and a rhythmic sound of feet marching to the beat could be heard. The march had begun. One by one countries started to enter the grand structure, and inside the arena, the order was alphabetical. Hence countries whose names started with A came first. About 20 minutes or so later, it was finally Japan's turn. Ridra raised the flag, his arms bent at 90 degrees, as his posture was perfect and exuded his charm as a commander. Ridra shouted in Japanese, Nihonjin wa hidari kara kashin o hajimamesu, aka Japanese start marching from the left. Being a non-native, he had worked very hard to deliver this one line with confidence and exuberance. Upon hearing his command, the troops started marching from the left leg to a rhythmic movement of left right left, Karna being right behind Ridra holding the plaque, while the rest marching in files of 3. The Japanese national team entered the Grand Coliseum under the gazes of the world leaders. The pressure was real. The moment they entered the arena, sharp glares and discerning gazes landed on the members. An invisible pressure weighted on everyone. Ridra felt it too. The pressure that those in leadership could exert was not to be taken lightly. His palms started to get sweaty, while some in the file started having beads of perspiration form on their foreheads. Ridra knew he had to do something in this situation, as he said with calm, Yusashi Otoko, aka take it easy men. Hearing the group leader, the rapid heartbeat of the group calmed down, as they controlled their breathing to calm their racing hearts. When the marching group passed the booth where the Japanese president was seated, Ridra tilted the flag 45 degrees towards the president, while the others quickly gave salute, with one hand plastered to their forehead. The entire Japanese booth too was on their feet, returning the respect with a salute of their own. Well, everyone except Ethan Gray, of course, who was taking a selfie with the saluting group with his tongue out, making a YOLO sign. A thin smirk formed on Ridra's lips when he saw Ethan Gray acting like a goof. As his words rang clear in his mind, he knew what he needed to do. He was ready to take on the responsibility of bearing the hopes and hate of the nation. Finally, after about 2 minutes of march, the national team reached their designated spot. Ridra placed the national flag in the designated spot, where the hole was in the ground, and fell to second place in the file, with Karna now being the one at the front with the plaque of Japan raised high. Once halted, Ridra looked around in the arena, murderously glaring at everyone who dared meet eyes with him. The flag bearers of other countries had it worst, as Ridra looked at them as if they were worthless punks. Just like how the rich look down on the poor and the hunter looks down on their prey. Ridra mocked them like they were inferior creatures with his eyes and smug facial expressions. Not a single word was exchanged, but the surrounding teams already hated Ridra to the core. About 10 minutes later, the United Kingdom team marched in and passed Japanese national team. Karna looked calmly as Edge passed him. At first glance it seemed like a normal passing by. However, Ridra and Karna, who were watching closely, saw the audacity of Edge in full display. The guy had his middle finger propped out when he passed the Japanese national team, quickly closing it once they passed them. It was a clear provocation. Ridra creased his forehead. He was furious at the punk. Karna, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He would not fall for cheap anger. He would show his frustration in the battlefield. Just a bit later, Team USA passed by. Ridra was giving his standard cold looks to everyone. even though USA was an ally. When he saw Adam's eyes widened in joy. As his face looked like he was struggling to hide his smile, Ridra could immediately hear a brew in his mind. Just how Adam talked. Ridra facepalmed himself. The buffoon made him break his serious character. Ridra chuckled. What will he do about all the friendly idiots he might meet in the course of the competition? / A fan has written a cool song on Discord about the novel. The beat of the song is there in the Discord. And although I won't attach the song in the chapter, as it will cost you all an extra coin, I will add it in author's notes. So those of you that want to read the lyrics can do so. If you like it, please show appreciation in the comments / Chapter 266, the day 1. When all the teams had assembled at their marching spots after Zimbabwe completed their march, the Forerunner started his run with a ceremonial torch in his hand. The flag bearer was the right given to the person having the highest level in the game. This year it was the Irish Enigma Parallax. At level 82 he was 7 levels clear of Ridra, who had a 16 level bump because of slaying a dragon. That spoke miles about his strength as a player. As a comparison, the average player levels globally was 40. While amongst the strong elites, it was about 58. Even Japanese representatives and top players, like Karna and SMG, were only tier 2 level 63. Even the level freak Nitwe was not a freak compared to the behemoth Parallax. It was not a far-fetched thing to say that he was currently one of the best players in the game. His stride arrogant, as he held the torch. His body exuded the dominance of an alpha male. Ridra paid close attention to the man. As in his past life, Parallax was the player who won the 1v1 battle and the Beat the Clock challenge. Both events where Ridra was participating. Ridra was on an inevitable collision course against the man. Most would be scared to face the superior level player because of the stat disadvantage. However, Ridra was not. If the brat wanted to bring it, he would more than welcome the challenge. Undefeated and unperturbed, the man was high in confidence. Unofficially on the forums, he was hailed as the #1 player. Various super guilds had offered him lucrative contracts to join them. But he remained unmoved. Ethan Gray was also amongst them. Ridra, in his potential list of players to recruit, submitted his name to Ethan, who did try his best to recruit the guy. However, he remained firm in his decision to not join any guild. The Irishman lit the torch, as applause rained down on the man for officially opening the first ever VR Olympics. A Cuba official then gave a short speech about the spirit of the game and other typical boring stuff to which Ridra paid no attention. Finally, in the end, Gaia manifested herself on the podium, and with an unearthly divine appearance, raised her arms as she said, "I, the Overseer, declare the first VR Olympics open!" Fireworks started to burst with her declaration. The first ever VR Olympics had officially started. This scene was being watched by billions worldwide. In less than 12 hours, the first event would start. On day 1, 3 events were scheduled, which were Beat the Clock, Archery, Blacksmithing. Ridra had an event on the very first day. Hence, there was no time for him to focus on other things. After the VR Olympics was declared open, there was a 1-hour informal meet between all participants. The teams mixed with each other, as words were exchanged and players taunted. There were 4 main power groups visible in the arena. The Trans-Pacific Alliance of USA, India, Japan and Australia, the European Union, the African Union, and the Middle Eastern Union. Apart from these 4, there was also the big powerhouses Russia and China, and many solo teams. The VR games would see a lot of politics being played on the world stage each day. The medal winners would be invited in as alliance members, while losers would be kicked out of the union. The whole balance of world power would be restructured after this 15-day-long Olympics event. New powers would emerge, and old powers would lose their seat at the top of the food chain. Ridra met with Adam, who started his brew. That's Sue's 6 stories. He also met with the Indian flag bearer Granvoid and plaque card holder Aryav Hatta, and also with Australian group leader Morris, with whom he built a friendly connection. Ridra did mention his arrogant attitude, but he did not want to overbear on his allies, hence kept himself in check. The overall atmosphere in the Trans-Pacific Alliance was not bad at all. Adam asked Ridra, "Brew, what do you think of that Parallax guy? Yeah, he ain't seen nothing much to me, yeah. You bring punks like them to the hood, and they go in on 2 legs, but come out on 4. If you know what I mean," he said, bumping his shoulder into Ridra's multiple times as he winked at him. Ridra understood the pathetic joke, and tried to control his laugh, but could not as he bursted laughing. He then said, "He is the one with the highest level in the game. The pioneer. The one at level 82. He also has no guild backing him. A solo. He must be strong." Adam made a shocked face. "Brew, That's so sick, brew. How you know this shit, man? Ridra facepalmed as he said. It was declared 2 days ago. By Cuber. The flag bearer will always be the top level player every year. Adam nodded as he said. My brew is well informed. Ha 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 ha. Everyone gave the duo weird looks. As the only ones talking so loudly and laughing like bouffons in the entire place were these two. Ridra was embarrassed. But to everyone who dared look at him with a frown, he gave a cold glare, as if telling them know your place, ant. Feeling the killing intent in his eyes, Noon dared look at him anymore. Edge was up to his usual mind games. Intentionally he circled the silently standing Karna, jumping and trotting around him like a little girl. He wanted to maximize the anger Karna had for him, so that when the eventual matchup came, in his anger, he would make a rash decision. However, it was for naught, as Karna calmly closed his eyes and became oblivious to Edge's taunts. After a while Edge felt bored, as Karna did not give him the satisfaction he was seeking. He clicked his tongue and went on his way to annoy other participants. After 1 hour, all participants were teleported out. Tomorrow at day 1. Rudra, Neatwit, Fatty Kalash and Johnny were the participants for Japan. Chapter 267 First Event. Rudra cut off all communication with the guild members once he teleported back to the guild hall. Before going for leveling, he gave Neatwit a small fist bump and told him all the best for the coming event. Then he went off on his mount towards the leveling grounds. Rudra, although farming mobs, was actually just warming up, training his reflex and getting the EXP at the same time. He was getting in the frame of mind to fight hordes and hordes of monsters. Rudra had matured over the 1 month of training. Beat the Clock challenge was not about climbing the tower with the most speed. It was about going the farthest. He would not recklessly climb floors anymore. He would take every bit of rest he could get, his plan being to climb 1 floor at a time. Overall, there were 5 main contenders, including him according to his memory, for the 3 medal spots, with Parallax being a favorite, while Neatwit being a strong contender. Neatwit had disappeared from the game stage early, and in his past life, he never made it to the VR Olympics. Hence, he was a wild card. Apart from those two, there was a Bulgarian player called Hammerhead, and a South African player called Rabata, who could be potential medal winners, as they alongside Parallax were gold, silver, and bronze. When only 20 minutes time was left for the event to start, Rudra finally changed into his level 75 armor and full gear. He drank potions and calmed his mind to get to his peak condition. Ever since he understood his drawback about his reliance on excellent swords for his success, he never once used Excalibur, an elven sword, in training with silver-grade swords throughout. Now for the first time in a month, he took out Excalibur, an elven sword, as he felt the familiar weight in his hands. A sense of comfort soon spread all over his body. He was a Ferrari driving under 40 km/h with the inferior weapons. But the speed limit applied no more, as only 1 minute was left before the event started. Images of his mom, dad, and little Max cheering him on came in his mind. Then it was his guild members, and Ethan Gray, the ones for whom he was willing to undertake this journey. Finally the image of Ruby came in his mind, and the memory of the short kiss flashed. Rudra's heart ached for a second, as he could almost feel the softness of her lips on his. He missed her. He missed her a lot. Sighing, Rudra took a deep breath. His gaze changed to a determined one. He had remembered his reasons to win. For them, he could not fail. Then came the invite. Rudra instantly pressed accept. Just as he was being teleported, he heard a soft voice in his head, which said, "All the best." Rudra was perplexed. He knew that sound very well. It was Naomi. He shook his head and smiled, not thinking much about this, as he focused on the challenge ahead. Worldwide Media POV. // This is the Media POV. How people would view this event worldwide. For the next segments, wherever the commentators would be speaking, please imagine it as a third-person POV // Derek Ray. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Derek Ray, and with me today is the English commentator and esports specialist Lee Dixon, as we will preside over the commentary for the first event in VR Olympics, the Beat the Clock. Lee Dixon, thanks Derek. It's a monumental day. No doubt about it. It doesn't get much bigger than this. First day. First event. Who do you think shall win this event? Derek Ray. Well, the competitors are all gathering at the base of the tower, Lee. Let's take a look at today's competitors. The competition starts in 3 minutes time. Well, first and foremost, we have to mention the Bulgarian brute Hammerhead, a barbarian class player who charges in at the opponents with no care at all. Some may say he is more of a monster than those in the tower. Lee Dixon, I agree Derek. Look at those muscles on the man. He looks like he means business. Last known level of the man is rumored to be 62. Derek Ray. Talking about levels, Lee. Although 62 is impressive, it's nothing compared to the 82 of the flag bearer, and the current favorite to win this event, Parallax. No guild. No backing. Yet this guy is number 1 in the world. I think that says volumes about the man. What do you think about his chances, Lee? Lee Dixon. Well, Derek, we do know that Beat the Clock has increased monster levels the higher one goes. The advantage of stats would become increasingly clear once someone hits level 50. And monster levels hit level 70. Derek Ray. Well, he is the currently most picked player to win this event. However, we never know till it's over, Lee. There is also the leader of the infamous Miracle Guild True Elites, Shikuni, playing in this event. Lee Dixon. Well, Derek. The guy has the nickname of Demon of Death Valley on the unofficial forums. He is the flag bearer of Japan. The guy has produced so many against the odds victories with his small guild. You can never count the man out. Derek Ray. Absolutely, Lee. There is also his guildmate Neatwit, and the South African powerhouse Rabata. Both formidable players. This is going to be an interesting contest. Lee Dixon. Well, the countdown for the first game has started, Derek. 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 3, 21. Showtime. // a big announcement to make today. I'm very happy and proud to announce the start of my new book, Rise of the Dragon Emperor, on web novel. It will be a fantasy-based story. So if you are interested, please do check it out. Web novel has not yet vetted my book. Hence it won't appear under my author profile. You will have to exactly search it word for word to find it // Chapter 268, Ascending the Tower. Rudra entered the first floor of the Beat the Clock challenge, where level 5 rabbits were spawned. It was as easy as it came. Even then, Rudra did not rush to kill them all, taking his time to kill one at a time, without using any skills or wasting any stamina. 5 minutes were awarded to clear this level. And even though Rudra strolled leisurely, he had completed the level in 30 seconds. Even then, he did not rush to climb, waiting for about 20 seconds before he ascended to the next floor. Rudra was slow in his climbing approach, which was a stark contrast to the majority of the contenders in the competition, who were already at floor 5 or higher. Rudra had absolutely no troubles killing the rudimentary monsters at floor 110, as it was as easy as taking a walk. He had not even warmed up properly yet. However, on the ranking lists, he was dead last. Most had completed level 15 or more, while Parallax and Neatwit were on level 21. The feed alternated between all the participants one by one, but naturally the leaders got the most screen time. The rankings were also displayed in real time, as what players were on what floors was clearly displayed there. Currently over 4 billion people were watching the VR Olympics live, and this being the first event ever, had unmatched hype and fan following. The stream was being recorded by all nations, as the events were a chance to analyze the players and their combat prowess for later events and future reference. The skills they had and the hidden cards they held would all be displayed in the live stream. Currently on the live stream, Parallax was being shown with him easily wiping level 27 with his superior skills. Commentators POV. Derek Ray. Oh my godly. What a brutal slash by Parallax. That was a level 35 bull with high defense that lost its head clean. What power and precision. No wonder he is the leader in rankings, and the leader in climbing the tower. Absolutely unmatched. Lee Dixon. You are right, Derek. The strong will always forge ahead from the masses. Up until now, I haven't seen the guy break a sweat. Are we looking at a gold for Ireland? Derek Ray. Well, Lee, the Irish would definitely be hoping that is the case. However, the Japanese player Neatwit of the True Elites is not much behind either. At level 26, he is hot on Parallax's tail. Lee Dixon. Well, the Bulgarian brute Hammerhead and the South African player Rabata are at 25. Closely followed by Takuma and Kazuma at 24. Derek Ray. The one climbing the slowest is shockingly Shikuni, the leader of the True Elites, and the Japanese flag bearer, being at only level 14. The feed cut to Rudra SPOV, who was leisurely killing monsters at a steady pace. He did not seem to be rushing it at all, and did not seem to be facing any troubles either. Lee Dixon. Well, Derek, the man is clearly powerful enough to maul through the monster should he wish. I think he is just adopting a different strategy, trying to take his time before he can climb. Derek Ray. Is there really a need to do useless things like that though, Lee? It's level 15, not 55. Lee Dixon. Well, Derek, there won't be time to rest at level 55 now, will there? The tower difficulty would get tougher once one starts to climb higher. Derek Ray. You do have a point there. Lee. Let's wait and see if his strategy is holding any merit. Currently Parallax is at level 30. The twice of where Ridra is. Lee Dixon, time will tell Derek. But things are sure to get interesting once level 31 starts. Monster levels would then be between level 40-50. The average tier 2 players would need 2-3 hits to kill them. Derek Ray, yes however. Parallax is no average tier 2 player Lee. He is manhandling this stage as easily as he manhandled floor 1. The guy is a force of nature. Meanwhile in Japan, Ethan Gray sat in a conference room with the top officials of the country. Some analysts were jotting notes about the playstyle and pattern of other teams' players, while some were intently watching the stream. The overall atmosphere was heavy, as Noon expected Ridra to be dead last in the competition. Neatwit was doing well. However, the hopes of everyone, Ridra was actually the one who was the furthest behind. A general clicked his tongue. What the hell is that kid doing? Why is he so slow? Ethan chuckled, as he could not control his laughter. The general felt annoyed as he asked him, Hey, is there something funny about what I said? Ethan did not even spare the man a glance as he said, You are stupid. The general immediately lost his temper as he said, Why? You? However, President Shinzo Abe stopped him. As he said, The competition is not about going the fastest. It's about going the farthest. We know Rudra is our best player. Let's show some faith in his judgment and skills. The competition has only started, and he has not been eliminated yet. Ethan nodded. The president was indeed the leader of a nation for a reason. He was indeed smart. Ethan then looked at the general, a cold smile on his face. If you feel uneasy, let me play a game with you. I will give you $100 billion if Rudra does not get a gold in this event. However, if he wins, you run a cross-country marathon in only your underwear. Say, do you have the balls to accept? Audible gasps could be heard in the room. Everyone was shocked. $100 billion was not a small amount. How confident did Ethan have to be in Rudra to make such a ridiculous bet? They all looked at the general in anticipation. The general stuttered. He did not know what to say. But after a moment of silence, he said, We are on the same side. This is unnecessary. Many people clicked their tongues, including Ethan Gray, who muttered under his breath, inaudible to others, Scaredy cat, as he returned his focus back to the live stream. Chapter 269 Unfazed. Rudra was at floor 35. When the first participant missed to beat the clock at floor 50. Rudra, as a contestant, was naturally unaware of how others were performing. However, if he did know, he would have been very shocked at the level of performance everyone was giving. In the mock rounds, he himself only reached level 51. Hence without a month of training. It was basically what he could have managed too. It was to be noted that he had much higher stats and levels than the one eliminated. However, it was still a matter to be taken to mind. The world stage was not easy. Rudra, though, was unaware. Even when he would fail to beat the clock, he would only be teleported outside and shown his score. Only when everyone's challenge ended would he know if he won or lost. There was no benchmark to overcome. There was no guarantee that if you clear this floor you will win gold medal. Every floor you needed to give your best and hope that it was enough to win the medal. But the masses started to drop out in the 50s. Many contenders failing the 51-57 range. Meanwhile, Neatwit and Parallax had successfully completed level 59 and were heading to level 60. While Hammerhead and Rabata were going strong at 57. Derek Ray, another one bites the dust. Lee. The Scot could not beat the clock. Level 55 seems like the doom of players. 15 have failed to cross it now. Lee Dixon, absolutely Derek. Between level 51-57 74 contenders have been eliminated. The players find it very challenging to maneuver through. Derek Ray, well, we now have medal favorites. In the first place is the Irish Enigma Parallax. Currently at level 61. He is the leader of the tower climbing group. Lee Dixon, what a player Derek. This guy only now faces monsters comparable to his level. At level 61. Monsters between level 80-90 spawn on the floor. Will he make it to level 71? Derek Ray, we don't know that yet Lee. However, close behind him, we have the Japanese player. Neatwit. What about him Lee? The guy is barely level 68. However, his skills can put the level 82 Parallax to shame. Truly an excellent player. Lee Dixon, he is a favorite for bronze Derek. But I think the 60s will be his deathbed. In such a short time. To clear the floors with monsters 15 levels above you. Impossible. Derek Ray, what you said holds true for even Hammerhead and Rabata. The 60s. Who will go how far? How will clinch the medals amongst these four? It all comes down to them. Lee Dixon, ugh. I think you are mistaken there Derek. There are 5 contenders still climbing the tower. Shikuni is still at level 47. Derek Ray. My apologies. What in the world is that guy doing? AI, please cut the feed to player Shikuni. The feed changed from Parallax to Shikuni. The clock was ticking down. Apparently he had cleared all the monsters on the floor, and had about 30 seconds left till the clock reset. He was squatting on the floor, with his sword in hand, seemingly just watching the clock tick down. Derek Ray, he has cleared the floor, but is waiting for the last moment to climb. Do you understand the reason behind this approach, Lee? Lee Dixon, no Derek. Seems useless waste of time to me. Derek Ray, we will cut back to him if he makes it into the 60s. No point in looking at him, as it sits right now. Let's go back to Parallax. The feed cut back to Parallax. Rudra did have a reason to wait for the clock to reset every time before climbing. While it was true that it was beat the clock challenge, and the goal was to climb the highest and not fastest, and that it gave time to gulp potions and restore stamina. However, that took about 10 seconds at max. He did not need to wait 30 seconds for it. Rudra's reasoning was different. He understood the game like Noon did. His analysis was on another level. In the practice games, he tried rushing up the tower many times. And what he analyzed was, when you fight continually level after level, you get into a fighting rhythm. You enter a fight with a rhythm, and you exit a fight feeling more rushed, and into a faster rhythm, alongside the pressure of beating the clock. Your natural fighting style becomes faster and faster and faster, until it's no longer your fighting style. You become frenzied, and you become sloppy in fight. The tower is tricky. Some floors need to be cleared at full speed, while some defense-type beasts are to be handled with hitting their vitals, rushing and blind against them, while chipping damage would only cause difficulty in clearing the level. Rudra waited every time for the clock to reset, to make sure he did not get into a rushed rhythm of the tower, that he maintained his own fighting style. He took the challenge one floor at a time, literally, and made his mind reset after clearing every level. Every beast needed to be handled in a different way, and one could not be carried away in a rhythm. It was the doom of a player, unfazed of what the world thought about him. Rudra was only focused on what he thinks was right. His goal was the gold medal. The useless gossip before that did not matter. Meanwhile, Neatwit's POV. Damn it. Damn it. These monsters are too strong. 63 was the highest floor I have climbed in training. Is this my limit? Neatwit thought. He was really struggling to clear floor number 63. Only 1 minute remained on the clock, while 7 monsters were left alive. Neatwit's motivation coming into the game was different than others. Although he wanted to make his guildmates proud, his main goal was to look down on his father. His goal was to show Mbani that his bastard son was more talented than his real son could ever be, and make him despair in his choice to leave the twins. Fueled by anger, Neatwit went berserk with his sword. He was a person who was a firm believer that a man could be destroyed but not defeated. He would surpass his limits here and now. If he would lose, he would lose. However, he would not lose in desperation. He would lose magnificently, dropping all signs of defense. Neatwit went all out with his attacking. His HP took constant hits. However, he dealt equivalent damage. With only 10 seconds left, he did successfully clear floor 64. Immediately downing an advanced health potion, he charged into floor 64, deciding to go all out from the start. The world was watching, as Japan cheered him on. Rabata had failed to cross level 63, hence as it stood, Japan was guaranteed a bronze medal at the least. If Neatwit continued to climb, it was well and good. If Rudra surpassed him somehow, it was still well and good. At the very least, a bronze was guaranteed for the Japanese, as they had 2 contestants in the top 4. And the best case scenario that excited the people was, could they walk out with 2? // Do check out my new fantasy book, Rise of the Dragon Emperor. Search for it word for word, and you will find it in Win Novel, // Chapter 270, The First Win. Neatwit, after going berserk, barely completed level 64. And by a stroke of pure luck, he completed level 65. After 2 of his hits were critical hits on the monster, but failed to continue after level 65. Luckily for him, however, Hammerhead fell short of the clock by just a fraction on floor 64. With only 1 monster left at red HP bar, he failed to advance. That officially made Neatwit a silver medal contender, while a bronze was guaranteed for him personally. The headquarters watching the event went on a roller coaster of emotions. They became sad when Neatwit failed level 65, becoming extremely anxious about the advancing Hammerhead, and regretting about him not beating Parallax. However, the moment Hammerhead failed level 64, the entire HQ went into an uproar of cheers. Silver was guaranteed for Japan now. The very first event, and they had secured a medal. The name Neatwit was ringing across all Japanese TV stations. He had become a national hero in a matter of moments. To rub salt on the wound, Ethan Gray made a post on the internet tagging Mithun Ambani which read, "Glad to have such talents in my country." To general public it seemed like an exchange of barbs between two trillionaires. However, only those who knew the true identity of Neatwit understood the meaning behind Ethan's words. Ambani was livid. However, his legitimate son was even more livid, as he broke stuff all over the office room, uttering gibberish like, "I'm the true blood. I'm his real son. But he has more fame, more talents, and even more shares of the company than I do. This is not fair. Not fair." In his breaking spree, where he punched through a TV, he accidentally hurt his wrists, which were profusely bleeding now. And he started to scream, "Ag! My hand! My hand!" Ambani looked at his son in pity. And then, for the first time in his life, he regretted the decision of mistreating Neatwit and Naomi. They were his blood, and talented ones at that. If only they were by his side, and not the enemies. Now he was stuck with his trash of a son. Derek Ray, wow Lee, what a performance by Hammerhead and Neatwit. As things stand they both have won medals. Only 2 contestants left now in the competition, Lee Shikuni and Parallax. Lee Dixon, I think it's a done deal, Derek. Parallax is at level 69. 69. And the guy is still going, Derek. Miles ahead of his peers. The guy is in a league of his own. Gold medal no doubt. Derek Ray, well Lee, I have to agree with you. It does seem like insurmountable odds. But until it's over nothing is certain. Shikuni is at level 52 now. Still going up. Lee Dixon, with all respect, Derek. I'm sure he is a great guild leader, and a talented player and all. However, 17 levels. He is 17 levels behind. Damn it. If climbing 17 was so easy, hell, I'd be there right now. Derek Ray, well, we will find out in time, won't we? Oh wait. Parallax just cleared level 69. He is now on floor 70. The guy is a beast. Lee Dixon, what in the world, Derek? Unbelievable. This guy is unstoppable. If he clears level 70, then from level 71, level 90 monsters would attack him. Level 90. I'm not sure that even a party of average players can take on a level 90 monster. And he will fight it solo. Derek Ray, well, things don't look too good for Parallax though, Lee. He has 3 monsters left and only 20 seconds to go. I think this is where he stops. Lee Dixon, let's see, Lee. I'm sure the world is in awe of this man. Can he go on to level 71? The answer was no. Parallax could not clear level 70 and beat the clock. He was eliminated at level 70. Derek Ray, what a guy. Lee, what a performance. Gold medal as it stands. And probably gold medal it will be. Ireland must be celebrating right now. Their countrymen did them proud. Lee Dixon, well, it all comes down to Shikuni now. How far will he go? Can he clear the death trap called the 50s? Can he at least put on a valiant effort and reach level 60? With the world watching, he is the last contender for the first event of the first ever VR Olympics. Stay tuned to find out. Rudra was currently at level 55. He was seemingly having no trouble. His breathing was steady and his movements crisp. His fighting style was the same as level 11. No pressure at all. The monsters here were all level 70 and above. However, Rudra still took only 1 to 2 slashes to deal with him. For those who were watching Parallax for a long time objectively, although Rudra's fighting style was slower, it was clear that he dealt superior damage. It was not evident in the earlier levels, as everyone could one-shot monsters on lower levels. But monsters at level 70 or higher, and still maintaining that same standard? This was new. It took a minute for the commentators to realize this obvious fact, and a minute more to figure out the right words to say. As Rudra climbed onto level 57, the words coming out of their mouth became widely different from before. Derek Ray, you seen this, Lee? Shikuni just used 2 clean slash to kill that level 75 mountain troll. 2 slashes. Lee Dixon, my mind doesn't work, Lee. Shikuni is clearly not above Parallax in terms of levels. Even if we assume that he is at level 81. Which we don't know if he is or not. The level of damage he is dishing out is just insane. Derek Ray, well, I'll be the first one to admit it here, folks. Things are not over yet. Shikuni is still going. Let's see how far can he really make it. Level 58. Chapter 271, shocking the world. Even at floor number 60, Rudra remained focused and unfazed in face of a group of monsters that common players would need an entire unit to fight against. Showing the growth of his sword skills, he would now use the skills appropriate to the situation to turn the tide of battle to his own favor. Showing the full glory of a dual wielder, He would in a versatile display of skill change from defense to lethal attacks in a matter of seconds. His performance was thoroughly convincing. At floor 60, with 35 seconds left on the clock, Rudra cleared the floor, burying his sword in the ground below. Rudra squatted to drink advanced stamina potion. He focused on making his mind blank again. For the next floor. When the clock showed 5 seconds, he ascended to the next floor. Floor 61. Monsters now became level 80 and higher. This was now fights that were above Rudra's level range. Derek Ray, oof. What a performance on floor 60 by Shikuni Lee. Absolutely convincing. His skills are top-notch. But I think the key to his success is his high damage dish out rate. I think he has distributed a majority of his stats into his strength since the start, and it's paying off now. Lee Dixon. Absolutely sensational. What a high damage dish out Derek. That level 79 troll was taken down with 3 sword strikes Derek. 3. Holy Mother of God. What insane damage ratio. Derek Ray, who would have thought that the slowest climber would have such explosive strength? Can he surpass Hammerhead and reach 465? Is Japan looking at a double medal? Lee Dixon, definitely they are Derek. Just look at Rudra clear floor 61. Bloody hell. They are level 82 snow lions. A pack of them at that. And he is dancing between them wielding his 2 swords dishing damage to everyone. Derek Ray, the VR Olympics has just took an unexpected turn. The leader of the Miracle Guild and the flag bearer of Japan Shikuni has reached floor 61 and shows no signs of stopping. From floor 61, Rudra started to feel the heat. This is the levels where he trained to level up in the month-long training period. Every day at the leveling time, he would go to level 80-90 leveling grounds. Hence, these were the monsters he was accustomed to fighting the most. He knew their strengths and had spent a month adjusting to such fights. Hence, even though he could no longer maul through the monsters easily, even though he could not kill them with 1 or 2 strikes, he could still kill them well within the given time. Rudra used illusionary sword, and the snow lion veered left trying to avoid the hit. However, the sword was a feint, and the real one pierced its heart clean, causing a critical hit. With his one sword hand stuck in a lion, he was vulnerable to attacks, and a lion pounced on him to attack this opening. However, Rudra anticipated this. He sidestepped and delivered a brutal overhead slash, crushing the skull of the lion. Within 3 short seconds, in a sequence of moves, the tide of the battle had shifted completely. 2 of the 5 lions were dead. Rudra, now not that outnumbered, could hold his ground easy against the other 3 and chipping at their HP constantly. He cleared the floor with 33 seconds to spare. Squatting down, he impaled his sword into the ground. As he downed an advanced stamina potion, Derek Ray, hey. Are you seeing this, Lee? This guy is sitting in floor 61. As if he is sitting in a park. What a terrifying performance. Lee Dixon, 33 seconds to spare at floor 61. How far will he go? Can he topple Parallax? Well, one thing is for sure. He is a treat to watch. Derek Ray, I think I understand him now. I think he is a player who has invested a majority of his stats in his strength and agility stat. The other stats like intelligence, vitality, stamina, is pitifully low. Hence the slow climbing Lee. He is regenerating lost health and stamina after each floor through supplements. Lee Dixon, well, whatever he is doing, it's working for him till now. Because even floor 62 is not posing a threat to him. Look at him totally destroy those level 84 Berserk Rhino. Derek Ray, not only me. I think the world is in awe of this man. Nobody expected such dominance from the Japanese player. He is brute forcing his way through. Can Japan expect a second medal? We will find out soon. Ethan Gray was smiling ear to ear upon seeing Rudra's convincing performance. The command room's atmosphere had changed to a positive atmosphere. People had started to believe now. Maybe if it was Rudra, he could pull it off. However, what Ethan Gray was grinning at was different from what others were grinning at. Ethan was looking at the beautifully intricate trap that Rudra had laid. By squatting down after completing every level, and taking a stamina potion even if he did not need one at all, he had started to create an illusion of being weak in the stamina department. Rudra was not only playing for gold on his first event, but laying an intricate trap for his coming challengers, who would analyze his fighting style and make a counter strategy. How would they despair when they find out that Rudra's stamina was more than theirs by 2-fold? Rudra hid many cards in his climb of the tower, intentionally leaving openings in his defense and only showing techniques that he had shown before in public. Many of his new moves hidden. Rudra had started laying his master trap. His success was not a fluke. Every move was a part of a bigger picture, a bigger plan. And slowly but surely, the world, while marveling at his brilliance of fighting, was falling for that trap. Rudra was going to win the gold medal. There was no doubt in Ethan Gray's mind. Hence, when he cleared floor 65 and surpassed Nihwit and Hammerhead, and the entire HQ was cheering in joy that they won 2 medals. Ethan did not make a single sound. For him, this cheering was useless. He would cheer 15 minutes later. When Rudra cleared floor 70. Chapter 272 closing in. Rudra cleared level 65. And showed absolutely no signs of slowing down. Completing level 66. 67. 68 all with 20 seconds or more to spare. The world started to uproar now. The further he climbed unhinged, the stronger became the anticipation of gold from him. Parallax's level 70 achievement, that seemed untouchable up till now, was now seen as a fragile record that might be broken any minute. The world was watching with bated breaths. The allies of Japan watched it in happiness and anticipation, while the European Union, of whom Ireland was a part of, wanted nothing more than Rudra to fail at level 69, because they did not wish to lose the gold medal position. Apart from them, Mithun Ambani was absolutely livid about the situation. Japan winning double medals on the first day, with one being a gold, spelled trouble for him. His country's representative already failed at level 56, and hence the hopes of getting a medal in that event were shattered there and then, when the connection that both Nihwit and Shikuni were not only the representatives of the same nation, but from the same guild was made. A lot of limelight was brought on the True Elites Guild. The tales of them defeating a 7 first-rate guild alliance and other legendary feats became a topic of widespread discussion. This effect was only to increase with time, as more and more elites won medals. This was also a part of Rudra's plan. He wanted to bring glory to his guild, so that it would act as a deterrence against those who plotted against his guild. Derek Ray, only 2 monsters left on floor 69 and 40 seconds to go. Will he be able to make it, Lee? Lee Dixon, absolutely yes, Derek. This level is as good as clear. This is astonishing. Japan may be closing in on a gold with Shikuni. Derek Ray, it's Japan's lucky day. Lee, 2 medals on the very first event. What's more interesting is that both members are also from the same guild called the True Elites, of whom Rudra is the guild master. Lee Dixon, well, the rumor mill tells that True Elites is a guild of wonders. Shikuni built the guild as a gathering place of the best talents in the world. Only the true experts have the right to be called an elite. With the backing of the trillionaire Ethan Gray, it's quite notorious in Hazelgrove Kingdom. That guild, it has a history of seemingly impossible victories. Derek Ray, well, adding to that list should be Shikuni's gold medal today, if he wins one, because nobody thought anyone can even come close to Parallax. Yet this guy might just do it. Lee Dixon, well, about that, Derek. Yes, he can absolutely do it, as only one monster stands between him and the next level with over 25 seconds left. Rudra killed the last monster in the next 7 seconds, clearing floor 69 with 18 seconds to spare. Moving with his routine, he squatted down and downed an advanced stamina potion, waiting for the clock to his 5 seconds, refreshing his mind until then. Rudra had no idea as to what level would be enough to get the gold medal. He had to try go as far as he could and hope for the best outcome. In his previous life, level 69 was where Parallax was defeated. Hence, if it was the same this time around, then he should have safely won gold medal. But as nothing was sure, he would not take any chances. Rudra moved on to level 70, and the world watched in anticipation. Should he be able to clear this level, then he would become the first gold medal winner in the history of the event. Derek Ray, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. If Rudra clears this level, he wins gold for Japan. If he falls here, Parallax keeps his crown. Lee Dixon, what a nail-biting first event at Derek. I'm not even Japanese, and my heart's beating out of my chest. I'm so excited. Derek Ray, absolutely, Lee. VR Olympics is a very thrilling and entertaining event. I'm sure millions across the globe feel the same way as you do. Lee Dixon, well, what exemplary fighting style by Rudra. You have to commend his sword skills, Derek. He is the best dual wielder of swords foreseen in my gaming career. What precise control. What accurate movements. Derek Ray, well, players like him and Parallax cannot be judged by common sense. Even amongst all these world-class players who competed here today, these two stand a class apart. They are especially phenomenal. Lee Dixon, ooh, what a close call. Should Shikuni have been hit by that paw swipe, he would have been in big trouble. Excellent agility shown by the player. Derek Ray, but that retreat has got him in the middle of 3 fierce beasts, Lee. He is in trouble now. Lee Dixon, well, it sure seems like that, Lee. However, I don't see a drop of fear in the face of Shikuni, who is smiling at the beats as if telling them to bring it. Derek Ray, well, he was called the Demon of Death Valley once by players on the forum. That look on his face right now is definitely what a demon would have. Rudra unleashed a skill from Elven Sword for the first time ever. 10,000 swords was used, and countless swords manifested themselves in the air. 10,000 swords attacked the three beasts that were trying to circle on Rudra. It was a brutal attack as not a single part of their body was left unpenetrated by the small swords. They died on the spot. Only 2 more beasts left. With over 50 seconds left, Rudra was closing in on a sure victory. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job. The power stones have really slowed down, guys. We need to pick the pace back up. If you want more chapters, please support me with castles. There will be a bonus chapter for every castle gifted. / Chapter 273 First Gold. Rudra looked at the 2 remaining beasts coldly. He was not short on time. Hence, he was not going to show any more of his trump cards in the fight. He was more than confident of dealing with these beasts as a tier 2 player. Rudra charged in. He became the hunter from the hunted. The 2 beasts growled in anger at the puny human charging at them, however remained vigilant. Rudra took it to the air and landed Excalibur in the ground with a long bang. He used Earthquake. The ground started to tremble, and one of the beasts lost its footing under the trembling ground. It would prove to be fatal, as Rudra closed in on it quickly and made short work of the beast. Rudra impaled its neck with Excalibur and then enlarged the sword a little to cause more internal damage, while using the elven sword to stab at its heart. Before its friend could come to its rescue, recovering from the trembling ground and regaining footing, the beast had already died under Rudra's sword. Only 1 beast was left now. Lee Dixon, boom! The earth is shaking, Derek. The beasts can't stand. What a move by Shikuni. Unbelievable, Derek. The guy was hiding strength until now. 2 new moves only seen in the last floor. What more does he have in his arsenal? Derek Ray, a beast buckles. Its defenses are down. Rudra closes in for the kill. Lee Dixon, OH. He impales the heart and the neck with his 2 swords. No chance of escaping anymore. Bye-bye, beast. Derek Ray, the last beast, is growling in anger. 40 seconds left. Shikuni is in full health. Can he claim gold? Lee Dixon, I think it's an insult now, Derek. Can is not a question. This guy will probably kill the last beast with 30 seconds to spare. The real question is just how strong is he? Derek Ray, Shikuni, charges behind the last beast, who is on full defensive mode. Oh my god, what terrifying speed. The beast can't create distance. Lee Dixon, a deep cut on the abdomen. The beast suffers a sizable damage. Derek Ray, a cut on its legs. It's limping now. No longer can it run away. Is this going to be it? Lee Dixon, a critical hit on the head. The HP bar turns red. Derek Ray, a life-ending double sword thrust. He does it. He does it. He clears level 70. He is our champion. Japan's boy. Japanese pride. Japanese gold. Lee Dixon, never doubted him for a minute. I always knew it from the moment I saw him. He was my pick to win this event. While everyone was picking pace and doing flashy moves, he was taking his time to advance. Now he wins it. This is called strategy, this is called experience. What a player. Derek Ray, slow and steady wins the race. Lee. Time and time again we have heard this proverb. Now we see it again. The slowest climber clutches the gold. Lee Dixon, 2 medals for Japan. Gold and bronze. What a opening night. What a display of strength. Japan celebrates tonight. Rudra's brain stopped when he was teleported outside after clearing level 70. His heart beating out of his chest. He clearly had over 30 seconds left. He did not fail the challenge. Then why was he teleported out? Did he not read the rules carefully enough? Was there an overall time limit? Rudra's speculation was not wrong. But where he missed the point was that never before had the last contender ever won the gold medal. Gaia teleported him outside because him continuing had no reason. Had anyone else be still in the competition at level 30 or 40? And there was a mathematical probability that they could overtake Rudra somehow. The competition would not have ended. However, since he was the last contender, and he had already clutched the gold, there was no point continuing. Had Parallax cleared level 75, Rudra would have been teleported out after clearing 76. But since Parallax failed to clear level 70, Rudra only had to clear till level 70. Only when he saw his name at number 1 on the leaderboards did a sense of calm spread over his body. He did it. He won gold. Undying cheers erupted all over Japan. And the command center was in tears, and the high officials were all congratulating and hugging each other. Ethan Gray had a big smile plastered on his face. He could not stop smiling. This was one of those rare occasions where his blood was pumping, and he was moved. The only words that came out of his mouth were, "Son of a gun! That BA asterisk 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 asterisk." Although he was a firm believer in Rudra's victory, experiencing it firsthand was a surreal experience. A lot depended on the gold medals for Ethan, and hence, this medal mattered a lot for him. President Shinzo had his fists balled up tight. Japan on the very first event had secured 2 medals. It showed the world the strength of the Japanese. He was very thankful to Ethan for bringing such talents to Japan. He said, "Ethan, Rudra and Naman, they live in your upside, right?" Ethan raised an eyebrow. If the government wanted to move them out, he would absolutely never agree. Hence cautiously he asked, "Yes. Why?" President Shinzo said, "They are national heroes now. I will personally visit their parents and their houses to express my gratitude." Ethan immediately understood and he said, "Sure. Rudra has a family. Naman only has a sister and a step-aunt. You are more than welcome to visit. But I'd like to ask for their permission first." President replied, "Of course." While Japan celebrated, many were depressed at Rudra's win. But none as depressed as the silver medal winner Parallax, who stared blankly at the number 2 spot on the screen. His mind could not process his defeat. / bonus chapter for the gift of 5,000 coins by Pass Mimini. Thank you for the patronage, brother. If you all want more chapters of the VR Olympics, I am ready to deliver. 1 chapter for every super gift. Let's go, guys. You all can make me write 10 chaps a day if you wish to. And I will write it. / Chapter 274 The World Reacts. Parallax kept staring blankly at the screen for a while. He was stupefied. He wanted to believe that maybe it was a fluke. That maybe the guy had been lucky when he cleared floor 70. However, reality slapped him hard when he looked at the videos of Shikuni climbing. The guy cleared floor 70 with over 30 seconds to spare. He was in a league of his own. He was unwilling to admit it. He wanted to say that maybe that guy cheated. But it was not possible to cheat in Omega. Gaia did not let anyone cheat. It was overall a hard pill to swallow. But the truth was that if Rudra had been allowed to climb further, he would have easily crossed floor 75 at the least. Parallax was not a man with weak will, and such losses will not detract him. However, he did take extreme pride in being called the best in the world. Now he never said it explicitly himself, but he sure believed that way. Now, when he could not prove that he was best in the world with his performance, and that there was someone even better, it broadened his horizons. He understood that the world stage was much bigger than he anticipated, and that he would have to work harder to get the gold. Bitterly accepting silver medal for his first event, he swore to make a strong comeback. In the second one, the True Elite's headquarters. Real world. The elites had gathered in the floor 60 guild hall, where they had set up a massive screen. They were collectively watching the Olympics and cheering on their teammates. When Neatwit secured a medal, the crowd inside went ballistic and whistles and cheers reigned supreme in the hall. However, the guild hall descended to mayhem when Rudra won the gold medal. The guild members always knew that their guild leader was a strong player, but his performance on the world stage just showed exactly how strong of a player he was. Cool and calculating. He sure took his time to advance. However, when he did, he made sure to do it with style. The respect they had in their hearts for the guild master just went up by tenfold. Karna grinned wide looking at the screen. His buddies Neatwit and Shikuni had stolen the show with their first day appearance. He felt pumped for his own event now. He wanted to win a medal too. This was not just for Karna. Everyone in Japan currently felt this. Rudra's victory gave a lot of confidence to TE Japanese, who wanted to recreate more and more of his success. Ethan had long anticipated this. Hence, he wanted Rudra to change his demeanor, to make him cold and unreachable, so that all those who wanted to be like him would continue to strive harder. Thinking that the peak is too far, the Japanese and world media were all over Rudra now. From his birth to every notable event that he was a part of in Omega, everything was being broadcasted. As the show got good ratings, because the world wanted to know more about the guild leader of the True Elites, Rudra was invited for a small medal ceremony by the Cuba officials, who wanted to strap the gold medal on his neck. Rudra and Neatwit accepted their invites, however Parallax did not. Hence, in the medal ceremony, the Cuba official crowned the 2 elites with their medals. Neatwit made a V sign on the podium. Rudra raised his hand, his fist balled up and only one finger pointing at the sky. He was telling the whole world he was number 1, with Parallax not present. This photo was definitely going on the guild wall. Neatwit was not unhappy about winning bronze, but he was unhappy that the gap between him and silver was so large. He vowed to improve. However, he was genuinely happy for Rudra. to whom he gave a bear hug for his win. The two had a good relationship. Rudra logged out of Omega after the medal ceremony, as he wanted to lay low for his off day before the third day, where he had to participate in the 1v1 fight competition. For now, he wanted to look at Fatty Kalash and Sir Johnny's blacksmithing event live. As he walked down the stairs of his room, he saw his mom, dad, and little brother standing there waiting for him. His mom had tears in her eyes, while Max's eyes were gleaming in admiration. Father Rajput was happy too, but tried his best to maintain an indifferent expression. Mother Rajput weakly said, "Congratulations." Rudra went on and hugged his mom. He was happy that she was proud, but she did not need to stress over it. It was alright, nothing too big. Max tried to get between the two people hugging as he kept saying, big brother, you are so cool. I want to be like you when I grow up." These words melted Rudra's heart. Little did Max know how much his ears wanted to hear these words in his past life. Looking back, he felt he changed a lot. If you are reading this book on any site except web novel, you are supporting pirated content. Please do not support piracy. You can read the same content on the original publishing platform web novel. If you are looking for more latest chapters, please read the book on web novel. He ruffled little Max's hair and nodded at Father Rajput, who had a lot of words to say, but only muttered good before he sat back down on the couch. Rudra sat beside him as they watched TV. Apparently the media was still showing coverage about him. Mother Rajput was busy preparing Rudra's favorite dishes, as she only gave a nutritional drink to Rudra pre-dinner to revitalize after his game. Rudra was sipping it slowly, as Father Rajput changed the channel to the one popular in Country X. Shockingly, when Rudra's past about how he used to live in Country X came out, the citizens there started to plead that he return home. Some called him a traitor, while some accused the government of talent drain. It was an entertaining show overall. Rudra was enjoying it. However, then on the TV with a banner of, "Please marry me, Rudra," he saw his old girlfriend from his past life. Rudra spat the drink he was drinking as he started to cough. Memories flashed in his mind. His old girlfriend that he made in the full-time office job he worked. They never dated. They never acted like a real couple and did intimate stuff. They were more like a work couple. Rudra helped her with her workload, and that was pretty much it. She never helped him back. And he did not mind because he thought that's how relationships worked. When he moved to playing Omega full-time, she supported him in the start. When he rose to a party leader position in a second-rate guild, she agreed to eventually go on a date with him. Things looked good, until when he introduced his girlfriend to his guildmates, and one of the superiors took a liking to her. A few days later, she would not return his calls or messages, and later, he saw her in the guild with his superior. Apparently she was also a party leader now, and the superior's girlfriend. They had been together for 2 years, and he had never even held hands with her. But apparently she had no problem kissing the other guy in public at that. The incidents broke his heart. He was not heads over heels for the girl, but the betrayal left a bitter aftertaste in his mouth. Now seeing her becoming a fangirl, Rudra found the whole situation ridiculous. Agreed, he would probably never see her in this life. However, somehow this small scenario made him feel validated inside. Indeed, success was the best revenge. Father Rajput misunderstood the situation, however. He thought Rudra had spilled the drink because of the marriage sign, that the boy was shy of marriage. Father Rajput said, "Boy, listen to me here. See, you are already mature enough and earning good money. You have good prestige as well. You might not understand, but these are very endearing qualities that women like. Instead of goofing around with 2 or 3 girls, it's better to pick one and settle down." Rudra. Mother Rajput's voice came from the kitchen next. "Even if you want to goof around, make sure that the girl is good at heart and pretty in looks. Don't choose a dumb hag." Rudra. Father Rajput. "The other parents often ask me, is your son dating anyone? I feel embarrassed telling them that my 22-year-old is still single and has never dated a girl in his life." Rudra. Mother Rajput. "Oh, yes, I feel that too. Your father had already gotten me pregnant when I was 21. We were dating 2 years prior to that. Yet our son is so useless. When will I have a daughter-in-law?" Rudra decided that staying in the house any longer was detrimental to him. Hence, he bolted out of the door. Slam. Rudra slammed the door as he ran away. Father Rajput. Mother Rajput. Max. "I have a girlfriend." Father and Mother Rajput. / Guys, I have shared a picture of Naomi in the Discord channel about how she looks in my mind. Come join if you want to check it out. For every super gift, I will give you all bonus chapters. / Chapter 275. What a joke. The last event for day 1 was the blacksmithing competition. The event had some serious hype, with many contestants trash talking to each other on social media about how they thought that the other was trash. Not so fatty anymore. Kalash was sweating buckets again. He was getting the jitters before the event started. He was enjoying in the guild hall Rudra and Neatwit's performance. However, once their performance ended, Kalash started feeling the heat. The entire guild would probably watch his and Johnny's performance too. Not just the guild. Millions would be seeing across the world. Maybe even billions. His girlfriend would be seeing too. However, that did not matter anymore. He was starting to stress eat in his waiting time. All sorts of chocolates, puddings and cheese went into his mouth. When Rudra made his way to the guild, he found his friend in a very pitiful situation. Fatty looked at Rudra and said, "I can't do it. I'm scared." Rudra sighed and patted his friend's back. Apparently he had lost his confidence from back at the camp and became gullible. He confided his fears in Rudra. And Rudra soothed his nerves. He explained to Fatty how he was very talented and how he would do well. Sometimes Rudra felt like he had two little brothers. Apart from Max, he also had his Fatty best friend, who would go from reliable adult to a kid in a matter of minutes when crisis came. With only an hour left till the event started, Rudra felt the need to hurry up and prepare Fatty. He was not being himself and needed to be in pristine condition before the event started, mentally. In a move he would regret forever, Rudra resorted to a method that works best in adults. But for whining 3-year-olds, it was a disaster. He clearly did not think it through well enough. As he gave Fatty a small bottle of rum, Rudra said, Here, buddy. Take this liquid courage. It's what pirates used when they were terrified of the sea. This one is aged for 300 years. Found from a shipwreck in Pacific Ocean. Costed me a fortune. Come drink and become a mighty pirate." Fatty downed the whole bottle in one gulp. Rudra stared blankly, dumbfounded. That was 55% concentration liquor, not vodka shots. The man just drank 350 milliliters of it in a single gulp. After a minute, Fatty said, "Thanks, I feel better now." Rudra only wanted to give him a couple of sips, but the man drank the whole bottle. God knows how he will be after 1 hour, when the effects of the bottle kick in. Rudra was worried, but there was literally nothing he could do right now to make this situation right. Hence he let it be. Contrary to Fatty Kalash, the room where Johnny and Yum were sitting had a very different atmosphere. Johnny and Yum were flipping a P** magazine and looking at God's beautiful creation. However, from far away, Rudra had absolutely no idea what was going on. The only thing he could see was them flipping pages. Rudra walked in and asked, "You both good?" This startled both Johnny and Yum. However, realizing that Rudra was too far away to see a thing, Johnny said, "Yes, I'm set. Just flipping through some old-school mechanical designs. You never know what materials they will give and what I can forge." Rudra thanked the heavens. At least someone here had the sincerity and focus. He always felt Johnny was a reliable man. As a mercenary, he was a man of strength, focus, and sheer will. Johnny pointed to something and said, "What body structure! What beautiful craftsmanship!" Yum agreed. "Look at the curvature! The size ratio! Amazing!" Rudra thought they were focusing on prepping here and did not need him. Hence, he did not bother them anymore. If he would actually even get a glance of the body structure they were admiring, he would probably vomit blood. Derek Ray, and that's that, folks. USA bags of gold with a single point in archery. Unfortunate for South Korea. However, what a performance by the Americans. Lee Dixon, yes, congratulations to the Americans. They get their first gold in the second event of day 1. Puts them at the number 2 spot, just behind the dual medal winners Japan. Derek Ray, well, Australia bagged a bronze too. Day 1 has a lot of action. The overall pool has Japan at first, USA second, Korea and Ireland tied at third, and Australia next. Lee Dixon, well, everything can change after our third event. Blacksmithing. The competitors will now be teleported into the Grand Kaleswam Arena, the spiritual home of the VR Olympics, where they will perform in front of a live crowd. Derek Ray, how excitingly. The world anticipates what they will make. What challenges will they face? Will we see the birth of a legendary item? How high will the bar be set in the competition? Lee Dixon, I am very excited, Derek. Only 3 crafting events in the VR Olympics. However, blacksmithing is without a doubt the most hyped. Let's take a look at the contestants. There is from Scotland the Viking blacksmith Helga. He is a fan favorite to win this event, practicing blacksmithing in the real world as well. He is a true forger. There is the Greek blacksmithing genius Hephaestus Jr. He is a man of the flames. He is someone who uses a forge to actually smith swords in real life. Clanging and banging. Old school style. From Japan we have. Hey, what is this man doing half naked with eye patch? This is where Fatty Kalash shouted. Air! Ahoy laddies. I'm gonna eat y'all see asterisk 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 raw. Ha 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 ha. The commentators. Rudra watching at the guild hall. / bonus chapter for hitting the power stone target. Good job everyone. However, we really need to pick up the pace. The stones have been slowing down lately. / Chapter 276. What is going on? Fatty kept acting like a drunk pirate and laughing loudly. The other contestants were visibly annoyed. However, the live crowd in the Coliseum were quite entertained. They liked that guy. Finally, the contestants were sorted to their stations and started looking through all the materials that were provided for the competition. Johnny looked through the ingredients and was happy to see that iron and steel were indeed given, although small amounts. The amount was not enough to make a sword, but enough to make a dagger. Johnny was happy. What Johnny did not know was that his presence alone would make this event a complete disaster. Johnny had a disastrous luck of 95. He also had an attribute that gave his enemies twice his bad luck, i.e. 190 luck, and allies half his bad luck, i.e. 47.5 bad luck. The moment he entered the forging competition, the AI classified everyone except Fatty Kalash as enemy, meaning they all got 190 luck. This was no longer bad luck at this point, as anything beyond 100 had a 100% probability of happening. Forging was highly dependent on luck, even though skill played a major part. In the virtual world where swords were literally made in minutes by forgers, the damage and grade of the sword was often decided by luck attribute that came into play while forging. Fatty had a luck value of 78. With Johnny around it fell to 30.5. Which was not good. Not too shabby either. However, he was the only contestant with a positive luck value here. Everyone else being applied with a 190 luck value. Even if they had a plus 80 luck stat, they could not bring the negative effects below 100. Everyone else had a luck stat of above 100, meaning at the very slightest mistake in their forging technique, they would 100% see a damaged product. This was going to become one of the most dreaded events in the history of the sport, headed towards certain doom. The prestigious forgers from across the world were going to have a nightmare of a day, and they were unaware of it. The spirits were high. When the 24-hour competition started, everyone had a plan in mind about what they wanted to make, and started to work on something or the other. Johnny only knew one forging manual. It was an epic dagger forging design that had a 100% success rate. It was the only thing he could forge. Hence for him, this competition had already concluded. All he could make was an epic dagger. Should anyone forge semi-legendary item, they would win. Should anyone forge a better epic item, they would win. However, since it was out of his control, he did not bother much with it, and focused on doing the one thing he could do, putting iron in the furnace. He added just the right amount of carbon powder and started to form the alloy. Meanwhile, Fatty was banging his hammer on a red-hot piece of iron. Completely carefree. He was singing songs from Pirates of the Caribbean and annoying the hell out of the participants around him, who could not focus on their work at all because of the guy's annoying singing. Derek Ray, well, he sure is a jolly one, eh? Look at him sing as he forges. Lee Dixon, there is always a clown in the crowd. Derek, I guess he is the clown of Japan. Derek Ray, well, I don't understand what he is forcing. Derek, I think it will start to take shape in a while. Lee Dixon, we will have to wait to see what he is forging. Oh, the contestant from Zimbabwe just broke his forging design from using too much strength. I think he would have to start again. Derek Ray, same happened with the contestant from Egypt. Back to the drawing board, young man. No mistakes in such a high-stake competition. Lee Dixon, I think the nerves are getting to them. Derek, 200,000 people watching you work live. Billion others worldwide. It's a lot of pressure. Not everyone can shoulder it. Derek Ray, absolutely. Lee. They still have time, maybe they can pull it off. Oh, the metal cracked for the contestant from Sri Lanka as well. He has to start again too. Lee Dixon, forging is harder than it seems. Derek, so many contestants making mistakes so early. Thankfully they have time. I would not know what to do if I made a mistake right at the end of the process. Derek Ray, they are their country's respective chosen. Lee, I'm sure they have enough experience to not make such rookie mistakes. Meanwhile, in the real world, the upside, Elite Tower, Rudra felt like he would die from shame. Every time Fatty acted like a half-naked drunk pirate on TV, he felt like it was all his fault. When Fatty made cringy pirate noises like "rar" and said words like "ahoy," he thought the alcohol had really messed up his friend's brain. Every time Fatty was on TV, the entire guild hall made pirate noises and cheered him on. However, Rudra watched his every hammer strike with bated breaths. He was scared of the alcoholic slipping his hand and breaking his design. However, so far he had hung on in the competition without any disasters. About 4 or 5 hours into the competition, he was slowly starting to sober up and regain his calm as he worked with tenacity and precision now. Little by little Rudra's fears faded away. However, the most shocking part came a bit after the 6-hour point, where Johnny boldly cleared his forging table and started to take a nap. Apparently, he was done with his forging and was now only waiting for the results to come out. Hence, an arena full of 200,000 people, Johnny slept without care on his forging table, using the furnace nearby as a winter heater. When other forgers saw Johnny's cocky attitude, they wanted to cough out blood. But they could not afford to be distracted, as they, unlike him, had a long way to go. Chapter 277. Are they even skilled? Johnny was snoring peacefully at his table. Whenever the camera would cut to him, a slight snoring sound would be audible. While although Fatty Kalash did not speak like a pirate anymore, he was still half naked with eye patch now over his head instead of his eye. His image as a jester had been pretty much set in stone. These were the representatives of Japan, currently the #1 leader of the medal tally. The Japanese felt like hiding their faces in shame when the commentators linked them with their cultured and well-disciplined country. However, the attention was significantly shifted from Johnny and Fatty Kalash to the rest of the participants. Sometimes during the forging process the metal would crack. Sometimes the alloy made would be impure and brittle. Moreover, the creations kept getting misaligned or broken. This was not the case for one person or two. Periodically, every 5 minutes or so, someone would make a blunder. At first, those who made a mistake were being sneered upon by the other participants. However, only a few seconds later, they made the same mistakes. It was very abnormal that everyone started to make mistakes in the arena, one after another. The parts made would not fit properly, or even the simplest designs like a short knife or a kunai would turn to have the edges having been marks, or the alloy being overall of poor quality. Shockingly, bronze and silver products became the standard. Some produced damaged like gold items. However, overall the quality was pitiful. Naturally, the crowd went from being excited about the competition to just stupefied. However, when more and more of them made mistakes, the crowd started to become agitated and angry. They were now starting to slur insults at their countrymen. Who let these idiots represent Hungary? Even I can at least forge a light gold chainmail. Who is this unskilled brat? Bronze item? Seriously? Might as well quit now and save us the same. What is that thing you made? It doesn't look like an axe at all. The handle and the body don't fit. The body is actually curved. What joke is this? Talking so big on the forums, calling out every other master forger, when my newbie son in his first month in the game makes better axes than you. I spit on you. You are a disgrace. Buh. Buh. Fake blacksmiths. All of you are a disgrace. Shame of the country. An amateur in my village will do better than you lot. If I ever see them calling themselves master blacksmiths again, I'd spit on their faces. Buh. Buh. The crowd were extremely disappointed and hurled insults after insults on the forgers. Under the increased pressure, even those who were doing relatively well made mistakes, ruining their creations. Then even their countrymen began to boo, giving more pressure than already was. The blacksmithing event, if to be summarized in a few words, could be said to be disappointing to watch. There was no splendid display of skill, no breathtaking creations, no legendary items. It was truly very disappointing. At the end of 24 hours, the judging of the item started. The judgment was done in a style where an AI judge would walk over to a created piece, and you explain the working to the AI in your own words. Then, depending on your reply of your work and the usefulness, the AI grades the creation out of 10. The first and foremost judging criteria was the system assigned grade. Any epic item without even the basic of uses would outclass a dark gold item with many uses. Only within same rank did this judging criteria work. aka if 2 epic items were to be displayed, the one having the higher score out of 10 from the judge would win. Very loud, booing noises from the crowd. Derek Ray. Well, the blacksmithing event did not turn out that we would have hoped. Lee Dixon. Yes, Derek. You can hear the anger of the fans. It's hard to speak over them. Things have truly been not up to the mark for this competition. Derek Ray. Out of 250 nations that participated in this event, 150 don't even have a presentable final piece. Lee. Like, isn't that ridiculous? Not even a damaged item to show. All they have is scraps. How bad does one have to be at blacksmithing to have such a result? And these are the best of what a nation has to offer. Lee Dixon. No offense to the countries that they are from, but I think the selection committee has made a huge mistake. Such guys should not be participating in this stage. I think the pressure got to them, Derek. They might have been excellent forgers, But only those with ice in their veins can perform unbothered when billions are watching. Derek Ray, absolutely Lee. Although the two Japanese participants looked like the oddballs at the start, so far they have presented the best products. They were Rudy, and they were unfazed in the face of such pressure. We were laughing at them earlier. But who is laughing now? The pair topped the table. Lee Dixon, absolutely Derek. The one called Johnny English is currently at the lead with an epic-rated dagger. He completed his forging task within the first few hours, and then pretty much napped through the competition without care. Judging by his speed and quality of work, he is someone who truly belongs on this stage. This is what the standard I came in expecting. Derek Ray, absolutely. What a performance. There is also the clown pirate. The other Japanese. A dark gold rated chainmail, with weight reducing technology. It got an 8 out of 10 evaluation by the proctor. Currently in second place. Who would have thought that the loudmouth half-naked pirate would be a title contender? Lee Dixon, although nothing is final yet. Only 7 more products are left to judge. If things stand the way they are, it would be another double medal for Japan. Derek Ray, the island country is doing wonders. Derek. Back-to-back potential double medals. They must be having a great day. However, what's more interesting is, both the Japanese contestants in this competition are also from the True Elites Guild. The same guild that saw the double medal winners of the first event. What kind of a guild is the True Elites Lee? Now I'm extremely curious. To have so many high-level talents. Lee Dixon, I would love to find out after the event ends. Lee. I have received permission to interview the winners. Let's see if they win. I would love to ask them. Derek Ray, OHHH. A big blow to Japan. Kalash slips from second place. The Scottish forger clutches silver, with a 9 out of 10 rating on his dark gold item. 3 more pieces to judge. Can Japan hold on to bronze? The Japanese headquarters. Real world. The generals were watching the event with grave expressions. Just when the chances of another double medal looked strong, suddenly a competitor clutched onto silver medal, pushing Kalash down the rung. There were 3 more pieces left to judge, and one of them was from the renowned forger Hephaestus Jr. Anticipation was building high. To be continued. Chapter 278. Fatty wins. Tensions were high as the judge evaluated the last contestant, Hephaestus Jr. from Greece. The design he made looked intricate and complicated. It was a beautiful crossbow that he has made. The sides were engraved, and overall it looked like a masterpiece. The rating of the item was dark gold. Rivera's heart skipped a beat when the rating turned out to be dark gold. He was sure it was an epic rated item or above. Just speaking objectively, his piece looked much better than Fatty Kalash's. Also, a crossbow might get a higher evaluation than a chain mail. If he got the same evaluation as number 2 holder, then it would mean the event would end with 1 gold and 2 silver medals. No bros. If he went above that mark, getting a 10 out of 10 evaluation, then he would clutch the silver. The only way Fatty got a medal is if Hephaestus Jr. got the same marks as Fatty or less. Something about the entire thing, however, felt fishy to Rudra. Why did he present a crossbow to the judge without an arrow loaded? That is when Rudra noticed Hephaestus Jr.'s doom. The guy had tried to sneakily get past it, but the AI could not be fooled. The hook to load the chain in the stretched position was missing. The crossbow did not work. It was nothing more than a showpiece how it stood. Making the hook was not a big issue. Any average Joe could do it. Hephaestus Jr. had perfectly crafted the entire design with precision. It was supposed to come out a semi-legendary item. But his first mistake came at the alloy purity, which degraded the construction. Even so, it was a magnificent piece. However, in the last part of the construction, he applied a little too force, and the hook cracked. With only 3 minutes to go, he had no option but to assemble the pieces as they stood. Hence, what he could present was only an incomplete product. Sneakily trying to avoid that mistake, he presented the crossbow without loading the string and the arrow. However, the AI was all-knowing. The AI rated his piece as a 6 out of 10, meaning he scored below Fatty. Fatty won bronze. Hephaestus Jr. was devastated. He was Greek's top seed in this competition, who was one of the favorites for medal winners. However, a single mistake costed him his title. Real world. When Hephaestus Jr. got a lower evaluation than Fatty, the entire True Elites Guild hall bursted into cheers and celebration. Boys ripped their t-shirts, and girls hugged each other in tears of joy. Mayhem descended in the guild hall. The first day of the VR Olympics, and the small guild of True Elites had taken the world stage by storm. 2 gold medals, 2 bronze medals. They were the sole contributors in Japan's #1 position. Rudra held a hand to his forehead and laughed silly. Sir Johnny and Fatty actually pulled it off. What the hell was going on? What kind of guild did he create? Flashbacks of him and Fatty, as regular high schoolers, flashed back in his mind. How they would be the most unnoticeable kids in school. Nothing too much about them, and just a few years later here they were, shining brighter than all the first benchers in school, winning medals for their country. It all felt surreal. Everyone was over the moon inside the guild. Nobody had logged in to play Omega today. Only the few who had to train for Olympics were playing. Everyone else had gathered here to cheer on their fellow colleagues, and boy oh boy did they not disappoint. Ridra thought about how Ethan Gray brought in Johnny English to his guild. He knew at that very moment that the guy was something else. He was the real deal. Ridra genuinely never expected a gold from him. Even in the preliminaries, he was a silver medalist a tad below Fatty. Yet on the grandest stage, he clutched a win. He remembered how he and Sir Yum were going old school and learning from magazines when he visited them. Both of them were in their 50s, and a pillar of maturity and support in the guild. Cool, collected, and old school. Ridra felt satisfied with the results. This exceeded his expectations. He now wondered how Ethan felt about all this. Japanese headquarters. When Japan clutched another double medal, the office went into uproar. The results on first day had far exceeded everyone's expectations. It is one thing to expect medal from a top contender, and another to actually win it. Just the first day and Japan already won 2 gold medals and 2 bronze medals. It was absolutely shocking to say the least. However, what was more shocking was that they all were from True Elite's guild. President Shinzo now became even more excited to visit the so-called upside. At first, he was going to visit the parents and homes of Rudra and Naman. However, now, he changed his mind and decided to visit the Elite Tower. He decided that making the elites the face of Japanese Olympics would bolster the country's image. Hence made a plan accordingly. Ethan Gray was over the moon when Japan won another 2 medals. His wide grin would not disappear from his face at all. When Johnny and Kalash kept acting like complete bouffons, he felt embarrassed. But it doesn't matter if they act like bouffons or complete idiots till they won. And they won. The world worships the victors. If they had lost, they would have been mocked. But they won, and the world would only have praises for their attitude now. It was how society worked. They went from idiots to national heroes in a matter of moments. Hashtag #AwannaBePirate was trending on #1 spot worldwide. Fatty had become a meme and a pirate icon. The first day for Japan had been an absolutely blast, winning 2 gold medals in first 3 events. They were undeniable top of the table nation. The celebration in the room came to an abrupt pause when the commentators came down to the arena to interview the winners. // Alright guys. We have received a super gift of 10,000 coins from Nicholas Savage. Many thanks for the patronage, brother. That means 2 bonus chapters to be written on my end. They will be coming up shortly. // Chapter 279. What nonsense are they spouting? Derek Ray. I'm down here at the most spectacular arena in the entire virtual world. The Grand Kaleswam. Only moments ago here we saw history in the making as Japan clutched another double medal from this event. 2 golds and 2 bronze for them on day 1. I'm down here today to bring to you viewers worldwide the exclusive interview with the winners of this event, who are just walking down after receiving their medals. Let us start first with the bronze medal winner. The Japanese pirate boy. Kalash. Hello. I'm Derek Ray. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling? Kalash. Ugh. It's great. Yeah. Derek Ray. Oh. Come in, pirate boy. We want to hear one of your ahoy mate pirate speech. You have millions of fans around the world waiting for it. What's with this nervous talk? Kalash was red with embarrassment. He had actually very little memory of what embarrassing things he did. Hence, he did the most unimpressive pirate impression he could do. Kalash. R. Ho ho ho. The crowd bursted into cheers at this though. It was clear that they absolutely loved Pirate Kalash. Derek looked left and right, and smiled at the crowd reaction. He said, well, the crowd loves your act. So tell me, how did you become a pirate? Kalash scratched his nose and said, actually, I'm a very shy person by nature. The event with 200,000 live crowd would have crumpled my confidence. Hence my guild master turned me into a pirate before sending me to the competition. Derek Ray seemed to have picked on something very interesting. As he said, your guild master Shikuni. He also won a medal today in the opening event. What kind of a person is he? Kalash. Well, he is undoubtedly the best player in the guild. Everyone respects him a lot. We never doubted him winning the gold medal. We were a bit annoyed when the Parallax guy was hogging the spotlight. But such things are temporary. We knew guild leader would always beat him. Derek Ray. Your guild leader never considered Parallax competition? Kalash. He is not worthy enough to enter guild leader's eyes. A loud "oh" erupted from the crowd. This was a juicy provocation. Ridra, watching from home, was dumbfounded. What nonsense is this guy spouting? Why is this interview going in the direction of what guild leader is doing? Fatty won the medal. Ask him about him. You dumb interviewer. However, when he looked left and right in the room, everyone seemed to nod to Fatty's words, as if it were undeniable truth. Fatty's interview then ended, and the interviewer then got on to the silver medal winner, before finally arriving to Johnny. Derek Ray, well Sir Johnny English. Congratulations on your victory in this event. You slept halfway through it. Were you confident in your victory? Johnny English, of course I was Derek. I am not a blacksmith by profession. I'm a fighter. I'm in the prison escape event, and the capture the flag event. Blacksmithing is more like a hobby. Even so, I can do better than the jokes the other countries sent as competition. Not even one other could produce even an epic rated item. I'm disappointed. Silence. Silence for a moment around the world. He actually dared to say that the competition was a joke on live TV? Derek Ray was dumbfounded at Johnny's confidence. He struggled to utter a word for a minute. He then said, "Your guild, the True Elites, won 4 medals today for Japan. Is the guild special? Why does it have so many talents?" Johnny English. Well, actions speak louder than words, Derek. You tell me if the guild is extraordinary or what. If you have to ask such a question after seeing the results, then I'll question your intelligence. However, to the retards who want to question our worth, I'd say most of our talents have not even competed yet. Derek Ray. You mean we can expect more medals from your guild? Johnny English. Absolutely. Derek Ray. One last question, Sir Johnny. What kind of a person/leader is Shikuni? Johnny English. Shikuni is a special boy. I knew it when I first met him. To your question, the guild leader Shikuni and the actual man behind Shikuni, Rudra Rajput, are 2 completely different people. If you take me, I'm Johnny English wherever I'm. But Rudra is a kind, easygoing boy in real world. Only 22 or so. A young cheery lad. However, guild leader Shikuni is a damn monster. He is the reason behind the guild's success. Constant hellish training. Complete obedience. He only accepts the best in the guild and trains them to become the best. 3rd place winner Kalash. Lost 40 pounds in 1 month. That's how much guild leader worked him to the bone. In actual forges. Under high heat. Then consistently in the virtual world as well. The win is not a lucky thing. We work like madmen to achieve it. And he is there to push us all the way. Derek Ray. Kalash said that the guild master doesn't even consider parallax competition. They both are scheduled in the same event. 1v1 battle. Right here in the Grand Kaleswam. What are your thoughts? Johnny. Last question around. You said one last question, Derek. I'm sorry. I don't do interview with unprofessional people. Saying so, Johnny walked off. However, Johnny did not know the ramifications that his and Kalash's words would bring on the world stage. The interviews went viral, with the part where Kalash said Rudra did not even consider parallax competition being the highlight, whereas Johnny talking about the demonic training Rudra put the members through as the second highlight. The guild with outstanding achievements, the True Elites, became a focal point of a variety of rumors and conspiracy theories. Most of them were ridiculous baloney. However, some were actually a mixture of truth and lies, which made it a believable fabricated story. The actually family-like guild was started to being portrayed as a guild of madmen who were forced to train to the bone to win medals. Rudra was started to being painted as an arrogant tyrant, whereas the hashtag Shikuni versus Parallax became trending worldwide. Rudra was utterly stupefied watching the interview unfurl. He felt like the earth was spinning under his feet. What nonsense was the media spouting about him? He was not a mad tyrant masochist who worked his guild members to the bone. Everyone volunteered to train. When he looked around the room, however, his hopes came crashing down. The guild members were nodding their heads at what the media was saying. Rudra's mood hit rock bottom. However, unknown to Rudra, the person who was the most pissed off about the interview was Parallax. Gritting his teeth, he kept mumbling, "I'm not even a competitor," in his eyes. I'll show you. I will redeem myself. 1v1 fight. Bring it, Shikuni. I'll show you who the boss is. While the person most satisfied with the interview was Ethan Gray. He was happy as how things turned out. Rudra would now walk into 1v1 fight with a chip on his shoulder. A hero in Japan while a madman for the world. The legend of the Demon of Death Valley began to grow. / bonus chapter earned by the contribution of the whale patron Nicholas Savage. Thank him in the comments. / Chapter 280 Day 2. Day 2 was Rudra's off day, as Day 3 was going to be the day where the 1v1 competition would start. Today the only event where elites were participating was the prison escape event. SMG and Sir Johnny were up. Rudra felt a little bad for Sir Johnny, to have to get 2 events back to back. However, knowing that it was Sir Johnny, he felt it would turn out to be okay. Ridra wanted to sit and enjoy the event, but did not want to waste the full day watching Olympics, especially with him needing only some more EXP to level up. About 8 hours of intense leveling should do the trick, get him sharp and ready for tomorrow. Hence, after wishing the duo luck, Ridra logged into Omega and decided to go level up. Upon logging in, Ridra noticed a huge change inside the game. About 90% of the city was filled with NPC today. There were hardly any players. Most had chosen to stay at home and enjoy the Olympics. Even the guild hall, usually bustling, was now devoid of many people. Only a few servants and few players could be spotted here and there. The Platinum Guild headquarters was basically empty. Shaking the eerie feeling off, Ridra summoned his Grey Wolf mount and set off for the level 80-90 leveling grounds. Martin Tyler. Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Martin Tyler, and with me is Aaron Smith. We will be the commentators for today's VR Olympics. Aaron Smith. Good morning, Martin. What an exciting day we have ahead of us. Prison escape followed by aerial acrobatics and equestrian. 3 banger of an events. Martin Tyler. Well, Aaron, personally, prison escape is one of my favorite events. The thrill of breaking out of prisons without being caught. A test of strategy, skills, agility and stealth. Gives you chills, eh? Aaron Smith. Absolutely, Martin. Let us have a look at today's competitors for prison escape event. Firstly, we have from Japan the mysterious player SMG. Much like Johnny English and Kalash, he is also an elder of the infamous True Elites Guild. Someone to look out for. Martin Tyler. Speaking of Johnny English, the blacksmithing medal winner is also a part of this event. Upon being interviewed yesterday, he boldly claimed to be a combat player, and that blacksmithing was only a hobby, giving a tight slap to all blacksmithing players. He is certainly not to be underestimated. Aaron Smith. A very interesting guy. Johnny. Will Japan clutch another 2 medals from this event? Only time will tell. Martin Tyler. Up next we have from Mexico, Jose Antonio. What's interesting about him is that he is actually a criminal, Aaron, an escapee from an actual prison in Mexico. Pardoned after he helped the police tighten the security of the jail. He is someone we can call a professional. Aaron Smith. He might be a professional, Martin, but he absolutely pales in comparison to the notorious American prison breaking champion, nicknamed the Rat. He is infamous for breaking through 4 different prisons, one of them being a maximum security prison on a deserted island called Alcatraz. He is a true champion in escaping from prisons. No doubt about it. Martin Tyler. There is also the Indian mastermind Brijay Malia taking part in the event. He is a tax evader who has not only escaped from a prison, but a whole country unnoticed and managed to stay undetected for 13 years before finally being caught and brought back to India. His participation in the event was controversial. However, he is guaranteed parole should he win. Aaron Smith. Well, so many medal contenders, Martin. This will be a banger of an event. I'm sure the participants have practiced in many mock jails during the training month. However, I can assure the viewers worldwide this prison will be on a completely different scale and a completely different layout than what they would have ever practiced in. Martin Tyler. Expect the unexpected, is what Cuba officials told us before the event. Aaron Smith. Expect the unexpected. What a phrase. The countdown begins, ladies and gentlemen. Who will win this event? 10, 9, 5, 4.321. In the waiting area, just before the competition started, Johnny English was minding his own business, standing with SMG in the waiting area. Johnny and SMG had a same wavelength amongst them. Both were extremely calm and collected. SMG's calm came from the fact that he was a trained assassin and a true professional. He had ice flowing in his veins, and things like anxiety did not affect him at all. Johnny's calm came from the fact that he did not really have a plan at all. He was walking and knowing what to do next, and hence, had nothing to fret over what if something went wrong. He was of a mentality of whatever happens will happen anyway. SMG did not utter a word. Over countless experiments, he had learnt that while you were teleported into the game with no equipment, whatever you had in your mouth would stay with you when you teleport in. Hence, he had a lock-picking wire stuffed under his tongue. He wanted to tell this secret to English once. However, knowing how Johnny outperformed him in this elections, he was ashamed to tell him. As he felt, it was rude to give advice to seniors. There were many who knew this secret, and many who did not. And the only ones speaking in the lobby were the ones who were the idiots who did not know. One such idiot was a contestant from Country G. He was a illegal immigrant who was arrested once in Japan for robbery and aggravated assault. He was imprisoned in a local jail in Japan from where he escaped after bending the electric fence using nothing but his bare hands. It was a miracle that he survived. However, the current burnt the flesh in his hands. and gave him weird burn tattoos all over his body. He looked very terrifying. The man escaped from Japan to China, crossing the Sea of Japan on only a small wooden raft, from where he eventually made his way back to his hometown over the period of 2 years. He hated the Japanese to the bone, the country where he suffered so much. Coming up to Johnny and SMG, the man said, "You Japanese are weak. Your prisons are weak. I escaped Japanese prison after breaking the electric fence with my bare hands. These scars are given after that incident. You represent Japan, hence I will eat you raw in this competition and give redemption for all trauma I suffered." SMG ignored the man. He did not want to waste his breath on such a fool. However, Johnny took the bait. He said, "Oh, how cute. Think of yourself as a tough guy?" The man said, "Ask your mama how tough I am. She will tell you." SMG squinted his eyes at this comment. This man was crossing a line now. This was not normal disrespect. It was to be expected that a fugitive would not have basic decency. But even then, this man was testing the patience of Sir Johnny. At this rate, a fight might break out between the two. Johnny laughed at this comment. It was an angry laugh. The entire lobby was now focused on the conversation now. Things were getting heated. Johnny said, Well, tough guy. Think you can win this?" The man replied, "I know I will win it. You rotten Japanese sushi." Johnny replied, "What happens if you don't? What happens if I win the event?" The man said, "TCH, have you ever even been to prison? You law-abiding citizen. You will never know the value of freedom because you never lost it. I will never lose to a Japanese dog like you." Johnny replied, "Okay, let's put a bet then. If you lose in front of the world, you will call me daddy. If I lose to you, I will call myself a rotten Japanese sushi. Have the balls to accept, or did you forget them at home with grandma?" The man said, "Okay, I accept. Get ready to lose, old man." Johnny smirked and said, "Never underestimate an old man." The countdown for the event started with this. 3:21. They were teleported into their respective cells. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job, guys. / Chapter 281, Prison Escape. The moment everyone was teleported into their respective cells, they were shocked to see the state in which they were teleported in. The event Prison Escape was in a bit of a modern setting, as opposed to medieval setting of the General Omega. The prison was high-tech and very hard to escape from. All competitors were teleported to floor 1 of the prison, and contrary to the practice breaks, here not all inmates were players. There were NPC inmates of various species here, and that made the escape that much more tricky. Should any of the NPC rat on someone trying to escape, or threaten to rat unless they bring them along, one would be in a bind. Everyone was spawned inside isolated cells with one window the size of one's palm on the ceiling, and one window on the thick metal door that barred the prison cell. Additionally, the prisoners were bound by handcuffs both on their hand and their feet. Simple walking was difficult in the cell. The difficulty of the event was unlike what anyone expected, even if one somehow removed the bounds around their hand and feet. The metal door barring the prison cell was solid, unlike the practice run, where it was bars. Here, reaching the lock from the inside was impossible. Most players, including SMG, that had the lock-picking wire stuffed under their tongues, had the same idea about how to escape. That was to first unbound themselves from the cuffs, and then somehow get the guard to open the cell door. Then, when the guard is least expecting it, stealthily take the guard out to ensure freedom. This was not a bad idea. But this was not a foolproof idea either. Should the guard get suspicious, or should the silent takedown fail, it would spell doom for the participant. There were 3 guards patrolling floor 1, and many NPC inmates mixed along with players. It would be extremely difficult to get out of here unnoticed. SMG grit his teeth. He had freed himself from the bounds, but was not finding any openings to call over an isolated guard. He would have to take a chance. And he hated the fact that he had to gamble at the very first step of the competition. Should he be busted, it would end before it even started for him. However, he was losing valuable time here. He had no idea about what the prison layout was, or how much time he would need to escape the prison. Martin Tyler, well, the prison escape event has started, Aaron. And well, it looks like trouble came early for the participants in this competition. Just escaping from the cell and the first floor is astronomical in difficulty. Aaron Smith, absolutely, Martin. What is to be noted here is that Cuber Corporation announced while announcing this event that should nobody be able to successfully escape the prison, then nobody would get a medal from this event. There is no guarantee that there will even be a medal in this event. Martin Tyler, well said, Aaron. We may have a single medalist, or maybe only 2 medal winners total. The matter of time taken to clear the event only comes into play if someone actually clears the event. Aaron Smith. Well, 30 minutes had passed since the event started, Martin. And yet nobody has escaped from their cell. 23 contestants have removed their constraints though. However, everyone is waiting for some opening to capitalize on the advantage. Martin Tyler. It's one of those situations where the first to act loose is Aaron. If one or two guards divert their attention to a certain inmate, then the others would surely capitalize on the opening. Aaron Smith. We see movement, Martin. One of the contestants from Europe. Andrew, who is free of his balance, has called for the guards. Martin Tyler. He is coughing violently. And I assume has bit his tongue. So that blood is pouring from his mouth. Making it seem like a medical emergency, he is trying the guards to open up. Aaron Smith. Well, he better be careful. Because he has the attention of two guards on him. Not one. However, the other guard has been attracted by the player from Mexico. Jose. The notorious prison escapee. All the guards are distracted now, Martin. Let's see if something interesting happens. SMG was carefully observing how the situation unfolded. And understanding how it worked. Jose managed to take down the solo guard. And make a run from floor 1? However, Andrew, who drew the attention of two guards, was busted. While Jose made a run. All the other inmates started to scream that a prisoner was escaping. However, since the other guards were busy with Andrew, he managed to flee detection. It was a brilliant move by Jose. And it gave SMG a lot of inspiration. SMG picked up on a critical point that others missed. And that was that only two other guards were left. Which meant that at most two more people could use the guards to open the door to escape. Thinking quick on his feet, he started to bang on the doors of his prison cell, calling the guard out. SMG called extremely vulgar insults to the guards, who was instantly taunted and started to walk towards SMG's cell with a taser in hand. The other contestant from Country G, the one that taunted Johnny at the start of the event, drew the attention of the other one. Both were successful in taking down the guards, and were free to escape floor 1. The other inmates kept screaming at the top of their lungs. However, nobody who was free from their cell was stopping for anybody else, and no matter how much they pleaded, they went on to try escape the prison. With all three guards down, there was currently no way to escape from the prison cell. 1 hour into the event, with one inmate dead and 3 escaping floor 1, the others started to get desperate. Everyone except Johnny English, of course, who was busy perfecting the penguin walk in his chains. Chapter 282. What is this man doing? 3 hours into the competition. Martin Tyler. Well, 3 hours into the competition, and I can only tell it to be disappointing so far, Aaron. Only 3 people have made it out of their initial cells. And those who have are not faring particularly too well. All being stuck on the floor 1 itself. Aaron Smith. Well, Martin, this prison is special. To explain its layout to our viewers worldwide, the prison is sprawled over an area of 25 square kilometers, divided into 3 floors and 1 basement. There is no bifurcation of prison building and outer prison wall or fence or anything, only one large cement structure. There are no windows in the structure, and there is only 2 points of entry into the structure. One at the basement, and one at the terrace. Hence, to escape one needs to make their way to either the heavily guarded basement, or through floor 2 and 3 towards the terrace. The entire 25-kilometer square building only has 2 working staircases that are heavily barricaded. Between 2 floors, there are 7 layers of restrictions to be crossed just on the staircase. Overall, the difficulty is near impossible. Jose was carefully trying to make his way across the prison, but there were locked doors and guards at every floor. Even the damn staircase was filled with unnecessary steel-gated bars. Overall, the sheer security of the place was too damn annoying. Half a dozen guards patrolled each corridor, spending about 3 hours making no serious headway. Jose understood that escaping from the cell was the easy part compared to this. Up till now, he did not even have idea about the rough layout of the place, or even from where to escape. How far was the boundary? What was the prison boundary? He had no clue. There was not a single window that he could access, from where he could look outside and at least get a rough idea about the layout of the place. It was then that he came up with a bold plan. Probably the most insane plan in the history of prison breaking. But he was desperate, and needed to do something. In a room on the far right corner of floor 1, was the control center for all the prison cells on floor 1. Jose made his way to that room. Looking inside, there were 2 guards inside. He clicked his tongue. This was harder than he thought. However, on the plus side, only 1 guard was armed, while the other was not. Deciding to take the risk, he approached the armed guard as stealthily he could, and choked his neck from behind. The man instantly started to frail and struggle, but Jose twisted his neck and killed him right there. The other guard was dumbfounded. He tried to punch Jose, and a scuffle broke out. Jose overpowered the second guard too, and put him in a choke. However, before he could completely put the guy to sleep, the guard pressed the panic button on the command panel, meant to be pressed in emergency. Sirens started to blare, and the lights turned red. Jose panicked. He did not want things to turn this way. In a desperate move, he started to look for things like layout of the prison, or other useful stuff, as he had about 20 seconds max before security started to flood the room. While looking for something useful, his eyes came across the control panel, where pressing the specific button opened the cell of the specific prisoner. In a moment of inspiration, he madly started to press all the buttons in the room to release every single inmate on floor 1. He did this in hopes that the released inmates would cause mayhem and divert the security from his location to the location of the cells. And his plan worked. When all the prisoners, including all players and NPCs, were released, some were cuffed and some had broken loose. However, a brawl and overall mayhem descended on floor 1. Aaron Smith, well, Martin, that is cold. The man snapped the neck of the prison guard. Ruthless. Just plain ruthless. Martin Tyler, he is in a fistfight with the second guard now. Aaron, but seems to have the upper hand. Oh! The guard just hit the alarm. He is in trouble. Big trouble. Aaron Smith, what is this man doing, Martin? He is releasing every single inmate on floor 1. Genius move. Absolutely brilliant. It is a double-edged sword, because the released inmates may overtake him in the long run. However, it certainly saved him for now, as security is redirected. Image cut to the area where the inmates have just been freed. Martin Tyler, look at this, Aaron. It's mayhem here. The guards are open firing. Those still with the cuffs on are wriggling on the floor trying to escape. But it's clear none of them can. Aaron Smith, yes. But they have to, Martin. They have to. If they manage to get away under this chaos, there is a good chance they can escape. At the very least, they will be further than they are now. Martin Tyler, woohoo! Finally some excitement in the competition. I have a feeling this will be a major turning point. Aaron Smith, the guards have finally started to move cell to cell Martin. But they are a bit too late. The inmates are either dead or already have ran away. On the entire floor 1, I doubt that there will be a single inmate left. Martin Tyler, I agree, Aaron. Nobody is foolish enough to not escape after the prison door literally opened for them. If someone is still in the cell even after this chance, then I think they are not cut out for this event. Aaron Smith, absolutely, Martin. I don't think they will find any. Hey, someone is in the cell. Johnny was in the cell, silently reading a newspaper as he took a dump. When the guards came storming in, Johnny raised both his hands in innocence and said, Hey, can you at least let a man do his business in peace? The guards, the commentators, worldwide audience, the generals in Japan, the elites, how rude! Chapter 283. Thy name is Johnny English. Martin Tyler, what is this man doing, Aaron? Why has he not escaped? Aaron Smith, that is Johnny English from Japan, the winner of the blacksmithing competition. What is he still doing in the cell? Martin Tyler, I have absolutely no idea, Aaron. I fail to comprehend the strategy of this man. It's been 210 minutes since the competition started. However, he is yet to remove a single bind from himself. It's like he is not even trying. Aaron Smith, well, I think he has folded the towel. It's plain stupid what he is doing. I have no words to defend his actions. Now there are 7 guards on floor 1, and he is the single prisoner left. Martin Tyler, the chances of him escaping are simply 0. I don't understand what he is going to do. When the gates opened suddenly, Johnny was startled as well. He really wanted to escape the room. However, he did not want to run around in his chains. His penguin walk looked ridiculous, and he did not want to humiliate himself in front of the world watching. He would much rather not move. After the guards left his room, Johnny clutched the flush on the toilet as a reflex. And to his surprise, the flush handle came clean off into his hand. The handle was actually fake, and had a key attached to it. Johnny was dumbfounded. What turn of events? Was this the key to his balance? Naturally, since there was a challenge placed to escape the prison, the AI would not make it absolutely impossible for all contestants. Every single room in the prison cell had the fake flush and key to open the balance of all contestants. However, everyone except Johnny failed to find this hidden clue. Johnny was happy. Sitting back down on the toilet, he tried to unlock his handcuffs first. However, reaching the keyhole with both hands bound was a very difficult task, and the key accidentally slipped from his hand, dropping right into the toilet. Johnny stood up in anger and looked inside the toilet. The key was right there at the bottom. Johnny cursed his luck. What was he supposed to do now? Just the thought of putting his hand inside the dirty water made him have goosebumps and an urge to vomit. However, he needed that key. Hence, making his mind, he held his breath. As he tried to get the key, out of necessity, he had to put both his hands inside the toilet. As they were bound, Johnny's fingers hit the key, but it slipped further inside. And trying to reach out to it, Johnny realized that he was screwed. He had the key under his finger, but his hand was stuck in the toilet. The handcuffs just won't pull back. Johnny was in a very awkward position now. And as he tried to forcefully remove his hands, the entire toilet seat came unhinged. However, remained stuck to his hand. And dirty water and waste started to pour out from the unhinged plumbing. Johnny panicked and started to scream for help. Help! Help! There is sh*** coming out. Help! One guard rushed and peeked to look at the situation, dumbfounded at what the hell was going inside. Calling for reinforcements, he quickly opened the door. Johnny ran straight out of his cell. Pungent smell now covering him. Johnny looked at an officer and said, "My hands are stuck inside the seat. You have to free me." The officers all looked at each other. This was indeed a complex problem. The toilets in jail were not made from ceramic or plastic. They were made from hard steel. Hence, it was not like they could just crack it open, and they could not leave Johnny in such a state too. Having no options left, one officer took Johnny to floor 3 of the building, into a mechanical workshop where he started to use a high-quality metal cutter to cut the toilet open. The guard was working hard on freeing Johnny. However, while cutting the toilet seat, he had accidentally also cut Johnny's restraints. Hence, when Johnny was freed from the toilet seat, with the key in his palm, he punched the officer that freed him right in the face, knocking him out. Freeing himself, he took the metal cutter in his hands and said, "Huh? Just as I planned." Martin Tyler. So the toilet flush had a hidden key. Who would have thought? Aaron Smith. Well, that is a one lucky guy. He can now at least free himself. However, there are 7 guards on floor 1 now. It is suicide to think about escaping. Martin Tyler. What? He dropped the key into the toilet. How clumsy does one have to be for this to happen? Aaron Smith. He has stuck now. Oh God. He has stuck. Ha ha ha. You can't make things like this up, Martin. Ha ha ha. Martin Tyler. The toilet came unhinged and now it's literally raining poop. God. What is happening? Ha ha ha. Aaron Smith. Look at him screaming for help. Martin. Ha ha. What will the guards do? Martin Tyler. The guards took pity on him. They are ascending the stairs. Aaron Smith. They took him to floor 3 mechanical workshop room. I think they are going to cut him free. Martin Tyler. It's funny how he is the one who is currently the closest to the exit. Aaron. No one else has reached 3rd floor or basement yet. Aaron Smith. Oh. He is free. And he punched the guard out. The camera is showing Johnny English hold the metal cutter and coldly say, "Just like I planned." Martin Tyler. Aaron Smith. He couldn't have thought things would turn this way from the start, right? Martin Tyler. Oh, he is free and on top floor now. What's going on? Aaron Smith. What a turnaround, ladies and gentlemen. If he pulls this off, then history would remember the deeds of the man. His name Johnny English. Chapter 284. He does it again. Johnny had absolutely no idea about what to do after he got the metal cutters. He had no idea about the layout of the place either. On one side, SMG was progressively making his way to the basement, killing guards after guards, solving problems, and on the other side Johnny just kept fumbling his way to unexpected circumstances. If someone was to explain the enigma named Johnny English, they would have only one phrase to describe the man. Expect the unexpected. Nothing made sense with Johnny. Who could have ever thought in their wildest dreams that the man would get his hand stuck in a metal toilet, which would force the guards to practically escort him to the 3rd floor and give him potent metal cutters. Like while strategizing before the prison escape event, most would learn skills like lockpicking, or stealth, or how to take out guards while being unarmed and the sort. Who would make a strategy like, get your hand stuck in a metal toilet and unhinge it from the plumbing system. The entire thing could only be defined as absurd. Was Johnny a mastermind? Was he just a lucky fool? Nobody knew the answer. 14 hours into the event, SMG had finally made his way to the basement. He was the current leader, closest to the exit. He was thoroughly surprised after learning about the layout of the prison. It was a one massive building with only one way in and one way out in the basement. Apart from that, it also had a helipad on the terrace. Those were the only 2 routes one could take to escape. However, going to the upper floors was suicide. It required one to move through floor 2, which was basically the most heavily guarded floor of the prison, where the solitary confinement blocks were in place for the most nefarious criminals, with the highest strength. The third floor was the recreational floor of sorts, with a bath and a reading room, and rooms for other jobs like kitchen duty, mechanical engineering room, bathroom cleaning, and the like. It had the least security. However, it was still impossible to get to the terrace, as it was not blocked by 7-inch thick steel gate with biometric lock. One cannot get through it without military-grade bolt cutters. Hence, SMG chose the basement route. The problem with the basement route was that the solo exit was heavily guarded. SMG had spent nearly an hour trying to figure out how to get out, when he suddenly heard gunshots. Surprisingly, someone else had made their way to the basement as well. About 20 meters from his hiding spot, someone was shot dead. SMG did not let this affect his nerves. He patiently waited for his chance, which he got, when a supplies truck rolled into the basement, and the guard started to unload the shipment. SMG stealthily made his way to the nearest pillar to where the truck was. His plan was to somehow get in the truck as it started to leave. Calculating carefully, it was a bit risky, and he would need to take out 2 guards to get in unnoticed. What he did not know was that the inmate from Country G, the one that called out Johnny and him before the game started, was right across the other side pillar to where SMG was. Thinking about the same thing, just as the last box was unloaded, they both suddenly sprang into action, taking 1 guard out each. Both of them were shocked to see each other. But the transport van was going to leave soon, as they heard the engine start. If they fought here and the van left, they would be stranded. If they fought and made too much noise, they would be discovered. Press hard for options. SMG quickly said truce, and put his hand out. The other man looked reluctant, but he shook it nonetheless as both of them boarded the van silently. Just as expected, the van drove outside the facility. They needed to go only a few more meters before they would have escaped. Sighing in relief, SMG finally smiled and let his guard down for a second. It turned out to be his fatal mistake, as the man from Country G suddenly pulled out a gun hidden inside his outfit and shot SMG square in the head, saying, "Sorry, never trust anyone." Hence SMG, because of an unexpected betrayal, died just a few meters before the safe line. However, the idiot who shot him did not fare much better either. Because of the shot, the driver stopped the van immediately, and the man was forced to come out of the backside of the van. He did not expect there to be much trouble. He thought he would just kill the driver and sprint to the safe line. However, little did he expect that the driver was also an officer. The moment he stepped out of the van, 3 bullets penetrated him square in the chest. He died only 17 meters away from the safe line. Aaron Smith. WHYYYY. WHYYY, why did the stupid man shoot? They had a truce. They would have crossed the finish line together. Why did he have to play dirty? Martin Tyler. He needs to watch out Aaron. The driver is also a police officer. An armed one at that. Aaron Smith? He comes out of the back of the van. Oh, I don't think he knows where the police officer is at all. He is showing him his back. The cop is closing in. Less than 5 meters between him and the suspect. The man turns, only to be shot 3 times in the chest. Martin Tyler, there it is. A horrific end. Karma came really quick for him, didn't it? Dead before crossing the line. Trying to up the Japanese, the idiot lost his life as well. I hope he is happy now. Aaron Smith, stupid Martin. Plain stupid. His twisted sense of self has costed his country a medal. I hear he is a criminal on parole. I don't think things will end well for him after this slip-up. Martin Tyler, well, only a few more hours to go. Will anyone manage to win the silver medal? Or will we only have a single winner for this event? Aaron Smith, it remains to be found out. Stay tuned. Chapter 285. There can be only one. 10 hours into the event, 4 hours before SMG dies, Johnny was facing the 12-inch thick steel door extending to the terrace, and he looked at the tiny metal cutter in his hand and sighed. He felt life was too unfair and hard for him. There was a biometric lock on the door, and Johnny put his eyeball right into the eye scanner, just to try his luck. However, his luck was as rotten as ever as he was denied access. Johnny clicked his tongue. Where would he find an eyeball that could open this door now? The little metal cutter in his hand could for sure not cut the door open. He was left without any options, scratching his brain for ideas. Martin Tyler, well, he had a good plan, Aaron. Between him and freedom lies only this one thick door. But I don't think he will be able to open this. Aaron Smith, yes, Martin. I think he has no choice but to unfortunately make his way to the basement starting now. And considering he is on floor 3, he could not be more away. Martin Tyler, well, he could try to get the person needed to open the lock. However, who amongst the thousands of guards in this prison is that person is anyone's guess. Aaron Smith, he activated the metal cutter. Martin, What is he trying to achieve with this? Martin Tyler, I don't know. The metal cutter is not even making a scratch on the thick steel. It's bouncing off cleanly against the surface. I think it's hopeless. I don't think he can open this door. It was at this moment that Johnny pressed the metal cutter with all his might, trying to make a cut into the metal. However, instead it slipped and lost a bit control, cutting the biometric lock mounted on the door clean in half. The red biometric lock got deactivated. As the locks on the door opened, Johnny pushed the 12-inch door open. Aaron Smith, oh my god. What just happened? What just happened? He cut the biometric lock itself, and the door got unlocked. There was no way that he could have unlocked the door, so he just cut the lock. It's open, Martin. He is close to escaping. Martin Tyler, oh, it's nothing short of a miracle. Incomprehensible, this man and his actions. Absolutely incomprehensible. He solves problems in a way that my brain can't even think of as the slightest possibility. This is a rare genius, Aaron. We are but foolish mortals in front of him. His IQ definitely crossed 200 or more. Twice of a smart man. Aaron Smith, ooh. He stops in his tracks. Victory is so close. Why is he delaying his escape so close to victory? Celebration started early in the Japanese general's office. Seemed like another gold medal was in the bag for Japan. Praises were being heavily rained on the man Johnny English. He was hailed as the epitome of genius. A true pioneer. A champion, etc. etc. Although every single person in the room was just scratching their heads thinking, bloody hell. How did he pull this off? They would not embarrass themselves saying it out loud. They would all nod and play ball-like. Of course, this is to be expected. Many generals now felt the dilemma of the mercenaries across the world. When Johnny was a mercenary, he did impossible missions in ways that common sense could not comprehend. Hailed as the greatest mercenary ever, he always left others scratching their brains about how did he pull it off. Now the generals and analysts around the world were left with the same situation. Just how does one make sense of Johnny English? Ethan Gray was not faring much better. If Johnny did it once or twice, it might be luck. But him pulling off impossible every time in a fashion that nobody could make sense of every single time could only mean that the man was a genius beyond what common man could understand. He knew for sure that he needed to increase his ties with Johnny. This was an extremely valuable ally. Johnny did not escape immediately after reaching the terrace. He first looked around at the layout of the prison, only to find only one single large building. He was baffled. What the hell was this structure? The terrace was huge, with about 17 helipads, but only one single entrance, the one using which he came to the top. Johnny looked down to see the 3-story jump he would need to make to get out of this prison, but he absolutely changed his mind in an instant. He did not want to give his legs a jerk. Should he not be able to run the distance afterwards? Johnny instead decided to steal a helicopter from one of the helipads. He went in, and being a mercenary with experience, he knew all the controls and how to maneuver the device. Had it been anyone else except Johnny, a normal criminal or average player would never have known how to fly a helicopter, and hence would be forced to make the jump. However, what the players did not know was that the jump was not safe at all, as except the road made for supplies that eventually opened to the prison's basement. The rest of the area covering the prison was an active minefield. There was no way to safely traverse it except being blown apart. Johnny's choice to hence steal a helicopter made him inadvertently safe. Johnny stole the helicopter, and immediately got radioactivity about how this was an unauthorized takeoff. But he paid it no mind. Traversing the safe distance with a helicopter was a piece of cake, as within 30 seconds he crossed the safe line to become the gold medal winner of the event. However, what he did not know was that he would be the sole winner of the event. SMG and the man from Country G would die just outside the border 4 hours later, and Jose the Mexican would get blown up in the minefield. Hence day 2 ended, with Johnny English being the sole medal winner for the prison escape event. Chapter 286. The time has come. SMG was shook up after his loss at the prison escape event. He was extremely happy to know that Sir Johnny bagged the gold. But that night, he could not sleep a wink, trying to figure out where he went wrong. Trying to think about it. He started from the start, when he escaped the cell. From that very moment till when he got in the car, it was near perfect execution. 14 hours of intense focus and constant maneuvering through danger. And after all that, why did he drop his guard against a stranger? It was a stupid mistake, and it burned him to the core. He continually tossed and turned in bed, his emotions surging. He was very, very frustrated. It was then that he understood the answer upon as to why. It was because of the environment he was in, the organization where he was from. He was in constant danger. He never truly had slept calmly, as there was always a chance of attacks during night. It was a ruthless environment that kept his every sense on its edge. A man was constantly in survival mode. And although it was hard and many broke down, those who weathered it became untouchable. However, all that changed as he joined the true elites. He had reliable teammates, a safe environment in the upside, and a strong leader to rely on. He was no longer on the edge and had a more stable environment. Although he had no complaints about this, he also realized that luxury had made him complacent. The SMG from the assassin organization would never have made a mistake like dropping guard against a stranger just before the finish line. His blood boiled in anger. And it was at this very moment that he decided to ditch the comfort and go back to the state that put him on the edge. Trust noon and train hard to survive another day. The world of the elites was too shiny and bright for him to show his potential 100%. As he was an agent of darkness, determination filled his eyes. He vowed to get the 2 other gold medals. Only then would he redeem himself. The country of Japan was in a celebration every day, as their country had already gotten 3 gold medals out of 6 events, and were on the #1 spot worldwide. With many more events to go, it seemed like they could expect dominating performance from their players. The name True Elites and each and every member of the group, especially the elders, became extremely popular throughout Japan. All media and news channels covering every single clip and general introduction about the members one by one in their primetime show. It was a celebration inside the upside as well, as Ethan Gray lit the entire township up like it was Christmas. Every day was a huge celebration. He, along with President Shinzo Abe, personally visited the guild headquarters and had a photo shoot with Rudra, Johnny, Fatty and Neatwit, while also having a photo shoot with the entire guild as a whole. Rudra looked at that photo and smiled. He felt like this was definitely going on the guild hall's wall, along with a photo of Elites Batch 1, Batch 2, and the photo of the Elites with the elves and the One Knight Army Division. Though the guild had tasted some victories, the overall atmosphere was one of hungry wolves. Those whose events were yet to start were now pumped to prove their worth, while those who did not get a chance to participate this year started to train harder for next year. Rudra was laser focused. Day 3 and 4 was the most important day in the events day list, with day 3 being the qualifiers for the combat events. 1v1 fighting, cliff fighting, first blood match, while day 4 holding the semifinals and finals. This was the most hyped up event in the entire event list, and although all 3 had their own charm, it was fairly certain that 1v1 fighting was the most acclaimed of the 3. Just like there were many proficiencies in the lifestyle aspect of the game, but only the blacksmithing contest was held in the Grand Colosseum. The only fighting contest held in the Grand Colosseum was 1v1 fighting. It was the ground where countless legends were born, countless underdogs squashed, a few dark horses rising, and a few Davids conquering Goliaths. The crown of Olympics, the event the world was waiting to watch. If a difference between this event and the other 2 was to be made, it was like comparing football to handball. There is no disrespect at being a handball champion. A gold medal is a gold medal. However, there is just no comparison between the weight of the 2 victories and the grandeur of the champions. Rudra competing in 1v1 fighting, Karna competing in cliff fighting, Neatwit competing in first blood match. All the elites' top 3 would be in action tomorrow, with the world's eyes on the group. Will they live up to the hype? Or will the elites be squashed? It was a make or break day for the group. Should the results be good in these events, then one could say without a shadow of a doubt that the elites had the best talent roster in the entire Omega, with countless strong opponents. Some sneaky, some powerful, some with grit and will. In a sport where a single mistake could topple the momentum of a hunter to becoming a prey, it was going to be a testimony of true skill, with the top management themselves representing the guild tomorrow. The atmosphere in the guild hall was electric. Everyone bar no exception was going to see the event live in the guild hall. 2 hours before the event started, Rudra finally leveled up. It took him much longer than he expected, as he had to log out once to meet the president as he came to the guild hall. It delayed his plans by a few hours. He called up his stats panel. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Class, Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 76. Tier 2. Stats. AGI, 802 plus 401 DIT, 802 plus 401. Int, 802 plus 401 STA, 802 plus 401. PHY, 802 plus 401 HP, 112. 000/112. 000. Unassigned stat points, 0. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, healthy. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven, Sword, semi-legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusion Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Class Specific Skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Mysterious Egg, Incubating, 183/200. Satisfied? He smiled. No matter which group he was placed in tomorrow, he was confident in qualifying for the semi-finals. Chapter 287 1v1 Fighting 1. Day 3 of the VR Olympics with the preliminaries for the 3 most hyped events in the sport. The general layout of all the preliminaries was the same. There were 4 groups A, B, C, D, consisting of round of 128, knockout-style tournament in each match. Hence one contestant would need to win 7 matches to become the champions of their respective groups. There were a total of 250 countries participating in this event. Hence there were a total of 500 participants in this event. 2 from each country. Because of this, not all participants would need to fight in the round of 128, as some would get a bye in the match. And as a rule of the thumb, no 2 contenders of the same country would be in the same block. Hence, for example, one player from Japan was in Block A. Then the other one would be in Block B. This would ensure fair and healthy competition. Hence today was going to be a long day for Rudra. At the best case scenario, if he got a bye in the first round, he would still need to fight and win 6 matches to advance. If not, he would need to fight 7. Although the initial matches would not be in the Grand Coliseum. The matches from the semi-final of the group stage forward would all be in the Grand Coliseum. Rudra was placed in Group A, while Jean Mori was placed in Group C for Japan. Parallax was in Group D. This caused many fans who wanted to see Rudra take on Parallax click their tongues in disappointment. Considering how hard it was to advance from each group, the chances of the 2 facing seemed slim. The 1v1 fighting was the grandest event of them all. And the Rudra vs Parallax rivalry was only a drop in the bucket. There were many other heated rivalries, and many other strong contenders in the event. A fantasy vote that took place about who was most likely to win the event placed Rudra in 4th place, actually behind 3 other contenders. At number 3 was the Russian prize fighter Khabib. He was nicknamed as the Bear Fighter, because he once wrestled a level 55 mutant bear, with nothing but his bare hands while being a level 30 player with no armor. Logically, it was impossible to beat the bear, but Khabib pulled it off. His last recorded level was 74. And his class was the Dark Barbarian. At number 2 was Parallax. At level 82. He was a fan favorite to win the event. His skills when displayed on the big screen were flashy and neat. Hence his performance actually entranced more people than Rudra's in the Beat the Clock challenge, which was plain and effective. The number 1 player most voted to win the event was the Dark Faction player, with the class of Blood Warlock, rumored to have learnt a legendary blood control spell called Absolute Blood Manipulation. He was a one-man slaughter crew much more terrifying than any necromancer or wizard in PvE. A video clip of him wiping out a 1,000-man crew on a bloody battlefield in under 3 minutes had taken the internet by storm when it was released. However, as terrifying as his PvE skills were, his PvP skills were not to be underestimated at all. Always walking in a battle with vials of blood, he won his fights in the national championship without ever moving a single step from his spot. Hailing from Texas, USA, his name was Nightmare. Coincidentally, all 4 of them were in different blocks. Rudra was in Block A, Khabib in Block B, Nightmare in Block C, and Parallax in Block D. Derek Ray. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Derek Ray, and with me in the commentary today is the English legend Lee Dixon. Welcome, Lee. Lee Dixon, thank you, Derek. What a day for esports fans around the world. The initial rounds for the 3 of the most awaited events start today, Derek. We will be presiding over the stream of 1v1 fighting, while the other commentary teams will be handling the other 2 events. You can watch all 3 channels live, and for free on Cuber Networks. Derek Ray, well, Lee, cutting right to the chase. The group stage matches start in less than 5 minutes. Rake in your predictions about the event. Lee Dixon, well, Derek, there was a fantasy poll about who the world thinks will win. Out of the 500 contestants, 96% of the vote went to the top 4 seeds. It naturally speaks volumes about who the common masses thinks will win. With 33% people voting for the top seed Nightmare, the dark faction player with blood magic. I think he is going to be my pick as well, Derek. The masses are not stupid. He is the strongest of them all. Who is your pick? Derek Ray. My pick will be the second seed Parallax Lee. He has the highest level of them all. And after losing to Shikuni in the Beat the Clock event, he made a public statement about how he would right his wrongs in 1v1 event and bring home a gold medal. He is a driven man. And a driven man is dangerous. Lee Dixon, talking about the winner of the Tower event Shikuni. He is voted to be the 4th most likely contender to win this event, getting 17% votes. He took the world by storm with his power and speed in the Beat the Clock event. I think he will come out on top in his table to go through to the semifinals. Derek Ray, all 4 top seeds are in different groups. Lee. Let's see if the assumptions of the masses will come true or not. If so, we would have a very interesting semifinals tomorrow. Lee Dixon, absolutely, Derek. Alright. The wait is over. The challengers have been teleported to the virtual fight arena for the initial matches. Let's cut to some of the fight scenes. Remember, you watched it live only on the Cubery Sports Network. // If you are interested in reading fantasy stories about overpowered MC, be sure to check out my new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor // Chapter 288 1v1 Fight 2. Derek Ray. Well, the first match from Group A is surprisingly the match between the group favorite Shikuni from Japan and Hong Duan-chi from China. Lee Dixon. Well, the leader of the true elites Shikuni is a gold medal winner. He is strong and everyone knows that. His arrogant attitude says it all, Derek. He is here to win. Nobody being his opponent. Derek Ray. I would not be too sure about it, Lee. Hong Duan-chi is a level 65 warrior of tier 2. I think this will be an interesting fight. Lee Dixon. The timer of the first fight just started. Both competitors rush in to exchange a blow. Huh? What just happened? Why did the match just end? Derek Ray. I don't understand. However, the official conclusion is that player Shikuni has won the first match in 4 seconds. What is going on here? I think we need to see a replay. When Ridra and Hong Duan-chi were transported into the arena, Ridra activated his eyes of truth and gauged his enemy's basic information. Tier 2. Level 65. Assassin class. Ridra smirked. Assassin was an amazing class to play. However, it had one inherent weakness. Its defense was very low. Hong Duan-chi was in a sour mood when he realized his opponent was Shikuni. He clicked his tongue and cursed his luck. His strategy was to rely on his agility and somehow outmaneuver Ridra. However, he did not expect to lose out to Ridra in the agility department. When Ridra charged at him right out of the gate, he felt threatened by the speed that seemed at par with his own. However, Ridra then accelerated even faster. He could see the attack Ridra produced, but was unable to react in time to stop it. One strike through his neck, the second through his heart, and a third through his chest. All delivered in under 1 second. It was Ridra's 3-point strike move. Before Hong could even mount a proper defense, his HP hit 0. What seemed like a proper fight to him had only lasted 4 short seconds. In front of Ridra, this was all he could do. After watching the slow motion attack of Ridra multiple times, Derek Ray, what insane speed, what deadly accuracy, what crazy damage. From the start to the finish, the opponent could not even muster a single move. Is this the strength of the guild master of true elites? The reason behind his arrogance? Are world-class representatives just a joke to him? Lee Dixon, dominating, that's the only way one can describe this match, Derek. Complete and absolute dominance. Worthy of being a title contender. Derek Ray, I'm still shocked, Lee. However, the result is clear. Shikuni wins his first match in absolute style. Proceeds to round 2. At the General's Gathering, Ethan Gray looked at the match replay and how it ended in 4 seconds. Even a layman like him was thoroughly impressed by Ridra's skills. Enough to make him think, hot damn, this guy is crazy. He smiled. This was exactly the display he wanted Ridra to make. Looking around, he saw the generals of Japan, smiling and nodding, while nervously gulping saliva. Ethan wanted them to have this exact effect. The more the elites shined, and the more convincingly they did so, the more authority he would have in this nation. So far, the elites had exceeded all expectations, raking in medals after medals for the country. He was the one who benefited the most from this. Everyone from the president to the lowest part of the government became extremely respectful to him. his arrogance all being washed out as thing of the past. As he had brought and raised national heroes, Ethan Gray understood that in the changing world called Omega, the greatest asset with the potential for most appreciation was the guild called True Elites. Just being tied to them brought unspeakable benefits to him. Neatwit and Karna also won their first fights in their events. So far everything was progressing well and good. Not even 20 minutes had passed, and Rudra had to fight his second fight. The murmurs in the room ceased again, as everyone watched on in peak concentration. Rudra scanned his opponent this time. It was a dark faction player. His class was Night Ranger, the dark version of the Ranger class. The biggest difference between Ranger and Dark Ranger was that unlike Rangers, who were friends of the forest, having high mobility and proficient long-range fighting skills, Night Rangers had lower speed, but higher one-on-one combat skills. If one were to accurately describe the class, they were a cross between assassins and rangers, somehow overcoming the shortcomings of both classes, while nerfing their biggest strengths. Rudra smacked his lips. His luck was simply too good to have two easy prey land in front of him back to back. Just as the battle started, the opponent immediately used the smokescreen artifact to distort vision. Rudra frowned. He did not expect this, but then instantly smiled. This was even better. Once he found out where the opponent was, he did not even need to worry about his moves being leaked to the world. With this thick smoke, it was sure to be concealed. Rudra's years of experiencing battles had given him a great adaptability to any situation. He was not worried one bit about what his opponent would pull off. Instead, he calmly waited for the enemy's attack. Night Rangers had better vision than normal players, and although the fog was thick, he could make out Rudra's hazy outline. Thinking Rudra would be none the wiser, he picked his spot to close in and attacked, only to be shocked when it was blocked. Rudra anticipated that whoever would attack him would go for his neck, the only part where his armor did not offer protection, and his helmet did not reach. Hence, it was the only spot he was protecting. When the metal clashed, he smiled, immediately using Darkness Bind, his old and reliable trick. The opponent was horrified when he could not even muster movement. He was completely immobilizer. Sadly, he would never recover, his life ending while being immobilized. With the world being none the wiser, the second match ended in Rudra's victory. Time taken to win being 23 seconds. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job everyone. Also please keep in mind that for every super gift a bonus would be released / Chapter 289 1v1 Fight 3. Third match. Round of 32. Rudra was in battle stance. His opponent this time was from Sri Lanka. His name was Ranga, and he was a swordsman class player. Rudra had heard about Ranga. He is from Adam's Guild, a fellow associate from Grey International. Too bad they were enemies here, or else Rudra would have loved to exchange some pointers. Just as the match started, Ranga immediately unleashed his class special move, 100 Swords Descent. It was the most powerful move in his arsenal, and could be used from a 30-meter distance. He did not need to close in the distance. He knew Rudra was too strong for him to fight head-on. Hence, he unleashed his best move right from the start, trying to gain the upper hand in the battle early. When the terrifying sword chi came his way, Rudra's eyes widened in shock. He was thinking about closing in the distance. However, he was forced to retreat. Retractable shield opened in his arms, and with a strong bang, when the sword chi hit the shield, Rudra was forced back about 5 steps. A damage of 20 appeared on his HP bar by the sheer force of impact. Although the epic-rated shield absorbed much of the impact, it still sent Rudra staggering backwards. This was the first time ever that he took damage. Smiling, Rudra pushed in just after recovering from the impact. Even though Ranga had inflicted damage, he knew that he had failed miserably in his attempt. His strongest move could only inflict a 20 damage. He could not gain an advantage, and his trump card was wasted. In the exchange of swords that followed, Ranga slowly but surely felt that even though he was the one with the swordsman class, his swordsmanship was way inferior to Rudra. Each and every move of him parried, while he had no answers for Rudra's relentless attacks that chipped his HP. Slowly but surely his HP turned from green to yellow to red. Ranga was getting more and more desperate by the second. Hence in a wrong move, he tried to use his legs to kick Rudra off balance. His leg swipe missed, and Rudra jumped. Rudra used overhead slash to finish the match in a massive blow. Match number 3 ended with Rudra winning in 1 minute and 55 seconds. Derek Ray, what a performance by player Shikuni. Except for the first grand move by Ranga that caught Shikuni off guard. He could not get in any tangible offense later in the match. Lee Dixon, yes absolutely Derek. A convincing performance by the leader of the True Elites. His limits are yet to be tested in this competition. Derek Ray, every consequent matches are a treat to watch Lee. The strong are being filtered from the weak. And the competition is getting interesting. Lee Dixon, will challenger number 4 pose any threat to Guild Master Shikumi? Let's find out in round of 16. 30 minutes later. Round of 16. Rudra's next opponent was surprisingly a mage. Rudra actually knew this opponent very well. The Mad Mage Alam Sora. Nicknames, Crazy Bee **** of Ghost Kingdom. She had a strong reputation. A mage being in a 1v1 fighting tournament was odd. This is because inherently a mage is a PvP class and not a PvP class. They have weak defenses and are helpless when someone closes in on them. A mage needs time to cast spells. Hence once someone closes in on them and starts to attack rapidly, they are at a disadvantage. However, this was not the case for the Mad Mage Alam Sora. As a newbie, she only practiced fireballs day after day. Even when others left the beginner village, she stayed and kept practicing the only move, raising its proficiency to expert level. For being the first mage in the game to have achieved the feat of mastering a spell till the expert level, she was awarded the ability to insta-cast the perfect fireball. That meant that not only could she insta-cast the fireball spell, the damage was pretty high as well. This made closing in on her very tricky, as a point-blank range barrage of fireballs could defeat any opponent. She could not be underestimated. Just as the match started, Sora mocked Rudra by saying, "Oh, it's you, the favorite to win the table, the leader of true elites, the arrogant tyrant. Ho ho ho, I'm so scared." Ah ha ha ha. Rudra's eyebrows twitched. She was called the Mad Mage, or more appropriately, the Crazy Bee ****, for this very reason. She had an unstable personality and a foul mouth. Sora continued, "Kamian, do you dare to take one spell from me? Just one. Let me cast my strongest spell, and let's see if you can withstand it. Ha 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 ha, fun. So fun. Yes, take one spell from me. You must. If you do survive, I will take one from you as well. What do you say, huh? Fair, fair. It's fair, eh?" Rudra knew perfectly well how to deal with such crazies. He replied, "Playing games, eh? Ha! Yes, Omega is a game. It's fun. Let me hit you with my spell. Stay still now." Dot. Saying so, she started to chant her spell. Rudra could have technically waited for her to cast, and used full counter to return that spell back to blast her to smithereens. However, he did not wish to do that. Full counter was his ace in the hole that he did not want to reveal until the very last second. Rudra smirked. The crazy had dug a hole for herself. Like hell, Rudra would give her time to cast her spell. Closing in fast, Rudra used his strongest sword move, the World Slash. The elven sword shined brightly as a devastating sword cheesesaw emerged, cutting the dumbfounded Sora in half. One hit KO. Before teleporting out, Rudra calmly said, "Sorry, I don't have time for no games." When Sora teleported outside, she started to wail and scream. She screamed so hard that her vocal cords started to feel the intense strain. "Cheater! How dare you cheat? Rematch, I want a rematch." Ag. Could be heard. While the viewers watching worldwide wanted to criticize Rudra, Noon could actually do it. An ideal hero from an anime would have maybe entertained the crazy Sora, taking one move before returning one of his own. However, this was no anime. This was reality, and here what Rudra did made complete sense. Sora was a fool, and she paid for her mistake. Hence round of 16 ended for Rudra, with him defeating Sora in 22 seconds. Derek Ray, well Derek. Shikuni wins again. What a terrifying sword move he produced, eh? I've never seen it before. What is it? Lee Dixon, I don't know Derek, I don't think he used it in the Beat the Clock challenge. Just how many cards has this man kept hidden? How unfathomable is his real strength? Derek Ray, well, we will find out later in the competition, Lee. It was a convincing victory for Shikuni, however some may call it cowardly of him to attack a helpless Sora. Lee Dixon, I don't agree, Derek. Sora took it too easy. This ain't kindergarten. This ain't a fairyland. This ain't no game. Shikuni plays to win. Any smart man would not let such an obvious opening go. I think it's Sora's fault completely. Derek Ray, well, irrespective of how he did it, he won. Shikuni moves on to round of 8. Chapter 291 V1 Fight 3. Quarterfinals of Group A. This was the last fight. Rudra had to fight in the isolated arena, after which all fights would take place inside the Grand Colosseum. This was also the last fight where he would probably win without much hassle, as the competition would go up by a notch from the next round. His opponent for this fight was a knight from Austria named Rover, very much like himself, who had taken a different route to Rudra's golden ratio. He chose the skill The Last Stand after his Tier 1 promotion, and had failed to gain SSS rating in Tier 2 promotion, hence, he never saw the second-class special skill. He was confident in beating Ridra because of this very trump card. He had a high damage move called Thrust Strike. That would deal 300% of his maximum damage. If he could couple it with a critical damage bonus, it would be a mighty blow for any opponent, who would buckle before he did. Hence his only strategy in combating Ridra early on was defense. His only wish to chip Ridra's health as much as possible before using his special move The Last Stand. He planned on using mind games to bait his opponent in this match. However, he made a big mistake there, because you never play mind games with the greatest schemer of all time, Shikuni himself, who instantly sniffed out the man's true intentions. Rover said, "Come on then. Show me the horrendous distribution of your stats in the night class, attributing it all to strength and agility. You don't know the basics of the night class, do you? Come, let me show you the true way to play the night class." Saying so, he banged his shield with his sword. He was openly taunting Ridra to rush at him. Ridra found this funny. Ever since his display of strength in the Beat the Clock challenge, challengers had formed a misconception about his stat distribution, not being able to look into his stats because Eyes of Truth prevented anyone below Tier 4 from prying into his stats. He enjoyed a funny misunderstanding. Ridra naturally did nothing to correct this misconception. He was quite happy to mislead his opponents. However, because of how odd his enemy acted, he was sure he wanted him to close in on him for some reason. Ridra was not one bit scared, but he never underestimated his opponents. Since he wanted Ridra to close in so badly, Ridra would absolutely not go close. Laughing, Ridra changed his Excalibur for his old and trusted Windcutter sword, and started to lash out Windslash after Windslash from distance. Out of every 5 strikes, Rover was able to block 4, but one would end up hitting him, causing 100 damage. He did not like that Ridra was attacking from range, and tried to close in, only to have Ridra move away. Maintaining distance, Ridra used Darkness Blast and Darkness Bind, as he would from time to time cause massive damages of 5,000, 7,000 points. After 5 minutes of cat and mouse chasing, Rover's HP bar finally turned red. He was getting desperate. Why did the Bast **** keep running away? He was frustrated beyond reason. He kept hurling insults like, "You? Fight like a proper man. A honorable knight. What cowardly way to fight is this?" After a bit more damage, "You pig. You swine. You uncouth barbarian born from the illegitimate affair of a long-range sniper. Fight me at close range, damn it. I don't have any long-range offensive skills. And my plan won't work if you keep running away. Come here." Ridra continually heard his whining with an expressionless face. But when the opponent called him uncouth barbarian born from the illegitimate affair of a long-range sniper, he could not help but break out in a chuckle. Although he had no intentions of closing in one bit, he gave the man props for his creativity. Ridra also carefully started to pant, and miss his beat while running to create an illusion that his stamina was running out, while in reality, it was not the case at all, to throw his future enemies off. And hence at one point, he even gulped a stamina potion while running away. However, after that he was back at full speed. Unsurprisingly, Rover's HP soon bottomed out at 0, and his last stand activated. But with Ridra being so far away, his move was useless. He died out of sheer frustration. The entire match, he had only made a fool of himself by running and running in circles. Ridra won the round of 8, and proceeded to the semi-finals of the group stage. The match lasting 8 minutes and 22 seconds. Ridra's longest bout yet. Derek Ray, another victory for Shikuni, and a very interesting one at that. What are your thoughts on this match, Lee? Lee Dixon: Yes, Derek, a very entertaining match. A very different approach from Ridra compared to his general fighting style, as he avoided the close-range fight completely, instead choosing to fight from range. What was his reason for doing this? Derek Ray: Well, Rover did try to bait him to come at him, but Ridra never took a bite. He completely changed his fighting style, and chose to fight from range instead. While we will never find out what Rover had planned, what's commendable is Shikuni's versatile fighting style. He can fight well at range, which is surprising for his class. Lee Dixon: Well, Derek, he is a favorite to win in this group. However, unlike his previous opponents, the next round is the semi-finals of this event, and everyone who made it this far are cream of the crop, who will compete in the Grand Coliseum. Next match will surely be a treat to watch. Scheduled 45 minutes from now. Live from the Grand Coliseum. Only on Cubery Sports Network. // bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Good job everyone // Chapter 291 1v1 Fight 5. Semi-finals of the group stage. Grand Coliseum Arena. Derek Ray, finally we are done with all the groups having completed the quarterfinals. And we are finally for some action live from the Grand Coliseum. In front of a packed crowd of 200,000 fans. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. Lee Dixon, you can feel the energy in the air here, Derek. I'm sure this is how gladiators would have felt in ancient Rome. But this is 10 times better. Derek Ray, ho ho. Good one, Lee. Our first match in the semi-finals round is from Group A, as Shikuni takes on Babar. What are your thoughts on this match? Lee Dixon, well, both are outstanding competitors who have shown dominating performances in the early rounds. It's hard to say who will win, Derek. But I will put my chips on Shikuni. I think he has the edge. Derek Ray, well then I will place my chips on Babar. I wish to see upset here. Can he topple the top seed of the group? Voice of the ring announcer as he introduces the champions. Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Coliseum. Today's main event, the 1v1 fight, shall now begin. Loud roars and cheers from the audience. Announcer, first fight from Group A. Introducing the contestants. First from the beautiful lands of Country X. We have the Paladin. The unstoppable force Babar. Soft cheers were given to Babar as he walked into the arena with his fists raised. Next from the island country of Japan. The moment the announcer said only this, the crowd erupted in mad cheers. The atmosphere became absolutely electric. We have the Knight. The Dragon Slayer. The one who defies all odds. The Limit Taker. Informally known as the Demon of Death Valley. He is the winner of Beat the Clock Challenge. And the Guild Master of the True Elites. He is Shikuni. Thunderous cheers upon Rudra's introduction came from the crowd. Compared to Babar, who had no titles in game, Rudra's introduction was grand. Rudra walked into the arena lightly adjusting his shoulder, as he jumped lightly while cracking his neck. He was as casual as one could be. Upon entering the arena, Rudra's eyes darted across the area, and he noticed the huge crowd. 200,000 people was an intimidating number. When they are all looking at you, a weaker man would have been on the edge of his nerves. But not Rudra. He quite enjoyed the attention. This fight was more important to Ethan and Mithun Ambani than it was for Rudra. Rudra was Ethan's partner and had a brotherly relation with the man. However, Babar was Mithun's champion and his employee. The pressure he had to win this match was astronomical. To Mithun, beating Ethan's best guy was more important than winning the championship, for everything that he had provided for the training and growth of the participants of Country X. All he ever asked for was to thoroughly obliterate anyone from Japan, and especially from the Guild True Elites. Now that Babar was facing the Guild Master of the Guild himself, he started to remember the words of his employer. His grip on his sword became tighter, as he glared at Rudra menacingly. Feeling the menace, Rudra frowned and checked the opponent's stats. Rudra was shocked to see that his opponent was a level 74 Paladin. Rudra had to take this opponent quite seriously if he wanted to win this event. The fact that he was able to become a level 74 player meant that he was much better than the other players he had fought until now. Seeing how seriously his opponent was glaring at him, Rudra thought about messing with his mind. The countdown for the fight started. 10, 9. The entire crowd counting each number out loud. Rudra at that moment pointed at Babar. And just as Roman emperors did to gladiators in the ancient world, he had his thumbs up with a smile, only to become a thumbs down with a death stare in a second's time. The crowd lost their damn minds at this gesture. Rudra had proclaimed that he was going to put his enemy down. With the crowd cheering Rudra so much, Babar had already started to feel inferior. However, Rudra's provocation infuriated him. He knew losing his calm before such a fight was bad, and was not stupid enough to let it affect his battle plan. However, he was for sure pissed off. 3:21 fight. The timer ended, and both contestants unleashed their long-distance attacks from range. However, it was more like Babar dishing out a light blast, and Rudra countering it with a darkness blast of his own. Boom! An explosion happened when the light blast met the darkness blast. In the center of the arena, Rudra taking this opportunity, where vision was masked with the explosion smoke, closed in on Babar through the smoke. Babar noticed Rudra just as he came out of the smoke, and raised his shield to parry Rudra's attack. However, it was a feint. Rudra rolled through, and he had very little space to hit Babar. He could not have done it with just any sword. But Rudra had Excalibur, and hence stabbed Excalibur, which had shrunk to the size of a dagger, into the sides of Babar's armor. 1,700. Babar's armor mitigated the damage, and Babar swung his sword to counter with a hit of his own. But Rudra jumped, hence the sword missed its mark, and threw Babar off balance. Rudra wanted to pierce Elvin's sword into Babar now that he was off balance. But his enemy was good, as he quickly put his shield in front to block the sword strike. Hence Rudra was forced to change his mode of attack to a kick. Having learnt martial arts with Hume for a month, Rudra produced a devastatingly strong kick with prefect technique, which landed squarely onto Babar's shield, and sent him flying 20 meters into the arena's wall with an impact. 1,200. The impact caused him to take damage. As he reeled from the pain, the crowd erupted in cheers. Shikuni! 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 Chants could be heard from the crowd. Rudra smirked, and raised his hands in dominance, giving the audience a show, as he had completely wiped the floor with Babar in the early exchange. However, the fight was far from over, and he still had a long way to go. Chapter 292 1v1 Fight 6. Babar used Recover, a holy skill, as a means to recover some of his lost HP, after which he raised his guard against Rudra again. Now that he had experienced firsthand how strong Rudra was, all the distractions left his mind, as he became fully focused on the battle. As for him, nothing else mattered. He did not close in the distance, nor did he retreat. He calmly observed every move Rudra made. Rudra was starting to get serious. Up until this fight, no fight had actually needed him to show even 50% of his ability. However, this fight had finally proven worthy of him warming up. Rudra dashed towards Babar, who took a defensive stance. After their swords clashed for a couple exchanges, Babar unleashed his skill Shield Sword Press, where Rudra was rammed with the shield and stabbed with the point of the sword at the same time. It was a move that did not cause much damage, but was sure to hit at close range, as it was hard to avoid the central shield ramming into the body, unless you have a shield of your own. Rudra crossed his swords trying to block the shield's press. However, the tip of the paladin's sword still grazed him, causing a 100 damage. Rudra squinted his eyes, and used Twin Blade Hurricane. A series of cuts landed on Babar, a few on his shield, and a few on his armor. Unlucky for him, his sword got disarmed by the rapid barrage of Twin Blade Hurricane, as he received a series of 300 damage notifications. In total, the damage totaling 12,000 points of health. Now without his sword, his battle plan changed, as he tried his best to regroup and create distance. However, Rudra kept pressing hard. Babar was being forced to retreat. Rudra completely believed he had complete control of this exchange, until suddenly, a sword penetrated his stomach. 10,000 damage notification appeared on Rudra, who stared dumbly at the sword and then to the grinning face of Babar, who knew he played Rudra well. Apparently Babar had intentionally dropped the sword, for Rudra to come at him like this, only to shock him with summoning another sword from his inventory at the right time and stunning Rudra. Rudra cursed as he created some separation. This was the first time in a match that he had taken damage, albeit it did not even make a dent in his massive health pool, much of which can be given credit to the armor that Ethan procured him, which mitigated the damage by 60%. Rudra decided at that very point that he was more than willing to play ball and put the boy in his place, now that he had schemed against him. Placing Excalibur on the ground, Rudra pointed Elven's sword at Babar, while coolly pretending to drink a health recovery potion. Babar could naturally not let this happen as he charged into Rudra, not willing to give him time to drink the potion. But he did not know that this was exactly Rudra's plan. When he was close, Rudra instantly used Darkness Bind. He paralyzed Babar, and instantly used 3-point stab. 7,000, 9,000, 17,000 critical hit. A devastating damage appeared on Babar, who retreated horrified. His HP had become bright red in an instant. He was now on the run. However, compared to Rudra, he was much slower, and could never create tangible separation. Rudra never let the pressure go from then on. He slammed Excalibur into the ground, using the skill Earthquake. The entire arena rumbled from the move, as Babar lost his footing because of the shaky ground. Using this opportunity, Rudra used a powerful overhead slash that Babar barely blocked with his shield. Bam! A solid impact was created when metal clashed against metal. Rudra proceeded to kick the shield right off of Babar's hand. Babar, now on the floor, desperately tried to fight back with one sword, but things looked dire for him, as soon enough even his sword went flying out of his hand. Without his sword and his shield, he was a helpless player for slaughter under Rudra, as being on the floor, he could not even run away. As such, the moment he turned his back, trying to get on his feet, a sword impaled his heart, and another one his chest. The last scene he saw before his death was Rudra pointing at him with his thumbs down. Loud cheers erupted from the crowd. Rudra had won the semi-finals of Group A in 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Derek Ray, another match. Another win for Shikuni. What a man. What a match. What a performance. Lee Dixon, brilliant strategy adopted by Shikuni. Derek. One has to admire his battle awareness. For the first time ever, he took damage in a battle, but his recovery was absolutely fantastic. Derek Ray, only one match awaits him today. The finals of Group A, where he will face the winners of the next match from Group A. That will be all for the preliminaries. Will he keep the momentum going? Or will he fail after coming so far? Stay tuned to find out. Lee Dixon, that's the result of match 1 from semifinals, folks. Shikuni's next match scheduled in 2 hours' time. Stay tuned on the Cuber Esports Network to see many more thrilling matches that are coming next. Derek Ray, up next we have. Ethan Gray was sitting in the general's room, sipping on fine wine. He was absolutely exhilarated by the defeat of Babar. For him, he had already won the event, by causing great ire to Mithun Ambani. Just thinking about how mad Mithun must be at the defeat of his best player. Ethan giggled. He lived for the simple things like these. Making his enemies suffer brought him great joy. Especially the last moment, when Ridra had Babar disarmed and helpless at his feet. Ending his life with a thumbs down was truly satisfying. And just as he predicted, Mithun was indeed livid. He had smashed the TV into bits and pieces, and was still hammering at it in anger. It was a bit of a tradition in Country X. They would vent their anger on the TV they were watching the event on if they lose. Rudra was incredibly focused in his private room. He was looking at the other contenders' matches, paying close attention, especially the ongoing match, whose winner would face him in the finals of Group A. Chapter 293 1v1 Fight 7. Rudra still had a lot of cards hidden. He was deliberately holding back his true strength to win matches, and only revealing bits and pieces that he wanted to. Some information about him was misleading, while some gaps in his fighting style were left open deliberately, so that when someone would target those gaps, they would fall right into Rudra's trap. Up until now, Noon really had the luxury to study the opponent's match tapes and create strategy, as everyone was busy fighting match after match. At most, after winning a match in the waiting lobby, they could see a competitor fighting. However, it all depended on luck and whether you had time to watch it before your own next match started. However, tomorrow would be different. The winners of each group will carefully see the tapes of all their opponents, study their moves and form strategies. That is when Rudra's plan would come to fruition. He wanted to show those holes in his fighting style, to gain a mental advantage over his opponents, whereas he wanted to keep a lot of his moves set as surprise. Hence the opponent would always be on the edge, guessing about what the hell was going on. Rudra's final opponent in Group A was the one he wanted to face the least, the same guy from his previous life, who won this event, the Samoan bulldozer, Amaga. Everything from his appearance to his fighting style was barbaric. It was not a far cry to say that he was the perfect embodiment of the class barbarian. He was a musclehead through and through, but his fighting style was no joke. A natural when it came to brawling. His way of wielding his curved sword called Panika was absurd, and almost like MMA met sword wielding. Rudra hated these kinds of opponents the most. He was not scared of losing to Umaga. However, he was scared to show more cards than needed in this match. What made Umaga such a threatening player in Barbarian class was his tier promotion. Being a SSS tier promoted player twice, he had devastating class-specific skills under his belt. His first skill was Eternal Rage, which buffed all his stats by 70% for 3 minutes in combat. This was essentially the Barbarian version of Rudra's Golden Ratio. However, instead of a passive it was active, and instead of a permanent buff it was temporary. However, it gave a 70% stat boost, not the 50% of Golden Ratio, which meant that for a period of time, his stats would probably outclass Rudra's. Now this was very troubling. His second class specific skill was Dance of Death. It was essentially a tool of mutual annihilation, and exactly what made his playstyle dangerous. The skill could be activated when his HP fell below 10%. Then on each and every attack of his, would cause 200% damage. This skill was terrifying. If stacked with the first skill, even at 10% HP, the man was a walking dynamite. For each of his attacks would cause lethal damage to his opponents. Rudra had to be careful of the man for these. Derek Ray. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last 4 matches for today. The finals of the group stage. Each and every competitor who has made it this far is the best of the best. However, only those who progress even further will have a shot at winning a medal and cementing themselves as the best. Lee Dixon. I couldn't agree more, Derek. The semi-finals were absolutely brilliant. However, the competition heats up even more as the last 4 matches of the day draw closer. First up from Group A, we have the crowd favorite Shikuni taking on the Samoan bulldozer Umaga. What are your thoughts on this, Derek? Derek Ray, well Lee. To be honest, both competitors are evenly matched. This is going to be a great fight. Shikuni is a refined fighter who uses his head in the fight, whereas Umaga is a brute and a brawler. If Shikuni manages to keep this fight civil, then it will be in his favor. However, if Umaga converts it into a brawl, then he will have a hard time. Lee Dixon, I wonder what would be going on in their heads right now, Derek. If you were Shikuni, how would you make a game plan to tackle the Samoan bulldozer? How do you learn to tame a wild bull in an open field? Derek Ray, well, we will find out soon enough. The ring announcer is down in the field. I think it's time to call the champions. Cheers from an excited crowd. Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, the next match is the final match of the Group A. Introducing first, from the island country of Samoa, the brute, the barbarian, the terrifying Umaga. Thunderous cheers from the crowd as Umaga walks in stomping with his tongue out. Introducing next, from the island country of Japan, he is the guild master of the Miracle Guild True Elites, the mayor of Purple Haze City, the charismatic, the arrogant, the ruthless, Shikuni. Deafening cheers from the crowd as Shikuni walks out with his guild robe on his back, pointing at the guild insignia. Rudra looked at Umaga, who was staring at him with his tongue out, not an ounce of fear on his face. Umaga started to laugh, comparing his muscular body covered in tattoos to Rudra's lean frame. He said, "Puny?" A loud "oh" rang from the crowd. However, Rudra did not mind. Flinging his guild robe aside, he equipped Elven sword and Excalibur and took fighting stance. The countdown for the fight started after the ring announcer left the arena. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1 fight. / Guys, the golden ticket and power stones have slowed down a lot. We need to pick up the pace. I am also doing bonus chapters for any super gift. Many exhilarating fights ahead. Please support for faster content. / Chapter 294 1v1 Battle, Group A Finals. Straight out of the gate, Umaga rushed in on Rudra, his curved panika coming in from the top. Rudra sidestepped to avoid the strike and countered with extended Excalibur. Rudra thought it was a guaranteed hit. However, Umaga, in a display of a bizarre dodging technique, managed to avoid the strike. Now, with both men having avoided each other's initial attacks, there was only one move both had in mind. That was the basic kick. Rudra's left kick met Umaga's right. And although Rudra felt the strength of Umaga, ultimately without the Eternal Rage skill activated, his strength was not Rudra's match. Hence, he was sent flying for about 5 meters. Shock spread across Umaga's face, as he never thought the frail-looking human in front of him was actually stronger than him. And while he was down on the ground, he saw the bone-chilling image of Rudra looking down on him. As Rudra said, "Oh!" Puny strength. This infuriated Umaga beyond any measure. Puny was exactly the word he told Rudra before the start of the match. However, now it was clear that his strength was inferior, hence, he was more puny. Doing a kip-up, the man stood up and let out a war cry that riled up the crowd, and beat his chest with his fist that was not wielding a sword. And for the first time in any matches, he changed his fighting posture from straight to turning southpaw, his shoulder pointing towards Rudra, as his dominant hand wielded his sword. This highly bothered Rudra. He had never seen the brute use such a stance. The stance was actually the distinction between single and dual sword wielders. While dual sword wielders had a wider stance that could deal greater damage utilizing their 2 attacking arms, the disadvantage was clear that they left more surface area for opponents to attack on, compared to dual wielding specialized for attack. The single-arm sword wielding was a more balanced and complete way of fighting. Derek Ray, ho ho ho. Mind games being played by Shikuni, as he comes on top of the exchange of power. How high must his strength stat be to even outpower the barbarian Umaga? Lee Dixon, well, we don't know the exact reason behind his absurdly high strength. Is it an artifact? Is it a skill? Is it permanent? Meanwhile, Umaga has let out a war cry and changed his stance to a proper sword fighter. How shocking. Derek Ray, I don't think we have seen this stance from Umaga prior to today, Lee. He usually uses his brute strength to outperform his enemies. However, he is standing upright like a refined fighter now. I wonder what's the reason. Lee Dixon, seems like Shikuni is as perplexed as you are, Derek. Look at him approaching cautiously. The pace of this battle has slowed down. Rudra approached Umaga cautiously. He had his fair share of fighting one-handed swordsmen. However, except for the traditional posture, none of Umaga's moves made sense. The footwork he was weaving was erratic and had no rhythm. His stance, though tight, had many openings. Was it a bait? Was it a trap? Rudra had no way to figure out. He could take out one of his big moves, but he did not want to reveal them too soon. Rudra, gritting his teeth, bit the bait and engaged in fighting. The curved sword pressed down on Elden's sword. As Ridra tried to go for THR exposed left arm of Umaga, with the longer range of Excalibur. However, in a move that made no sense to Ridra, Umaga suddenly stopped his footwork, and moved right in towards the sword's trajectory. Or so it seemed. As at the point of contact where it should have passed right through the man, it passed through thin air. A 6'5" muscular man blurred out of Ridra's vision, and he panicked as he quickly scanned for his opponent. Straight. Not there. Left. Not there. Right. Not there. Up. Missing. That meant, by the time Ridra looked down, a devastating uppercut connected to his jaw, and it was his turn to be sent flying. A damage of 1000 appeared on his status screen. As he got up to his feet, spitting a small amount of blood, Umaga had a smug look on his face. He had returned the fire. Ridra recognized Umaga's skill. It was illusionary steps, a move that was usually preferred and bought on the market by the swordsman and assassin class that created the illusion of a man being there to the eye, when he was not. It was a relatively rare skill book, with a price of 1000 gold coins or more. Ridra had never seen the man bring out such a move in any of his previous matches, nor did he have memory of the move in his possession. Despite the damage, Ridra thanked his luck. He needed to realize that he was not the only one with hidden cards and hidden moves, that his opponents, even the most brute ones, had aces up their sleeves, and he could never be too careful. The 1000 damage was acceptable for that lesson. Ridra at this point stopped worrying about exposing his strength too much and actually started to focus on the fight more and more, as there would be no next match if he could not win this one first. Hence Ridra brought out a OP skill he had obtained long ago at the Necromancer's hideout, that he seldom used because of its dark nature. Ridra used Darkness Absorb. Dark energy started to swirl around Umaga, who was perplexed by the move. He had not seen this before. The darkness energy stung him at various body parts, and drained his health bar by 300 points. Ridra, however, regained the 1000 points lost in HP. As he recovered to full health, dark faction players across the world rose in uproar over this. They were all too familiar with the Necromancer class move of Darkness Absorb. But how did Ridra, a light faction knight, perform the move? Ridra often used Darkness Blast, but it was not a purely dark faction move, as mages and warlocks and many other professions could also cast the move. There were also news about there being a couple of skill books on the market. However, Darkness Absorb was a bona fide dark faction move, and Ridra just used it. The consequences remained unknown. Chapter 295 1v1 Battle, Group A Finals. Ridra gave no more room to Umaga. Everyone else may be afraid of Umaga's power, but Ridra was not. He knew he was stronger at this stage, and that engaging in close-range fight would benefit him. Countering Umaga's odd footwork, Ridra kept on pressing closer and closer to Umaga, giving him no space to maneuver. With every sword strike that Umaga countered with his panika, he was forced to take a step back, while constantly having to dodge the second sword strike. Ridra's incredible agility meant that it was very hard to create distance, and as such Ridra was absolutely dominating the sword exchange, as every once in a while, a jab would cut the Samoan here and there. 100, 300, 700, 400. A series of cuts and constant pressure forced Umaga to the wall of the arena. He had no more space to run. Umaga's eyes widened in shock. He was starting to get scared of the opponent. This was the first time someone controlled the tempo of his fight and dominated him so thoroughly, with no more space to dodge. Ridra's next strike would have impaled him. The sense of danger and the psychological trauma of being overpowered caused the Samoan to snap, as he used his first trump card in the match. Eternal Rage. A burst of strength coursed through his body, as he pushed Ridra back. Ridra staggered and took a few steps back. He was not shocked at all. He was expecting this to happen. Now that Umaga had used one of his whole cards, Ridra just had to weather the next 3 minutes where his stats were inferior to Umaga, and then he would have this match in the bag. A smirk formed on his face, as his enemy played right into his hands. Just as Ridra thought, Umaga came charging at him, as every second counted for him. With a 70% stat boost, it was him dominating Ridra now. Every strike parried caused Ridra to take a step back. The Samoan came out swinging violently, and Ridra could feel the impact in his arms. Ridra was glad at this point to be wielding the Elven sword. A lesser sword would have been broken under the power Umaga was wielding. With the roles almost reversed, Ridra was the one defending now. But he did not receive additional damage like Umaga, as Umaga was not a dual sword wielder. He could only push Ridra back, but it was useless unless he could produce damage. The crowd went absolutely ballistic for the performance of these two champions. Clamor and shouts filled the arena. Derek Ray, What a roller coaster of a match. It is Shikuni on the back foot now, after pressing Umaga all the way to the wall. Just when we thought it would be difficult for Umaga, he came out swinging. Lee Dixon, well, there is nothing more dangerous than hunting a cornered animal, Derek. Umaga lashes out with vengeance. Rudra is being pushed back. But it's not quite the same as him pushing Umaga, as there is no damage taken. Derek Ray, this is a clash worthy of titans. If one pushes, the other pushes back. Up till now I think they are quite equally matched, Lee, with Shikuni having a slimmer of an advantage. Lee Dixon, it's not a considerable one, however, Derek. And the tables may turn at any point. Umaga uses a taekwondo-style kick to Rudra, whose defense is blown open. Derek Ray, his guard is blown open, Lee. Can Umaga make it count? Lee Dixon, that stance. That move. Are we going to see it? Yes, sir. Barbarian Slaughter. Umaga used one of the strongest moves in his arsenal, Barbarian Slaughter. It was a 10-move combo, with a chance of hitting 7 critical hits. It was the move he had used to fence off all his opponents up till this point. However, the very first strike did not connect. In a move he never anticipated, Rudra dropped Excalibur, and retractable shield opened on his left arm. Bam! The epic rated shield took the blow of the first move, and Rudra stood his ground, immediately pushing back with all his might. Umaga had to take a step back due to the recoil, and his combo was effectively ruined. Umaga was visibly frustrated. Only a minute was left on his skill, and he had yet to dish out any damage. Rudra stood before him with a near full HP bar. He became desperate and unleashed moves after moves. However, Rudra had dropped his sword, changed his stance to northpaw, and started his best defense. In spite of Umaga's strength-filled flashy attempts, all Rudra did was defend. Defend and defend more. Not a single blow landing damage. This continued until Umaga finally ran out of time, and his strength waned. Feeling the decrease in strength of the blows, Rudra's eyes glistened with rage. It was his turn now. Not only was the brute Umaga out of strength, but he was also visibly a bit out of breath. The 3 minutes of continuous high-intensity barrage had taken a toll on his stamina. Hence, he had trouble fighting against the explosive Rudra, who fought like there was no tomorrow. 3,000. 3,000. 5,900. A series of major damage appeared on Umaga, who was not able to maneuver like he did as his defense became sloppy. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Rudra turned the momentum of the battle, as Umaga's HP kept dropping, from the once light green to yellow to finally dark orange color. Rudra knew he had this in the bag. The moment that Umaga used his Eternal Rage trump card without his critical damage boost skill, he knew that he had no chance of winning. It may have looked like an evenly matched battle up till now. However, it was far from the reality. Rudra was the dominant force in this fight right at the gates, and he was only waiting to remove the fangs of the tiger before pouncing on him. Within 2 short minutes of Umaga's burst of strength ending, he was whittled down to 10% HP, and he unleashed his last trump card. In a desperate last struggle. Chapter 296, The Destined Clash. Umaga's was at 10% HP and hence instantly activated his class special skill. His every attack would now have a 200% damage, and would produce 400% damage in case of critical hits. It was the greatest equalizer he possessed. However, it was useless in front of Rudra, who instantly put distance between himself and Umaga. He would not let Umaga mount any counterattack, and only attack from range at this critical juncture. This was the difference between knowing one's hidden cards and not knowing about them. As with proper strategy, any trump card could be countered. On the other hand, one should always fear the unknown, because one doesn't know what one doesn't know. However, unfortunately for Umaga, without having the stat boost of 70% under his belt, his agility was no match for Rudra, and no matter how he tried, he could never close in the distance. Rudra used Darkness Blast, Darkness Bind, and the like to slowly creep his already 10% HP down to 2%. A mad look appeared on Umaga's face. He needed to heal, and he needed to heal immediately. Taking a step back, he took out a health potion vial. However, how could Rudra let him regain any health without him on guard? Rudra unleashed the World Slash. A devastatingly strong sword chi ravaged the space as it traveled towards Umaga. He knew at that very moment that he was done for. There was nowhere to dodge, and no way for him to stop it. The slash connected, and his HP dropped to 0. Umaga was teleported out of the arena in defeat. The crowd erupted into an uproar. The winner had been decided. Rudra had one fist raised in air, in celebration of his victory. The announcer soon came in the field, as his powerful voice roared across the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in 6 minutes and 28 seconds and the representative of Group A to proceed to the next round from the island of Japan. Shikuni. The crowd went absolutely ballistic. This was a worthy man to win. They were thoroughly entertained. Chants of Shikuni, Shikuni, Shikuni erupted from the crowd. Rudra felt exhilarated for some reason. Adrenaline was pumping in his body. This battle was somehow enjoyable for him. Maybe this is the joy of battle. He was never a battle fanatic. Not a medieval knight who found his calling on the battlefield. However, at this moment, on this day, in front of 200,000 strong chanting his name, he was hooked. Hooked to the art of battle. Derek Ray, he's done it again. The guild master of the true elites has came through for Japan. He wins Group A in grand fashion. Defeats the Samoan bulldozer Umaga. Lee Dixon, what a turnaround. Derek. What seemed like an evenly matched event turned quickly into one-sided dominant island by Shikuni. Umaga had no answer for Shikuni's relentless assault. Derek Ray, I don't know how he did it. Lee. Was he concealing his strength? How high does his strength stat have to be to outpower a barbarian? Considering there was no tangible level difference between the two, it's completely incomprehensible. Lee Dixon, an average man, should have about 3,250 stat points at level 70. However, the way Rudra outpowers his opponents, I think he has at least 1,000 of those stat points invested in his strength stat, and about 800 in his agility. That leaves very little room for other stats. Lee, which should be considerably weaker at around 400-500. Derek Ray, well, although it's not a balanced distribution, Lee, we cannot criticize Rudra for it. It works splendidly for him. After all, we don't know the truth, and this is pure speculation. Lee Dixon, Shikuni is done with all of his matches for today. His next opponent will be decided in about 1.5 hours, after the lots randomly draw the opponents of the winners from all 4 groups. Derek Ray, I'm excited for the finals tomorrow. Lee. That will be stage where the true titans collide. While the commentator's speculation of Rudra's stat distribution being abnormal was not wrong. However, it was completely off the mark. Regarding how abnormal it was, Rudra had gotten many lucky chances that permanently increased his stats. Also, he had a special title that gave him 25% stat bonus every time he leveled up, adding to the 200 stat bonus of tier promotion. His overall stats were 40-10 in total, with the golden ratio bonus of 2,005, making the grand total of 6,015 points. This was almost double that of an average player, while about 50% more than excellent players in the competition. Just for comparison, Parallax had a total stat points of 4,300. This was unknown from the common public. If it was leaked that he had about 1,200 stat points, not in one stat but each and every one of his stats, it would cause a major uproar. Not even level 100 players should have such outrageous stats. But alas, Rudra's secret would forever be a speculation. The poor commentators could not even guess his highest stat correctly. That's how outrageous it was. Karna and Neatwit had also won their respective group stages of their respective events of cliff fighting and first blood match, meaning that the big 3 of the guild all secured their spots for tomorrow. Hence, Japan was potentially looking at day 5 with 3 medals. This caused a wave of excitement in the country. They were clearly dominating the international stage with the esports scene. The performance of the Japanese team filled them with immense pride and joy. The more the true elites shined, the more attention they garnered. This was extremely beneficial for the guild, if they created a big enough wave at the end of the VR Olympics. His recruitment for the Elite Academy would go extremely smoothly. And that was indeed the case. There was international excitement about potentially entering the Elite Academy, the hype of which increased more and more by the day. Rudra watched on the other finals of other groups carefully. Unsurprisingly, all the top 4 seeds won their respective groups, with the random lots drawing Rudra's next match against Parallax. Chapter 297: The Hype. The General's Office. It was a celebratory mode inside the conference room today, as Japan had another good day, with 3 contestants making it to the 5th day finals. Every match was exhilarating in their own rights. However, Karna really shined brightly in the cliff fighting event. His opponent in his group finals was a user of a special sonar-type sound technique that helped him locate his enemies. Hence, he used a smoke screen to blind Karna on the fighting stage. It was a tense moment, and nobody knows what happened inside the smoke. However, after a short while, it was shockingly the opponent that was sent flying down the cliff to his doom. Karna managed to win. The opponent did not know Karna had the mind's eye's special move. Him using the fog to blindside Karna was basically playing right into his hands. Neatwit's finals were also interesting. His rise considered an anomaly as except for himself. Everyone else was a thief/assassin/ranger class player. Swordsmen were not especially known for their blinding speed. However, Neatwit managed his first blood match victories through incredibly nimble movements. It was a fun short exchange match to watch. Compared to those two, the longer fights featured Ridra, whose real strength was just shrouded in mystery. He was a pool that nobody seemed to figure out was actually a bottomless well. Well, Parallax was going to find it firsthand soon enough. Just as the matches for all groups ended, Ridra logged out of the game. His opponent for tomorrow was Parallax. He needed to prepare for the match. Ridra's room. Real world. The upside. Ridra logged out of the game and came down to the dining room, where his family was watching news about him and his coming match on the big screen. When they saw Ridra, both his parents smiled, while Father Rajput said, "Good fight, kid." Ridra smiled and took a seat beside his father, as he munched on a light snack looking at the TV. The news channels were already branding tomorrow's match as a fight between bitter rivals, etc., etc. Clips of Fatty Kalash saying that Parallax was not worthy of being a respectable opponent in Ridra's POV was being played. Animations of him inside Omega on one side, with a big VS sign in the middle and Parallax on the other. Like traditional boxing matches was being played. Ridra chuckled at the cringe. But he would not lie. The animations and the teasers did hype him up a little. However, what he saw next completely baffled him. It was unexpected. After Parallax won his group, apparently he did an interview with a reporter, and the contents of it were something like this. "Tomorrow I will beat the pi asterisk asterisk out of that arrogant Shikuni. For my country and for my pride. I don't like that guy. I haven't ever met him. Have no vendetta. However, I just hate his guts. Him beating me and beat the clock will forever be an unwashable stain in my memory." Then the reporter asked him about what were his thoughts on his strategy to fight Ridra. "Well, of course, I have a solid strategy. But I can't quite reveal it on camera. However, it's out of disgust that I'm making strategy. His ridiculous strength is no joke. However, against me, it's only but a stupid mistake. He doesn't put me in his eyes. Hence, I will put him in his grave." The interview was overall filled with Parallax taking jabs at Ridra. Ridra was not affected by this at all. He even found it very funny at how rattled he had made Parallax without even doing anything. Ridra analyzed Parallax's character and found a fatal flaw in his personality, which was vanity. He had a strong sense of self-importance and glory. He was hungry for respect and dignity. He fought for the spotlight. In other words, he was a fool. Ridra initially planned to study tapes before his fights tomorrow. However, seeing Parallax's personality, a wicked plan formed in his mind, as he immediately called Ethan Gray. His request was very simple. He wanted to mess with Parallax's head before the fight even started. Hence, he gave a script of questions to be asked to him in a press conference, and told Ethan to arrange one within 30 minutes. With the news channels being more than willing, and about 50 private helicopters owned by Ethan flying people in, it was made possible within 30 short minutes. Ridra sat in the center with Ethan being seated at his right, as the left seat was left vacant. The live interview then convened. Within the last 30 minutes, the live press conference was heavily promoted on every channel across the globe, and hence more than 200 million people were watching this thing live. Across the globe, including Parallax. The Japanese reporter asked the first question prepared by Ridra. He said, "Congratulations on the win, Guild Master Shikuni. You fought splendidly, and the country is proud. If I may so boldly ask, what's the strategy for tomorrow?" Ridra calmly replied, "Well, thank you for the compliment there, sir. The final shall indeed be a challenging match. But I will study the tapes of the winners of Group B and see closely. Hopefully I will be prepared." Many viewers worldwide picked up on this hidden nonchalant sentence. And the reporter quickly countered, to ask a question that would make the slow-witted also aware of what Ridra was trying to imply. He innocently asked, "Sir, you have 2 matches tomorrow. The first one being against the winner of Group D, Parallax." Ridra frowned, pretending to think for a second. He asked, "I'm sorry. Who?" The reporter said it again. "Parallax, the winner of Group D." Ridra cleared his throat and said, Who?" Murmurs started to spread amongst the other reporters. This was a clear provocation. The reporter said it again. "The winner of the silver medal behind you in Beat the Clock Challenge. The flag bearer of this year's Olympics. The highest level player and the player with second most votes to win this contest. Parallax." Ridra looked at Ethan and said with his eyebrows raised, "Does it ring a bell?" Ethan chuckled as he said, "Nope." The murmurs from the reporters turned into audible excited shouts. This was some juicy content. Ridra cleared his throat and spoke with arrogance. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't put inferior men who 4 already beat in my line of sight." Silence. Utter silence across the globe. Everyone had the same thought. How arrogant. Ridra gave Parallax absolutely no face in this press conference. As in every question, he would act in a way that he did not even put Parallax as his opposition to any concerns about him being beaten by Parallax. He would laugh out loud, and so would Ethan, like the reporter was spouting nonsensical question. Although it was completely over the top for the nefarious duo, it got its intended effect. Parallax, who was watching the interview, was absolutely fuming. He had never been so belittled in his entire life. His reason for being always alone. His pride as a solo player thriving without any support. The attention of the media. The adoration of his fans. That was his source of ego. And Ridra brutally stepped on it today. He vowed to pay him back in full tomorrow in the battlefield. However, he did not realize that by becoming so riled up, he was already one step behind Ridra in the fight, before it ever even properly started. The reactions on the forums and the analysis of the experts were varied across the world. Some absolutely loved the arrogance of Ridra. This was the typical 1844 alpha male demographic, while the children and the women preferred Parallax to crush the upstart. The thoughts on who would win the fight were pretty varied. Out of 5 experts, 3 supported Parallax for the win, while 2 supported Ridra. The overall ratio was a bit tipped, at odds being 55-45 against Ridra in the fight. Ethan Gray looked at these numbers and scoffed, his only response to Ridra being, "Hey, I'm betting billions on your A**** as well as buying a seat to tomorrow's arena seats. Give me some entertainment and good returns, will you? I hardly have such vacations." Ridra only winked at Ethan in response. It was not gonna be easy. However, Ridra was confident in his chances to win. Wrapping things up, he went back home and started RO review footage of all fights seriously, making notes and trying to figure out his opponent's weaknesses. This was the major difference between him and most other competitors. Everyone was sure to analyze each other's fighting styles tonight. However, Ridra did it cynically and in a way no one else could. Half his fight was fought in his mind, where he would lay layers and layers of seamless DCs that would keep driving the opponent to the edge of despair. His purpose? To win thoroughly, crushing every possible move their opponents could pull off, and after 6 hours of studying he was more than ready. A sick smile spread across his lips, as Plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G had been loaded in his mind. Every possible known sequence. Every counter was planned. Contingencies for emergency situations and unknown attacks was also thought about. He was ready. Ridra was 90% sure of defeating Parallax. However, he wanted to do it so brutally that his next opponent would get shivers down his spine thinking about what would happen to him at the finals. Hence, to build that psychological advantage, Ridra planned on absolutely annihilating Parallax. A brutal defeat that would go down in the books, achieving which was very hard. Would he accomplish it? Or will it all go downhill? Only time would tell. Chapter 298 Trash Talk. Derek Ray. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Live from the Grand Coliseum Arena, where the winners of Day 4 group stages will compete for the 3 medals. Lee Dixon. Yes, well, win or lose the first fight, you will have to fight a second one. Win the first fight, the second will be for gold medal. Lose the first fight, and the second will be for bronze. Derek Ray. Yes, well. Today's first fight is between the second-seeded Parallax versus the 4th-seed Shikuni. What are your thoughts on this match, Lee? Lee Dixon. The match is going to be entertaining to say the least. To say that Parallax has animosity towards Shikuni would be an understatement. Whereas Shikuni is arrogant enough to call Parallax inferior opponent, not worthy to be put in his eyes. Ha ha ha. That guy is simply crazy. Derek Ray. Yes, interesting remarks made by Shikuni in yesterday's press conference. However, now the time for talk is over, and the fist will do the talking. Will he put money where his mouth is? Or will he make a fool of himself? Only time will tell. Alright, it's time for the ring announcer to introduce the 2 contestants. Scene cut to the Grand Coliseum. Cheering from the crowd. Too much clamor and noise. Faint chants of Shikuni. Shikuni. Parallax. Parallax. Can be heard. Announcer. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Grand Coliseum Arena. More clamor and noise from the crowd. Announcer. Are you ready for the medal matches? Cheers and a faint yes from the crowd. Announcer. The first match. The winner of Group A versus the winner of Group D. Introducing first. The winner of Group A. The dominant. The arrogant. The notorious. The guild leader of true elites. Shikuni. Crowd chanting. One for all. All for one. Go elites go. Ridra walks out surprised at the crowd chants, as he joins in wholeheartedly. About 200,000 people chanting the guild slogan. It was a thrilling moment. After the guild's recent popularity, one of the videos where the slogan was used went viral on the forums. And today everyone present was chanting it. It was a lot of cringe. But Ridra welcomed it with open arms. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. This was the craziest crowd Ridra had ever seen. He felt pumped. Announcer, introducing next. The winner of Group D. The Torchbearer. The #1 ranked player. The enigmatic solo player. Parallax. Cheers erupted from the crowd. As Parallax strode into the arena with both his arms raised. And domineering look in his face. The moment he looked onto Ridra, he shouted, "You're dead, you punka ***bit****. A loud "oh" came from the crowd. The chant of punk ***bit****, yes. Clap. Clap clap. Punk ***bit****, yes. Clap clap clap. Started in the crowd. The crowd was absolutely crazy today. They did not care one bit about who was gonna win and who was gonna lose. They were just here to enjoy a great show and have a good time. To Parallax's insult, Ridra smugged and just said, "I'm sorry. The crowd here is so loud I could not hear your name when the announcer said it. Who are you again?" Parallax looked so mad. It felt like he would pop a blood vessel or two. It was exactly this attitude of Ridra he despised the most. As he shouted, "I'll show you. I'm the flag bearer, damn it, the highest level player. Parallax. Carrying the torch. It's an honor, punks like you will never have." Ridra seemed to chuckle as he said, "See the country where I come from. We reserve that honor for mascots. You are indeed a good mascot, Parluni. Don't worry. I don't need such useless things." "What mascot? What Parluni?" Parallax asked, frowning. "I'm sorry. Parluni. That's your name, right? Oh shoot, sorry. Can you say it one more time?" Parallax seemed to have snapped now. Ridra was deliberately insulting him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You don't need to know my name. Just remember me as the guy who hooped your ********. Ridra smiled. Mission riling Parallax up was a success. The countdown started 10, 9.8321 fight. The time for trash talking was over. Ethan was in the crowd. Unlike the stiff atmosphere of the conference room between the generals, he was thoroughly enjoying the crazy electricity of the people around him. He never would get time for such events. Hence it became a worthwhile experience for him. He focused on the ground to look at the tiny fighters and what they were doing, but unable to make out a thing. He then focused on the giant screen, where the match was showed in broadcast view. For him, except the atmosphere of the stadium, he basically saw the match the same way he did in real life. The match started, and right out of the gate, Parallax wanted to assert some dominance. He wanted to show the world that he was the superior fighter. And to do that, he decided to attack Shikune's pride and outclass him there. He went in for a frontal assault of power. He had been saving up stat points for a while. And before this fight, he assigned 40 points in strength, bringing the strength stat total to a strong 820. It was technically more than Ridra's 802. Plus he also used a berserk skill that gave him a 30% stat boost on attack, bringing his effective grand total of stats to 1066. He was sure that no matter how high Shikune's damage was, it could not be more than this. Hence, with the intention of sending Shikune flying, he went in for a flashy move. However, by doing so, he walked right into Ridra's trap #1. His measly 1066 was still a far cry away from Ridra's 1203, and hence the result of their clash. Parallax was the one sent flying. Shock, horror, disbelief spread on his face. He was thoroughly repelled after all this. Just how high was Shikune's strength? Chapter 299, Shikune vs. Parallax. Ridra did not let this chance slip by. The moment Parallax landed on his back, he rolled through to regain fighting posture. Only to his horror, Ridra was already upon him, along with his monstrous strength. His speed was also terrifying. Parallax gulped. He tried to dodge the incoming sword thrust, however. He was 1 second too slow. The sword grazed the side of his neck, drawing blood. 7,000. Simultaneously, he got a notification that said, "You are bleeding heavily. Will lose 50 HP every second, until bleeding stops." Ridra was pleased to have triggered the bleed passive, while Parallax was shocked. Not even 15 seconds into the match, and he was thoroughly outmatched and in a disadvantageous position. Retreating quickly, he created some separation between the two. He needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Things were going downhill for him real fast. However, much to his dismay, he never got that luxury, as Ridra was constantly pressing. Ridra activated Claymore first. For 3 minutes his every move will cause 200% damage. Then, he used Illusion Sword. Parallax saw Ridra's swords laced with killing intent swinging at him at the same time. He saw both his shoulders being targeted by Ridra's 2 swords. Hence he shrunk his torso to avoid both blows. However, the swords never passed by his shoulders. Instead, a deep gash appeared on his chest. 24,000 critical hit. He lost about 1/3 RD HP in one go. Rudra had intricately combined 3 sword skills: Claymore, Illusionary Sword, and Twin Blade Cross Slash. This was his training at work. He had honed this move time and time again, only to use it once here. The end result? Devastating. Parallax stood in front of Rudra, stunned. From the start of the battle up till now, he had absolutely no answer for Rudra's move. His HP bar actually fell into yellow without dealing a single damage to Rudra. The reality was sobering. However, his strong sense of pride would not let him accept such an outcome. Hence the strategy he made coming into this fight went down the drain. Only strong retaliation to save his face was on his mind. Being a swordsman, he unleashed one of his class special skill, obtained upon promotion. The same one that he used to clear floor 69 of the Beat the Clock challenge. The special move Elemental Sword Descent. For sword chi, containing the power of 4 different elements, hovered above Parallax's head as he unleashed one of his strongest moves to attack Rudra. He roared, "Now face the might of the number 1 player." Rudra looked at the 4 elemental sword chi of fire, water, wind and earth, hovering above Parallax. It was indeed a strong move. However, there was no way Rudra would ever admit that. Instead, Rudra countered with his own special move, using 10,000 sword cuts. The entire space above Rudra's head was filled with sword chi, the scale completely outshining Parallax, who was dumbfounded at the scene. His 4 elemental chi, when clashing with the countless ones from Rudra, were easily neutralized, and the remainder kept raining in on him, giving him cuts and damage. 300, 300, 400, 600 critical hit. Your bleed status has worsened, losing 200 HP every 10 seconds. The bright yellow HP bar on Parallax's head turned to a darker yellow, as fear and self-doubt started to creep in his heart. Rudra aggravated this by saying, "Oh, a swordsman with such inferior swordsmanship! What a waste of my time!" Parallax shouted angrily. "Shut up! I'll show you." Rudra only chuckled, and said with a murderous glare, "There is nothing you can do that will harm me. Boy, come kneel before your father." A loud "oh" erupted from the crowd, followed by chants of, "Who's your daddy? Clap, clap, clap. Who's your daddy? Clap, clap, clap." Parallax looked around the crowd, his sense of pride being completely crushed. And in desperation, he used his strongest move against Rudra to shut the crowd up. He screamed, "Shut your damn mouths!" as he unleashed his grand move, Indomitable Sword Strike. A focused torrent of sword chi, looking like a horizontal tornado, came at high speed towards Rudra, the ground below rupturing at the intense air pressure. It was a SSS-rated class special skill, and Parallax's ace in the hole. Parallax shouted, "Die, Shikuni!" However, to his horror, Shikuni calmly held the elven sword and unleashed World Slash. An equally terrifying sword chi that could rupture space itself came at a blinding speed towards the tornado, until there was an impact. Boom! Shockwave and ripples. The battlefield was left in ruins, as the very level and flat battleground was changed into a deep trench. The point of impact with sword aberrations showing all over the battlefield. However, the most shocking part was that World Slash was equally matched with Parallax's indomitable sword. Rudra spoke smugly. "Is this it? I'm not even a swordsman yet. I can easily counter your best move. You're not strong enough to even lick my shoes, boy. No better than a dog." Parallax was completely broken mentally at this point. This was his ace in the hole, his strongest move. Yet it was neutralized. He kept speaking. "Impossible. This is impossible. I refuse to believe I'm inferior to you. I'm the number 1 player. You cheat. You cheat. This is impossible." Rudra looked proudly at his work, a sadistic smile on his face. He had broken Parallax. Derek Ray, OH. What an impact. What powerful clash. The entire battlefield is completely ruined and the crowd is loving it. Lee Dixon, look at Parallax's face. Derek. He is shook up. Shock and horror is clear on his face. From the start of this match until now, he has not mounted a single tangible offense. It is Shikuni all along. Derek Ray, nobody expected this sort of dominance from Shikuni right out the gate. Lee. This is by no ways a fight between equals. This is Shikuni toying with his opponent. I feel terrified about becoming an opponent of the true Elite's Guild Master Lee. He is a devil, through and through. Look at him mocking and enjoying Parallax's misery. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Lee Dixon, well, it's not over yet. Can Parallax pull his act together and mount a comeback? Chapter 300 Shikuni vs Parallax. Ridra pretty much knew he had this match in the bag now. Unless Parallax could find enough time to take a healing potion. But considering his rattled state of mind that clouded his judgment, and how Ridra was eyeing him like a scavenger looking at a bleeding prey, he doubted he would ever get such an opportunity. Parallax was a scared cub now. His moves were unclean and laced with fear. The moves he would have parried easily were now hitting him constantly, chipping away at his health. Alongside the passive bleed damage, Ridra had nothing but contempt and pity for Parallax, who was not at all a weak player by any standards. However, he was a player with weak mentality. He was a skilled leveling maniac. And that was all there was to him. An overinflated sense of ego, and a lack of discipline and spine that would help him get through tough times, meant that the moment he was in a disadvantaged position, he would lose control of the match. Ridra was a master manipulator. From the start of the match till this point, he had constantly put pressure into manipulating Parallax into using his best moves. And when those moves yielded no results, he sunk into despair. His thought process becoming like, I can't deal with him with my best move. What else can I do? The moment the self-doubt crept in, he stopped thinking about the fight, and started thinking about what he did wrong, losing focus and getting slashed around by Ridra. Ridra kept up the intense pressing for about 5 minutes, and slowly Parallax started to show more and more signs of sluggishness. His breathing had become ragged, as his movements became slower and slower. His stamina had started to bottom out. This greatly shocked Parallax. Shikuni had such high stats distributed into strength and agility. How could he also have such high stamina? This made absolutely zero sense to him, as he kept staring at Ridra, whose pace had not slowed down a single bit. After a while he cursed, shouting, What is wrong with you and your bottomless stamina? Why am I the one who is out of gas before you? This makes no sense. With the points you have spent in agility and strength, you should not have much left for stamina. Ridra only smugged and did not reply, instead opting to use Twin Blade Hurricane for offense. Extremely fast movement of two swords absolutely dismantled Parallax's armor, dealing cuts after cuts of what seemed like a blinding speed of delivering blows. 400, 400, 500, 1000, 400. Parallax's dark yellow HP went into red. He had less than 15% HP remaining under his bar, and his mind was blank. He could not think of any possible ways of countering Ridra. His mind went on to useless things like, how will he face the media after such a humiliating defeat? What will his countrymen think of him? What about his promise to bring them gold medal? He talked big about making Shikuni his B******** H before the match. However, he had not even grazed Shikuni yet. Unlike popular anime where when the MC thinks about his reason to fight, and suddenly bursts with unforeseen strength, here in reality it only sunk him even lower. Fear gripped his heart. He was terrified of all the mockings, and the trolling he would receive after he died. Ridra noticed that his opponent was unfocused, and used the move suppression art. It was a 5-step move meant to disarm the opponent and deliver a critical strike. The first move hit Parallax's sword near the very hilt, sending a powerful shock through his wrists. The second move forced him to block a wide arm blow, by meeting it with a wide swing of his own. However, much to his dismay, due to his inferior strength, his sword was pinned under Ridra's. The third strike used Ridra's second sword to hit the grip of the suppressed sword, with such force that Parallax had no choice but to let go of the sword, if he did not wish his arm to be sliced off. Now disarmed, he was vulnerable to attacks. Fourth strike was an elbow right to Parallax's jaw, causing minor physical damage, however forcing the opponent's eyes away from the fifth and crucial strike. The fifth strike, a double penetration right into both his lungs. 15,000 critical hit. A deadly attack forced Parallax to come down to 1% HP, barely hanging in the fight, and disarmed. Shock and horror made him stutter. He was barely hanging by a thread, and his demons had completely consumed his mind. He fell on his knees and began to beg Ridra, Please, spare me. I'll give you everything. Gold, weapons, and rare treasures. Forfeit this match. Please. Please let me go. If I lose, Noon will respect me. I'll be a nobody. I can't be a nobody. Please. I beg you. This scene was etched into the memory of the billions across the world watching this match. The proud Parallax, over the course of 12 minutes of fighting, was only left as a shell of his former self, begging on his knees, while facing Shikuni. The electric crowd became silent at this moment. Then the loudest BOO in the history of sports ensued. Weakling. Weakling, I am disgusted. Get up and fight. Pathetic ********. Hey, I bet money on you. Get up and fight. Spineless rancor. Who made this punk the flag bearer? The boos never ended, as snarly comments were passed around. Ethan Gray was thoroughly enjoying himself, as he was chilling popping popcorn into his mouth. This was more entertaining than he expected. Unlike others, he wanted to see Parallax squirm and squeal even more. All eyes were on Rudra. He could not be possibly considering Parallax's offer right. Nobody knew. As Rudra continued to look down on Parallax with a murderous look in his eyes. Only the slightest damage, and he would win this match. What would his decision be? / Guys, this is a monumental chapter for me and the book. The 300th chapter. Thank you to everyone who supported this book and me. I never thought I would come so far when I started the book. However, it is gratifying to say the least that I did. Giving a shout out to my top 10 fans on this occasion. 1. Cervantes 91. 2. The Noon. 3. Leo Crispy I. 4. King Spy 25I. 5. Ivory Pope. 6. Purvi Shaw. 7. Shri Danav. 8. Nicholas Savage. 9. Raging Silver. 10. Josiah Templeton. And many, many more. Thank you guys, without you this won't be possible //